Imagine two grown men in fancy coats waking up before sunrise, just to argue with pistols instead of words. Because apparently, therapy hadn't been invented yet. If you think today's drama on social media is ridiculous, wait until you hear how far people once went just to avoid saying, sorry. Blood on the ground was not just a metaphor in the Middle Ages, it was a literal reality. Imagine a society where the line between justice and spectacle blurred so much that people actually believed God himself would tip the scale of battle. In the medieval world, duels were not casual quarrels in the tavern or drunken fights in a back alley. They were staged, formalized, and terrifying events where lives could be lost over insults, accusations, or disputes about a cow grazing in the wrong field. Picture a man stepping forward in front of a village crowd, not because he was the best fighter, but because he was the one too proud to accept being called a liar. That is how duels often began, with a mix of arrogance, desperation, and faith that maybe divine intervention would prevent the blade from sliding into his ribs. The origin of these duels was deeply entangled with the belief in judgment by combat, a system so bizarre it could only belong to an era where superstition ruled stronger than logic. People truly thought God would reveal the truth by allowing the innocent to survive. It sounds absurd now, but think about it. This belief gave comfort to those who had nothing but their honor. If you were accused of theft, blasphemy, or even sorcery, you could demand trial by combat. In their eyes, winning a fight equaled innocence. Losing meant not just guilt, but often a brutal, slow end while your neighbors watched. And yes, neighbors came to watch eagerly, as if it was the Netflix of their time. The stage for these duels was rarely glamorous. Forget the shining armor you see in movies. Many fights took place in muddy fields, sometimes hastily enclosed by wooden fences. Combatants often showed up with whatever armor they could afford or borrow, and some with none at all. The atmosphere was both festive and ominous, a contradiction that says everything about human nature. People laughed, drank, and placed bets, yet they also whispered prayers, because in the same space where one man might win his freedom, another might die choking on his own blood. It's the medieval equivalent of watching a football game where the losing team never leaves the field alive. Preparation for these duels was as psychological as it was physical. A man might spend days praying, fasting, or even seeking charms from local healers to ensure divine favor. But under the bravado, fear was constant. Imagine knowing that by sundown you might either be hailed as honorable or buried in a shallow grave. Some fighters even drafted wills before stepping into combat. And then there was the audience, who fed on the tension like a pack of wolves, waiting to see whether the gods would smile or frown. If you've ever felt your stomach twist before a job interview, magnify that by 1,000 and add the knowledge that your opponent is swinging a mace instead of asking about your 5-year goals. The rules of these duels were as cruel as they were arbitrary. Sometimes, combatants fought until one man physically could not rise again. Other times, they fought until a specific number of strikes were delivered or until one combatant called mercy. Mercy, however, was not guaranteed. Declaring surrender often meant your life could still be taken, depending on the crowd, the judge, or the mood of your opponent. The arbiters of these rules were often nobles or judges who themselves might not understand the logic, but they enforced them because tradition demanded it. And traditions in the Middle Ages had teeth sharper than reason. Weapons used in duels varied, but they always shared one characteristic. They were designed to kill quickly, or at least to make the process horribly painful. Swords and axes were obvious choices, but spears and maces and daggers often came into play. There are accounts of duelists being armed with nothing but clubs, or even stones, when their social rank or wealth denied them better arms. The cruelty of the system was clear. The poor were forced to fight the rich on unequal grounds, trusting divine will to close the gap in equipment. Spoiler alert, most of the time, God didn't intervene, and the poor man ended up a corpse. But the community still pretended the outcome was divine justice. These fights weren't just clashes of steel, they were brutal stories written in blood. One recorded duel in France saw a knight impaled through the chest by a spear, only to pull the spear out and continue fighting until he collapsed minutes later, still swinging his blade wildly. The crowd roared, not in horror, but in admiration, because dying with fury was seen as a mark of true courage. This says something uncomfortable about humanity. We've always been entertained by violence, only the costumes have changed. The stadiums we fill today are less bloody, but the thrill we get from seeing someone dominate, humiliate, or break is eerily similar. And then there's the irony. For all the talk of honor, duels often destroyed families, reputations, and entire communities. Winning did not always mean walking away whole. Survivors carried broken bones, disfiguring scars, or lifelong disabilities. Honor might have been preserved, but a hand could be lost, an eye blinded, or a leg left twisted. You might prove you were right, but what good is being right if you can't feed yourself anymore? Yet people still stepped forward, convinced that their pride was worth more than their life. It's almost comical, if it weren't so tragic, how human beings will risk everything to avoid being called a liar at a dinner table. Superstition wove through every swing of the blade. Fighters believed in omens, carrying charms stitched into their clothing, whispering prayers before the first strike. Some even avoided dueling on certain days of the week, convinced that Saturn or Mars would not favor them. To modern eyes, it feels absurd, but think about how athletes today wear lucky socks, refuse to shave, or enter fields with elaborate rituals. The need for something beyond logic, something mystical, to carry us through uncertainty hasn't disappeared. We just dress it differently now. But perhaps the most disturbing truth is how duels became entertainment. Whole villages would gather as if attending a carnival. Vendors sold food, troubadours sang songs, and children cheered while men tore each other apart. People didn't see it as barbaric. They saw it as justice, as theater, as divine proof. And the duelists themselves, no matter how terrified, stepped into that ring knowing they were part of a story larger than themselves. What began as a matter of survival became a spectacle of blood and belief, a reminder that in the Middle Ages, your life could hinge not on truth, but on how well you swung a sword in front of your neighbors. Would you have dared to step forward? Would you have risked your life to prove your innocence or defend your name, knowing the outcome rested not on reason, but on the swing of a blade and the will of the crowd? The unsettling reality is that in the medieval world, many had no choice. And once you stood in that field, with the mud under your boots and the roar of your community in your ears, you knew there was no turning back. That was the price of honor. In the medieval imagination, duels were never just fights. They were divine verdicts wrapped in sweat and steel. The belief that God himself tipped the scales in combat seems laughable now, but in a world where science had not yet replaced superstition, it felt as logical as breathing. People thought if you were innocent, you would be protected by divine intervention, as though angels were ready to block a sword with invisible shields. Of course, history shows angels were notoriously bad at parrying blows, yet communities clung to this belief because it gave structure to chaos. Imagine being accused of theft without evidence, with no jury to plead to. What could feel fairer than letting God decide with a duel? It's like flipping a coin where the coin is made of iron and comes at your head at full speed. What's fascinating is how these duels blurred the line between law and theater. Officially, they were judicial proceedings, a recognized way of resolving disputes in courts sanctioned by nobles or kings. But anyone who attended knew they were also a show. Picture villagers gathering early, vendors setting up makeshift stalls, and children climbing fences to get a better view. The duel was an episode of public justice and an episode of entertainment at the same time, a medieval version of reality TV where contestants literally fought for their lives. Today, we binge-watch shows about betrayal and survival. They gathered to watch both unfold in real time, with stakes that would make even the most dramatic season finale look tame. The rituals leading up to the duel were just as important as the fight itself. Challenges were often issued publicly, through gestures designed to humiliate the opponent. Throwing a glove at someone's feet, it wasn't just a cliché from later novels. It was a deadly serious insult that could end in blood. Sometimes, letters were written in elaborate language, filled with accusations and oaths, and read aloud to the community. It was theater even before swords were drawn, and everyone wanted to witness the drama. In a sense, the duel had already begun the moment the challenge was made, because pride and reputation were at stake long before weapons clashed. Once accepted, preparations unfolded with a mix of solemnity and spectacle. The combatants might fast, pray, or confess their sins, not because they were pious, but because they wanted every possible advantage. Who wouldn't bargain with heaven when staring at a sharpened blade? Families often accompanied duelists, offering moral support, or more cynically, taking bets on the outcome. You might imagine supportive wives whispering encouragement, but records suggest many were there to make sure the family name wasn't dragged through the mud. And really, isn't it telling that sometimes the people closest to you cared less about your survival than about whether your defeat made them look bad at the market the next day? The duel itself was framed with rules, but those rules were rarely consistent. Some courts required combat to continue until one man could no longer stand. Others allowed a surrender, though mercy was never guaranteed. Imagine raising your hand to concede and watching your opponent ignore it because the crowd wanted more blood. It reveals how fragile rules are when the thirst for spectacle outweighs the sense of justice. It's almost comical in hindsight. A society that claimed duels were about fairness, yet let outcomes hinge on who could swing harder, endure longer, or bleed more slowly. That's justice in the Middle Ages, messy, unpredictable, and often fatal. And the weapons? Oh, the weapons. If you think of shining long swords, think again. Yes, swords were used, but maces, axes, spears, and even improvised tools entered the ring. Wealthier duelists could afford custom-made armor, while poorer men sometimes fought in nothing but padded tunics. Imagine facing a knight in full steel while you clutch a wooden club. The official story was that God would balance the scales, but the reality was often far less poetic. Wealth meant better chances of survival, though occasionally, tales of underdogs who triumphed against armored giants fueled the idea that divine justice was still at work. Human beings love underdog stories, and they always have. even if most ended with the underdog buried before sundown. Spectators loved the uncertainty. They gasped at the clang of weapons, cheered at every strike, and leaned in whenever blood splattered onto the ground. The atmosphere was intoxicating, a mix of fear and excitement that fed entire communities. It's not much different from the adrenaline rush people chase today at boxing matches or mixed martial arts fights, except that medieval audiences didn't go home with autographs. They went home remembering the exact way a man's head split under a sword. The darker side of human entertainment has always thrived on pain, and Duels prove that we've long blurred the line between justice and spectacle. The aftermath of Duels was no less dramatic. Victors often stood shaking, drenched in sweat and blood, clutching weapons with hands that could barely hold steady. Losers were dragged away, sometimes dead, sometimes gasping their last breaths. The community accepted the result as divine judgment, even when everyone knew the better-armed, better-trained fighter had an unfair advantage. It's striking how people can convince themselves that injustice is fair if it's wrapped in ritual. It's almost like saying the referee's whistle makes everything legitimate, even when the game is rigged. But the scars lived on long after the field was empty. Winners didn't always win. Many carried wounds that crippled them for life, unable to work or fight again. Some became legends, but most simply faded into obscurity, limping reminders of how fragile honor really was. Honor might have been preserved, but what use was it if you couldn't lift a plow, hold a child, or even feed yourself without pain? Yet people still craved the duel, still stepped forward, because in a world where reputation was everything, death seemed easier than shame. That paradox, that bizarre willingness to gamble life for a sliver of pride, is what made medieval duels both captivating and horrifying. And just when you think the brutality was enough, remember the crowd didn't just accept it, they demanded it. They wanted more blood, more drama, more proof that their world was ruled by justice, even if it meant bending reason until it snapped. What began as a judicial mechanism turned into a form of mass entertainment, and people couldn't get enough. In that muddy arena, under the gaze of neighbors and strangers alike, lives were gambled not only for innocence, but also for the thrill of the spectacle. That is the paradox of the duel, a desperate plea for divine fairness that turned into one of the most ruthless entertainments of the medieval age. The duel, for all its supposed formality, was anything but predictable once it began. Combatants stepped onto the field under the weight of eyes that judged every twitch of a hand, every bead of sweat that ran down their brow. And yet, what fascinates most is not just the clashing of steel, but the sheer unpredictability of how these fights unfolded. Rules existed, but they were often so vague, so open to interpretation, that they might as well have been written on water. Some judges declared that the fight must continue until one man lay lifeless. Others insisted that yielding was acceptable, though the very definition of yielding varied wildly. Imagine gasping for breath, throwing down your sword, and begging for mercy, only to have the crowd roar with disapproval, and your opponent decide that mercy wasn't on the menu. That was the cruel comedy of the Middle Ages. Survival wasn't just about strength, it was about how much the audience wanted to keep watching. Weapons themselves added another layer of chaos. Knights in gleaming armor wielded swords that could cleave through mail, while peasants sometimes carried little more than sticks or crude iron clubs. Yet even the most expensive blade could betray its owner. There are accounts of swords snapping mid-swing, shields splintering under the weight of a strike, helmets caving in with a single blow. The irony was thick. The rich trusted their finely crafted gear, but those same weapons could break at the worst possible moment. The poor, who had almost nothing to lose, fought with raw desperation that occasionally tipped the scales. It's a reminder that sometimes sheer stubbornness can make up for the lack of shiny toys, though admittedly, in medieval duels, it usually just made the dying slower. Armor was both a blessing and a curse. Yes, it could deflect blows and keep organs intact, but it also turned men into lumbering tanks, exhausting them within minutes. Heat built up inside the steel shell, turning it into a portable oven under the summer sun. Fighters often collapsed from exhaustion before fatal strikes were even landed. Spectators might laugh at the sight of a knight gasping like a fish on dry land, but the reality was brutal. Running out of stamina could be as deadly as any blade. There is something darkly comic about imagining a man who spent a fortune on armor only to be beaten simply because he couldn't catch his breath. The crowd saw honor, but biology had its own sense of humor. Techniques of fighting varied, and some were shockingly savage. Forget the elegant swordplay you see in films. Medieval combat was often about brute force and dirty tricks. Combatants threw punches, grappled, slammed each other into the mud, and used their helmets as battering rams. Manuals from the period described gouging eyes, stomping feet, and even pulling hair as acceptable strategies. One could argue that medieval duels were closer to a no-rules wrestling match than the chivalric ballet portrayed in romances, and the audience loved it. The more chaotic, the more entertaining. When one man slammed another to the ground and sat on his chest to bash his face in with a pommel, the crowd cheered like it was the highlight of the evening. In many ways, it was, but not all duels were fought with swords or axes. Some were fought on horseback with lances. where the sheer momentum of the charge could send a man flying like a rag doll. Others involved pole arms or even improvised farming tools. There are even documented cases of combatants being forced to fight with stones and sacks, like some grim parody of a children's game. The randomness of weapons created stories that lingered in villages for decades. Picture the tale of a man who killed a knight armed with steel simply by swinging a rock with enough fury. Such stories gave hope to the poor and reinforced the idea that divine justice might really intervene, even if in truth it was just physics and luck conspiring at the right moment. Ferocity in combat meant injuries were rarely simple. Blades cut deep, bones shattered, and bodies twisted in grotesque ways. A man might survive a duel, only to spend the rest of his life dragging a crippled leg, missing an eye, or struggling with mangled hands. Yet scars became badges of honor, proof that one had stood in the ring and faced down fate itself. Ironically, those same scars also made daily life harder, but medieval society loved symbols more than practicality. You could starve because you couldn't work, but at least you starved with your dignity intact. It makes one wonder whether pride has always been humanity's most expensive addiction, one people are willing to die or live half alive for. All of this unfolded under the unrelenting gaze of the crowd. Children perched on fences, women whispered prayers, and men shouted wagers, the whole village turning the duel into a communal event. The shouts of encouragement, the gasps at near-fatal blows, the wild cheering when blood spilled, every sound pushed the fighters harder. In a way, duelists fought not just for themselves, but for the judgment of their community, as though their very worth as human beings depended on how fiercely they swung a weapon. And perhaps it did. Reputation was everything, and to lose meant not just humiliation, but a stain that could stretch across generations. Families carried the memory of defeat like a curse, while victories were celebrated as proof of divine favor. Superstitions wrapped themselves around every strike. Fighters believed certain days brought luck, certain charms offered protection, and certain prayers tilted the battle in their favor. Amulets tucked beneath armor, herbs rubbed into wounds. Even whispered spells were all part of the preparation. If it sounds strange, remember that athletes today cling to rituals that aren't so different. A tennis player refusing to step on the court lines, or a boxer wearing the same lucky shorts, are not far removed from a knight refusing to duel on a Tuesday. Humans crave control in uncontrollable situations, and in the duel, that meant trusting trinkets and rituals almost as much as skill. The outcome, however, was often less divine than brutal. Bodies left on the ground, survivors barely able to stand, and families left to mourn or cheer marked the end of each spectacle. And yet, the hunger for the next fight never waned. Communities wanted more, demanded more, because duels weren't just about justice. They were about feeding the eternal appetite for drama, blood, and proof that honor still had teeth. The duel didn't fade because it was ineffective. It lingered because it gave meaning to fear, spectacle to faith, and a stage for the eternal struggle between pride and survival. Honor in the medieval world was not some abstract concept. It was the very currency of survival. A man could lose land, wealth, or even a limb and still be remembered. But the moment his honor was questioned, his entire existence seemed to collapse like a rotting roof under the rain. That is why duels carried a weight far greater than life itself. To the people of that era, death was frightening, yes, but dishonor was unbearable. Imagine being called a coward in front of your village. Suddenly, every glance at the market, every whispered conversation at the church door carried the sting of ridicule. In that environment, stepping into a duel was less about bravery and more about desperation to silence the laughter of your neighbors. The strange paradox is that honor was both invisible and heavier than steel. You couldn't touch it, couldn't eat it, and yet people starved, bled, and died to protect it. Think of how absurd it is. You risk your life not for bread, not for shelter, but for the opinion of people who might not even like you. Yet that was the reality of medieval society. Honor dictated alliances, marriages, and even how your children were treated. If you lost it, you didn't just lose face. You risked dragging your entire family into the pit of disgrace. Perhaps the greatest cruelty was how collective this burden was. Your son might be mocked at the monastery, your daughter might be refused by suitors, all because you once turned your back on a challenge. No pressure, right? This obsession with reputation explains why men fought even when logic screamed at them not to. The duel was framed as divine judgment, but in practice it was often social pressure pushing someone into a muddy field with a weapon they barely knew how to use. And the irony is deliciously grim. Everyone knew the outcome had little to do with truth and much to do with stamina, skill, or sheer luck. Yet the fiction persisted because society needed it. Without duels, disputes could linger, festering like open wounds in communities that thrived on public resolution. The duel, in all its brutality, was a cleansing fire that left ashes but also silence. Ferocious as they were, duels were not just about two combatants, they were about the audience. The collective gaze of the community turned the fight into something larger than life. People wanted to believe they were witnessing more than violence. They wanted proof that justice, fate, or God had spoken. But if you strip away the ritual, What you really had were two terrified men, drenched in sweat, praying they wouldn't make a mistake that would end their lives. There's something almost comical in imagining one fighter thinking, "Please God, prove I am innocent," while the other is muttering, "Please God, let me not trip in the mud." The theater of divine justice was often just a messy contest of nerves and footing. The longer duels dragged on, the more grotesque the scenes became. Exhaustion made even the strongest arms shake, turning sword swings into sloppy arcs. Helmets fogged with sweat, hands slipped from hilts, and more than one fighter ended up stabbing the ground instead of their opponent. Crowds cheered these near misses with the same enthusiasm we reserve today for penalty kicks in soccer. It reveals a timeless truth. People don't always want clean victories. They crave the drama of failure narrowly avoided. And in the Middle Ages, those moments weren't just embarrassing, they were life or death. One stumble could mean honor lost forever, and with it the acceptance of your entire community. What strikes hardest is the aftermath. A victor might stand tall, sword raised, yet deep inside know the price he had paid. Broken ribs, shattered teeth, or dislocated shoulders were common rewards for victory. Sometimes the winner collapsed moments after the duel ended, leaving people unsure who had actually triumphed. And even when the victor lived, he carried the weight of the man he killed. Honor was preserved, yes, but at what cost? It's a sobering reminder that winning didn't always feel like winning. In fact, some victors drank themselves into oblivion afterward, haunted by the faces of the men they cut down, while society praised them as champions of justice. On the flip side, the defeated rarely had the luxury of regret. Many bled out on the spot, surrounded by villagers who believed their death was a righteous punishment. Others lingered for days, wounds festering, their families burdened with the shame of a loss that would never fade. If they survived but surrendered, they might live with the brand of coward, a living ghost who was treated worse than the dead. And that's perhaps the cruelest detail. Sometimes dying was easier than returning to a life of disgrace. When you think about it, that makes the medieval duel not only a test of strength, but a lottery of suffering, where both tickets often paid out in misery. Superstition and faith glued all of this together, and it's here where the absurdity shines brightest. Men entered duels convinced that God cared deeply about whether they had insulted a neighbor, disputed a fence, or quarreled over inheritance. Today, it seems ludicrous to imagine divine power refereeing neighborhood squabbles, yet in their world, it made perfect sense. They believed the duel was a cosmic courtroom, with angels as silent jurors and blood as the final verdict. But let's be honest, if God really mediated disputes, wouldn't it have been easier to send a lightning bolt at the guilty party instead of letting two men bludgeon each other into pulp? Still, the medieval mind found dignity in pain, and people clung to that illusion with both hands. All of this fed into the culture of storytelling that surrounded duels. Tales of miraculous victories spread quickly, embellished by troubadours and chroniclers who knew how to feed public appetite. A man who won against all odds became a legend, his name carried across taverns and castles alike. Failures, too, became cautionary tales, whispered in hushed tones about the dangers of cowardice or the shame of surrender. The duel lived on long after the bodies were buried, carved into memory not just as a moment of violence, but as a parable of what it meant to live with honor. And that was the cruel genius of it. People learned to crave these stories, ensuring the cycle of blood and spectacle never ended. What began as judicial necessity turned into cultural addiction. Communities needed duels not only to settle disputes, but to remind themselves of their shared values, warped as those might have been. Each clash reaffirmed the belief that honor was worth any price, even when the price was grotesquely high. And so, in muddy fields, under gray skies, men bled to prove truths that could never be proven, feeding a hunger for justice that was never truly just, but always unforgettable. The moment someone fell in a duel, whether dead or broken, the story was far from over. In truth, what happened after the last strike often mattered as much as the fight itself. The aftermath carved itself into the fabric of the community, leaving behind echoes of pride, shame, grief, and sometimes a strange form of celebration. Winners might walk away with their heads held high, but their bodies were rarely intact. Even the most triumphant combatant often limped off the field, bleeding from wounds that would never fully heal. Imagine proving your innocence only to spend the rest of your life unable to swing a hammer, plow a field, or even hold a spoon steadily. Victory in a medieval duel was the kind of prize that came wrapped in pain. Those who lost left behind more than bodies. Families bore the burden of defeat like a permanent scar. Widows struggled to raise children in poverty, sons inherited the shame of a father branded coward or villain, and daughters found marriage prospects vanish because no one wanted to be tied to a disgraced name. It's almost cruelly ironic. The duel was supposed to preserve family honor, yet it often destroyed the very foundation of a household. It makes you wonder how many men would have chosen differently if they could step outside themselves for just one moment and realize that what their children really needed wasn't a brave corpse, but a living father, no matter how much gossip swirled in the village square. The crowd, too, carried memories of the duel long after the field was cleared. People told and retold what they saw, each time adding color to the story. A simple stumble became divine punishment, a lucky strike turned into proof of heavenly favor. The exaggeration of details was part of the ritual, because humans have always loved to turn real blood into myth. In taverns, men would slam mugs on tables, boasting that they saw the exact moment when justice struck like a thunderbolt. Women whispered the details in markets, making sure no one forgot who died bravely and who whimpered for mercy. In this way, the duel continued to fight long after the combatants were gone, living on as legend, gossip, and warning all at once. Yet for the victor, glory was never as clean as the story suggested. Survivors often carried guilt that gnawed at them in the quiet hours of night. Killing a neighbor, even with ritual and rules, still left a shadow. Many turned to the church for absolution, confessing sins that were officially not sins at all, because killing in a duel was legally justified. But the human heart rarely bows to legalities. Some men drank heavily to silence the faces that haunted them. Others withdrew from their communities, shunning the very people who had once cheered for their survival. Winning preserved honor, yes, but it also carved wounds invisible to everyone but the man who carried them. The duel also reshaped politics and alliances. A victory could elevate a family to new heights of respect, opening doors to opportunities they would never have dreamed of otherwise. Lords noticed strong men who fought well, rewarding them with land, positions, or favor. On the other hand, a defeat could topple entire lineages, erasing decades of slow social climbing in a single bloody afternoon. In a world where status was as fragile as glass, duels acted like a hammer, smashing reputations with merciless efficiency. And what's both tragic and comic is how often these fights were born from the pettiest of disputes. An insult at a banquet, a disagreement over inheritance, or even accusations of cheating at dice. Imagine gambling your life because someone accused you of stealing a chicken. It sounds absurd, but chickens were wealth, and wealth meant survival. Beyond individuals, duels left scars on entire communities. Villages divided over who had been in the right, tensions simmered between families for generations, and violence sometimes spilled over into feuds far bigger than the original fight. What was meant to be a single contest to resolve a dispute could ignite cycles of vengeance. It's the medieval equivalent of trying to put out a fire by throwing oil on it. Technically, it's an action, but it doesn't solve anything. Instead of creating closure, duels often opened wounds that took decades to heal. And still, people craved them, perhaps because the drama of watching others bleed distracted from their own hardships. Religion tried to step in and give meaning to the suffering. Priests preached that duels were a test of divine will, proof that God's justice had been enacted. Yet at the same time, the church often condemned them, calling them barbaric and ungodly. This contradiction only deepened the confusion of communities who wanted both divine guidance and violent entertainment. Some chroniclers even record cases of priests blessing fighters before a duel, only to denounce the practice in sermons afterward. It's hard not to laugh at the hypocrisy, though maybe it's just another sign that humans are experts at wanting to eat cake while loudly preaching the virtues of fasting. The physical sites of duels themselves carried a strange aura once the combat ended. Fields where blood had been spilled became places of whispered stories, as though the ground itself had absorbed the weight of judgment. Some spots became infamous, known for repeated duels, each new fight adding another layer of meaning to the soil. Children grew up hearing tales of ghosts haunting those places, the restless spirits of men who died insisting on their innocence. Whether people believed in the ghosts or not, no one could pass those fields without remembering what had taken place. Violence doesn't just vanish, it leaves echoes in places and in minds. Despite the pain, despite the destruction, duels remained stubbornly embedded in medieval culture because they offered something nothing else could: closure. The outcome, no matter how unfair, was final. No endless arguments, no appeals, no long trials dragging on for years. The duel silenced disputes in one swift, if brutal, moment. Communities valued that sense of finality, even if it came at the price of blood. It reveals a deep truth about human psychology. Sometimes we prefer a bad ending to no ending at all. People want conclusions, even when they hurt. And that is why, centuries later, the memory of medieval duels still fascinates. They were not just fights. They were a mirror held up to human nature, showing how far people will go to protect pride, how much pain they will accept for the illusion of justice, and how communities can turn blood into spectacle. The duel lived beyond the clash of weapons, woven into memory, myth, and morality, teaching lessons that were rarely learned but always repeated. The stage might have been a muddy field, the weapons crude or ornate, but the drama was timeless. Life gambled for honor, and honor often leaving nothing but silence in its wake. Even when duels were cloaked in the language of law and honor, they were inseparably tied to the idea of spectacle. People did not simply stumble upon them by accident, they flocked to them with eagerness, as though watching men risk death was as essential to community life as attending mass or harvesting grain. Crowds gathered long before the combatants arrived, setting up campfires, trading gossip, and preparing themselves for the drama to unfold. Children balanced on their father's shoulders, merchants circled through with bread and ale, and entire villages turned what was supposed to be a solemn judgment into a festival of anticipation. The air vibrated with expectation, as if the justice could only be properly served when everyone had a front row seat to the bloodletting. The participants themselves could feel this hunger from the moment they stepped into the ring. Every heartbeat echoed with the awareness that their audience wanted more than truth. They wanted entertainment. The clash of swords, the sound of shields shattering, the cries of pain, all of it fed a public appetite that seemed endless. And perhaps the strangest irony is how often the duel was framed as holy, when in practice it resembled a traveling circus where the ticket price was paid in flesh. One could imagine fighters pausing to wonder whether they were there to prove innocence or simply to keep the crowd from dying of boredom. If divine justice was the headline, then human blood was the fine print nobody dared to read aloud. This tension between sacred justice and popular entertainment shaped the very rules of engagement. Judges and nobles who oversaw duels often catered to the crowd as much as to the law. They made announcements, staged ceremonies, and sometimes even prolonged fights to keep the audience satisfied. It's a reminder that even in the Middle Ages, authority bent to spectacle. The more people gasped, the more legitimate the outcome seemed. It's not so different from modern sports referees letting a game flow rather than blowing the whistle, except in this case, the stakes were not a ball in a net, but a man's life on the ground. Every duel created stories, and those stories multiplied like wildfire. A particularly brutal strike could become the talk of a region for months, a lucky escape might be retold for years, and legends sprouted from the smallest details. Troubadours sang of duels where underdogs triumphed, chroniclers scribbled accounts dripping with moral lessons, and gossip at wells turned embellishments into truth. The duel lived twice, once in mud and blood, and again in words and songs. And just like today's viral videos, it didn't matter whether the retelling matched reality. What mattered was how people felt when they heard it. If it made them laugh, gasp, or shudder, then the story had served its purpose. But there was also cruelty in this hunger for spectacle. The crowd cheered louder when blows landed hard. They leaned in when fighters stumbled, and they erupted with joy at the sight of blood. Pain became currency. Suffering became performance. It's unsettling to think of children clapping while a man gasped his last breath, yet that was the reality of many duels. In a society where entertainment options were limited, violence filled the gap. And maybe that's the uncomfortable truth. We haven't really changed. People today devour crime dramas and action films, revel in slow-motion replays of sports injuries, and binge reality shows that thrive on humiliation. The packaging has changed, but the appetite has not. The duel also exposed the strange duality of human morality. On one hand, the fight was supposed to reveal truth and deliver justice. On the other, the crowd treated it like theater, their cheers echoing across fields as though they were at a festival. It's almost comedic to imagine someone praying for divine fairness while simultaneously selling roasted chestnuts to fund their children's shoes. Humans are masters at compartmentalizing contradictions, able to demand righteousness with one hand and profit from brutality with the other. The medieval duel simply magnified this tendency, turning every fight into both a moral lesson and a carnival. Winners, despite their wounds, were sometimes paraded like champions through their villages, their names celebrated as defenders of truth. Songs immortalized their victories, banners flew, and their reputations soared. But these triumphs often masked the very real costs: broken bones, psychological scars, or a lifetime haunted by the faces of the defeated. The celebration felt hollow when nights grew silent and memories crept in. And yet, the community clung to the image of the noble victor because it fit the story they needed to believe: that honor had triumphed, that justice had been served, and that their society was righteous. The reality, of course, was far more complicated. Defeats, on the other hand, became cautionary tales. The man who fell was not just unlucky or outmatched. He was branded guilty, his loss interpreted as proof of sin or dishonor. Families bore the weight of this shame. Neighbors whispered behind their backs, and reputations crumbled like old stone walls. The defeated man's story was often told with relish, his mistakes exaggerated, his final moments painted as cowardly. Communities found comfort in these narratives because they reinforced the illusion that justice had prevailed. If someone lost, it had to mean they deserved it. After all, admitting otherwise would unravel the entire system. And so duels continued, fueled not only by disputes and pride, but by the insatiable appetite for stories, for closure, and for the collective thrill of watching fate unfold in front of a roaring crowd. They stitched themselves into the rhythm of life, reminders that, in the medieval world, truth was rarely discovered in quiet reflection or careful judgment. Instead, it was shouted into being by spectators, sanctified by priests, and etched in blood on muddy fields. The duel became less about two men and more about the community's need to believe in something larger than themselves, even if that belief came dressed in steel, sweat, and screams. The enduring fascination with these brutal encounters lies not only in their violence, but in what they reveal about us. Strip away the armor, the swords, and the rituals, and what you see is a mirror reflecting human nature's most persistent desires: the need for recognition, the obsession with honor, the hunger for spectacle, and the desperate craving for meaning and suffering. The medieval duel was never just a fight. It was a stage where pride, fear, and faith collided, leaving behind stories that still make us shiver and laugh at our own contradictions. And maybe that's why we can't look away, because deep down we recognize ourselves in those muddy arenas, still willing to risk everything for the illusion of justice and the applause of a crowd. The fascination with duels lingered because they weren't simply violent contests, they were layered performances where ritual, fear, and belief mixed into something that felt bigger than life. Before the first strike, the atmosphere itself was already thick with tension. Combatants didn't just march onto a field like brawlers in a tavern fight. They were often led in with ceremony, surrounded by solemn silence or wild cheering depending on the occasion. The challenge had already been issued, the insults already burned into memory, and now all that remained was the public act of proving who would carry honor forward and who would collapse into mud. The weight of this moment was immense, because once you stood there with your weapon in hand, there was no escape without being marked forever as a coward. That fear of retreat shaped every gesture, every breath, every bead of sweat rolling under a helmet. The fighters' preparations revealed just how human they were beneath the armor. Some prayed aloud, others muttered charms under their breath, and a few, history records, actually tried bribing their way into divine favor with donations to local churches the night before. The crowd might not have seen those desperate bargains, but they sensed the nerves. Watching a man try to puff out his chest to look brave while his hands trembled on his sword hilt was a performance in itself. And really, isn't that a universal trait? We all put on a show when fear gnaws at us, whether it's a medieval knight pretending he's ready for God's judgment or someone today pretending they're not terrified before giving a speech. When the duel began, the first strike often set the tone. A clean hit sent the crowd into frenzy, while a clumsy swing sometimes triggered laughter. And yes, people laughed at duels. Imagine trying to prove your honor while slipping in the mud and hearing your entire village cackle. It's tragic and comic at the same time. But laughter didn't lessen the danger. Each swing carried the possibility of ending a life, and the audience knew it. That mix of fear and humor kept people glued to the spectacle, unable to look away, the same way modern audiences watch car crashes on TV with morbid fascination. The chaos of combat rarely followed any script. Shields broke, helmets flew off, weapons were dropped, and sometimes improvised replacements were grabbed from the ground. Chroniclers wrote of one fighter who, having lost his sword, resorted to biting his opponent's ear until blood poured down. Another tale tells of a knight who struck so wildly that he accidentally hit his own horse when the duel was on horseback. These unscripted moments are what made the stories memorable, because they stripped away the illusion of divine order and revealed raw human desperation. They reminded everyone that, no matter the rituals or prayers, at its core, the duel was still two people doing whatever it took to survive. Yet the ritual of the crowd turned even these clumsy moments into moral lessons. A man who slipped and recovered was praised for resilience. A man who panicked was mocked for weakness. In this way, the audience wasn't passive. They were active participants shaping how the duel was remembered. It's amusing to think that the same people who cheered for one man's death might also later scold their children for lying, as if shouting for blood in the morning and preaching virtue in the evening weren't contradictory. The human capacity to hold contradictions is staggering, and the medieval duel made that hypocrisy impossible to ignore. One cannot overlook the role of superstition in all of this. Fighters and spectators alike believed that omens influenced the outcome. If a crow flew overhead before the duel, whispers spread through the crowd about impending doom. If the sky cleared suddenly, it was taken as a sign of divine favor. Even the way a sword gleamed in the sun could be spun into a story of blessing or curse. It's funny how people looked for cosmic meaning in every small detail, when in reality, those details changed nothing about how sharp a blade was or how skilled an opponent might be. But perhaps that's the point. Human beings crave narratives, even in chaos, and duels were fertile ground for building them. The aftermath of these confrontations was often more shocking than the fights themselves. A victor might stand trembling, bloodied and exhausted, barely able to lift his weapon in triumph. The loser lay in the dirt, lifeless or moaning, and the crowd erupted with both cheers and prayers. And then, almost casually, people drifted back to their daily lives, tending animals, baking bread, gossiping, while a man's corpse was still cooling in the grass. That strange ability to move from horror to routine reflects something unsettling about human nature. Violence is easier to absorb when wrapped in ritual and spectacle. It makes you wonder how many of us today carry the same detachment when watching violence on screens, convincing ourselves it's different simply because it's pixels instead of flesh. The legacy of these duels lived far beyond the day they happened. Songs and poems turned fighters into heroes or villains, spreading their stories across villages and courts alike. A man who fought bravely could become a legend, his name sung for generations. Conversely, a man who stumbled or begged for mercy could be ridiculed long after his bones turned to dust. That was the true weight of duels. They were not only about survival in the moment, but about reputation echoing through time. Death was final, but shame could last longer than life. And in a society obsessed with honor, that was the ultimate punishment. The cycle repeated because people needed it to. Communities craved closure even if it came through violence. They wanted proof that justice could be seen, touched, and shouted about, rather than debated quietly in halls. And fighters, no matter how reluctant, often chose death over disgrace, because the gaze of the community weighed heavier than the swing of a sword. The tension between pride, faith, and the hunger for spectacle ensured that duels endured for centuries. They were less about truth than about belief, less about fairness than about theater, and yet they became the very stage upon which medieval society displayed its values, contradictions, and deepest fears. In the centuries when duels shaped both justice and spectacle, one of the strangest dynamics was how entire communities bent their lives around them. A duel wasn't just an isolated event between two combatants. It was a ripple that spread outward, touching everyone from the lowest servant to the highest noble. Families prepared as though for war. Neighbors whispered as though reading omens. And local lords leaned in with the anticipation of gamblers waiting for dice to fall. The fight might take only minutes, but the consequences reshaped reputations and relationships for generations. What makes this fascinating is how ordinary people internalized the outcome, as if the blade that struck down one man had also cut through the invisible fabric that bound them all together. The dueling ground itself became almost sacred in its grim way. Villages often reused the same fields, giving those places a reputation that hovered between fear and fascination. Children were warned not to play there after sunset, not because ghosts were proven to wander, but because memory itself haunted the soil. People swore they could still hear clashing steel or the groans of dying men when the wind shifted just right. Whether these were superstitions or the echoes of collective trauma didn't matter. The field was marked, and everyone treated it with a mix of reverence and dread. And isn't it curious how humans sanctify violence by wrapping it in ritual, turning Muddy Earth into something halfway between an execution ground and a theater stage? Participants carried scars beyond the visible ones. Those who survived often became symbols, their wounds displayed almost like trophies. A missing eye or a crooked arm was retold in stories as proof of endurance and bravery. Yet behind closed doors, those same wounds meant nights of pain, lost livelihoods, and an identity forever tied to one brutal moment. To the community, scars were badges of honor. To the man who bore them, they were heavy reminders that dignity had come at a steep cost. It's a bit like someone today bragging about pulling an all-nighter for work, publicly praised for dedication, privately wrecked by exhaustion. The disconnect between the myth and the reality was always there, and duels embodied it more brutally than most. The church tried to navigate this contradiction, but often fell into it themselves. Priests sometimes blessed combatants before duels, as though God were a referee overseeing the match. Then the same priests might preach the following Sunday about the sinfulness of bloodshed. This double standard baffled no one, because it matched the general hypocrisy of the age. People wanted divine approval without giving up their taste for violence. It's oddly reminiscent of modern fans who pray their team wins on Sunday, and then curse the heavens when the referee makes a bad call. Faith, when tangled with entertainment, creates rituals that are hard to untangle, and medieval duels sat squarely in that tension. The nobility, of course, leveraged duels to their advantage. Lords often staged them as a way of demonstrating control over their subjects. By sanctioning a duel, they reminded everyone that authority flowed through their hands, even if they pretended it flowed from heaven. But there was a strategic element too. By letting disputes resolve themselves in combat, lords avoided messy legal entanglements that might expose their own bias or weakness. In other words, the duel was not just about honor, it was also political efficiency disguised as divine justice. It's difficult not to smirk at the thought of medieval nobles outsourcing conflict resolution the way we outsource customer service today. Except, instead of a call center, it was two men hacking at each other until only one stood. The economic side of duels also cannot be ignored. Armor, weapons, and training cost money, and wealthier combatants almost always had the upper hand. While divine judgment was the official excuse, the reality was that privilege tilted the battlefield. Yet the myth of fairness persisted, because every once in a while the underdog won. Those rare victories, peasants toppling armored knights, became legends that people clung to, fueling hope that justice wasn't entirely blind. It's the same reason modern audiences adore underdog sports stories, even though statistics show the richer teams usually dominate. The illusion of fairness is powerful, and medieval society was eager to keep it alive, no matter how often reality contradicted it. Spectators played their role with almost frightening enthusiasm. They weren't just witnesses, they were the pulse that kept the duel alive. Their cheers could embolden a fighter, their silence could rattle him, and their judgment afterward determined whether he was remembered as a hero or a disgrace. Communities might even bet livestock, tools, or food on outcomes, turning the duel into an economic gamble as much as a moral one. And here lies a darker humor. While two men risked their lives to preserve honor, half the audience was essentially running a medieval version of a betting pool, wagering chickens and loaves of bread on who would fall first. Perhaps honor was sacred, but side hustles clearly were too. Over time, the repetition of these events turned them into cultural anchors. They seeped into stories, ballads, and even legal traditions. Chroniclers romanticized duels as moments of divine clarity, while commoners retold them as gossip sprinkled with exaggeration. Each retelling blurred the line between fact and myth, until duels became not just events, but symbols. They symbolized justice, yes, but also pride, violence, and humanity's never-ending obsession with watching struggle unfold. And that's why they survived so long. They didn't just settle disputes, they fed imagination. The true irony is that even as societies began to realize how destructive duels were, they couldn't let them go. The allure was too strong, the need for spectacle too ingrained. Laws were rewritten, punishments introduced, and still people found ways to keep duels alive in hidden fields or behind castle walls. The persistence of this practice says less about medieval law than it does about human craving. When stripped to its essence, the duel wasn't about honor or even justice. It was about meaning. People wanted the reassurance that suffering had purpose, that violence could reveal truth, and that chaos could be staged into a story. That craving hasn't gone away. It's only found new costumes. And so, centuries later, when we look back at medieval duels, what captivates us isn't just the clang of weapons or the brutality of the fights. It's the reflection of ourselves, the recognition that deep down we still yearn for the same things: closure, spectacle, heroes, villains, and the illusion that fate has a clear winner. The duel may have faded from fields and castles, but it lingers in the stories we tell, the games we watch, and the quiet ways we still gamble pride against consequence. One of the most striking things about medieval duels was how much people trusted in forces they couldn't see. The clash of swords and the roar of the crowd were real enough, but beneath the steel and sweat lay an invisible scaffolding of superstition. Men who stepped onto the field didn't simply rely on training, they carried charms, whispered incantations, and clung to rituals that gave them a sense of control in a world where control was scarce. A scrap of cloth blessed by a priest, a pouch of herbs tied inside the tunic, or even a coin tucked into a boot could be enough to convince a fighter that luck stood on his side. And really, who can blame them? If you were about to risk your life in front of half your village, wouldn't you want every scrap of advantage you could get, even if it came from the local wise woman's questionable concoction? Omens colored every detail of the duel. The way the sun rose that morning, the pattern of clouds, the sudden flight of birds overhead, all of these were read like messages from the heavens. If a raven croaked before the fight, some took it as a sign of doom. If the ground was muddy, it was said to favor the heavier man, as though nature itself had chosen a side. These interpretations gave the duel an air of cosmic theater, as if the fighters weren't just men but instruments in a play directed by fate. Of course, the outcome usually had less to do with omens and more to do with who had sharper steel or stronger arms, but belief is a powerful thing. It's not so different from modern athletes who refuse to shave before a match or wear the same lucky socks for an entire season, even if the socks are practically walking away on their own. The irony was that superstition often dictated behavior as much as skill. Some duelists delayed fights because the stars weren't in proper alignment, while others flat out refused to fight on certain days considered unlucky. Imagine showing up ready to settle your dispute, only to be told, "Sorry, can't fight today. Mars is in the wrong house." It sounds absurd, yet entire communities accepted these delays as legitimate. In a way, superstition was both shield and sword. It offered excuses, bought time, and let people believe that losing wasn't always about weakness, but about cosmic forces stacked against them. That made failure easier to swallow because how could you blame yourself if the planets had already decided your fate? And yet, these beliefs weren't just about comfort. They shaped tactics. Fighters sometimes entered the field with talismans sewn into their clothing, convinced that they would turn blades or soften blows. There are even accounts of men smearing themselves with potions to ward off harm, which probably smelled so foul that their opponents kept their distance anyway. Others carried relics of saints, hoping divine power would tilt the fight. In one recorded case, a man swore he survived a crushing blow only because he had tucked a splinter of the true cross into his boot. Whether or not that was true didn't matter. People believed it, and that belief only deepened the link between religion, superstition, and combat. The crowd, of course, fed into this atmosphere. Spectators whispered predictions based on omens they thought they had seen. A dog howling in the distance, a sudden gust of wind, the way one fighter stumbled while stepping onto the field. These whispers spread like wildfire, shaping expectations before the duel had even begun. And when the outcome matched the omen, the crowd erupted in knowing nods and smug declarations of, "I told you so." It didn't matter that dozens of omens went unfulfilled. The one that matched became truth, retold in stories for years. Humans are excellent at selective memory, and medieval villagers were no different. They cherry-picked the details that made their world feel ordered, even when it was chaotic. This blending of ritual and combat also shows something profoundly human, our refusal to accept randomness. Medieval people lived in a world where disease struck without warning, harvest failed despite hard work, and wars erupted over distant quarrels. The duel became a microcosm of that uncertainty, but superstition turned chaos into something that felt meaningful. Every prayer, every charm, every sign read in the clouds made people feel that fate wasn't arbitrary, that some grand design explained why one man fell and another survived. It was less about actual magic and more about storytelling, a way to cope with the brutality of life by weaving it into a narrative of destiny. Yet superstition also carried dark undertones. Fighters accused of witchcraft or sorcery were sometimes believed to cheat duels by summoning unnatural strength or blinding their opponents. Whisper campaigns could destroy reputations before a sword was even drawn, and accusations of using black magic might follow survivors long after the fight. Communities both craved and feared the idea that hidden forces influenced duels because it meant victory might not come from skill alone, but from alliances with powers no one dared to name. It added a layer of dread to the spectacle, as though every duel was also a battle between visible and invisible worlds. The persistence of these beliefs might seem naive now, but they echo in our own time more than we'd like to admit. We may not tuck relics into our shoes before a duel, but how many people carry lucky charms, avoid walking under ladders, or hesitate when Friday the 13th rolls around? The medieval duel simply magnified this instinct, placing it in the spotlight, where life and death depended on it. And perhaps the most revealing part is how much the audience played along. They wanted to believe omens were real, because it made the fight more than just bloodshed. It made it a moral drama written by heaven itself. That is why superstition wasn't just background noise. It was the invisible script that gave duels their aura of inevitability. Without it, the fight was merely two men with weapons. With it, the duel became a cosmic event, a revelation of truth woven into every swing of the sword and every cry of pain. People needed that illusion as much as the fighters did, because it turned suffering into meaning. And in the end, that hunger for meaning kept the duel alive long after reason might have killed it, ensuring that even in defeat, people could tell themselves the outcome was never random but written in the stars. Ferocity was not an accident in medieval duels. It was the very core of what made them terrifying and unforgettable. Once the combat began, restraint evaporated, replaced by an urgency that bordered on animalistic. Blades weren't swung with precision so much as with the desperate force of men who knew one missed strike could mean the end of everything. A sword might glance off armor with a metallic shriek, only to leave bones rattling underneath. Axes could split shields in half with a single blow, splinters flying into the air like sparks from a fire. And yet, for all the brutality, the duel was still framed as a test of divine justice. It's hard not to laugh at the irony. Two men trying to prove God's will by smashing each other's teeth out. If heaven had truly been watching, it must have had a very dark sense of humor. The violence left behind more than scars. It altered bodies permanently. Men emerged from duels, missing fingers, blinded in one eye, limping from shattered knees. These weren't minor inconveniences in a society where physical labor meant survival. A missing hand didn't just mean you couldn't wield a sword anymore. It meant plowing fields, crafting tools, or even feeding yourself became a daily struggle. Yet these injuries were worn as proof of courage. A man might hobble into a tavern, raise his mangled arm, and be hailed as honorable. The same people who admired his bravery probably also whispered behind his back about how useless he had become. It's the classic contradiction. Society glorifies sacrifice, but rarely makes life easier for those who've paid the price. The crowd fed on the spectacle of suffering. The more grotesque the injury, the louder the gasps and cheers. Bones cracking, blood spraying, a helmet dented into a skull. These moments became theater, each one seared into memory. Chroniclers describe audiences surging forward to catch a better glimpse, as if proof of justice could only be confirmed by seeing the blood up close. Imagine people elbowing each other to witness a man's leg twisted at an impossible angle, muttering that such agony surely proved guilt. It's disturbing and comical at once because it shows how easily people mistake violence for clarity. In their eyes, pain equaled truth, as though God signed his verdict in blood rather than ink. And yet, the most chilling part is how normalized it all became. Duels were not freak accidents or rare spectacles. They were woven into the rhythm of life. Everyone knew someone who had fought, or someone who had died, or someone who bore the scars. For children growing up, the sight of men bleeding in the mud was as ordinary as watching livestock slaughtered for food. Violence was a language everyone spoke, even if no one liked to admit it. It shaped values, expectations, and even humor. Jokes about cowardice or clumsiness often carried undertones of dueling failures, proof that the shadow of these fights stretched far beyond the field itself. Weapons themselves carried stories of cruelty. Some swords were designed to pierce gaps in armor, others to crush bone through layers of steel. The mace, heavy and blunt, was a favorite for its sheer ability to reduce opponents to trembling wrecks in a matter of minutes. And then there was the poleaxe, which combined the functions of spear, axe, and hammer, a multi-tool of medieval mayhem. Owning such a weapon wasn't just about effectiveness, it was about sending a message. If you walked onto the field with a poleaxe, you weren't there for elegance. You were there to break a man's body in the most complete way possible. It's not hard to imagine the crowd whispering in awe and fear, knowing they were about to witness something spectacularly gruesome. Even the techniques of fighting leaned toward cruelty. Manuals from the period describe eye gouging, joint locking, and attacks specifically aimed at crippling rather than killing. Fighters stomped on hands to disarm opponents, smashed pommels into faces, and used the weight of their armor to suffocate men pinned in the mud. The line between fair play and savagery was razor thin, and often non-existent. Honor may have been the excuse, but survival was the rule. If pulling your opponent's helmet off and smashing his head into the ground gave you an advantage, then by all means, it was considered acceptable. It's oddly reminiscent of playground fights today, where children scream about rules, only for the fight to descend into scratching and hair-pulling within seconds. Humans, it seems, are experts at inventing codes of honor and then breaking them the moment things get desperate. The long-term toll of duels was staggering. Many survivors became living reminders of violence, men who could no longer farm, hunt, or defend their families. Some sank into poverty, others relied on charity, while a few were supported by lords who wanted their loyalty in return. But for every celebrated survivor, there were countless forgotten ones who faded into obscurity, remembered only as broken men who once stood in the arena. Their stories rarely made it into the songs of troubadours, because tales of limping widowers didn't stir the same excitement as glorious victories. Yet those stories existed in every village, quiet testimonies to the real cost of a system that glorified honor over human well-being. The ferocity of duels also spilled into broader society. Feuds between families sometimes erupted because of disputed outcomes, and entire regions could be destabilized by the resentment left behind. A duel that ended in a controversial strike might spark whispers of cheating, poisoning, or foul play. These whispers turned into accusations, accusations into grudges, and grudges into vendettas. Instead of settling disputes, duels often planted seeds for bigger conflicts. In trying to close one wound, communities created many more, proving that violence rarely offers the clean endings people hope for. It's like using fire to put out a fire. You may feel decisive in the moment, but you'll probably just burn the whole house down. And still, despite all this cruelty, people craved the duel. The brutality gave them stories to tell, lessons to pass on, and legends to hold on to. The man who fought valiantly but died became a martyr for honor. The man who survived became a symbol of divine favor, and the man who lost cowardly became a moral warning. Each role fed the community's hunger for meaning, even when reality was messy and arbitrary. The ferocity of duels made them unforgettable, and that unforgettable nature is what ensured they endured for centuries. In the end, the spectacle wasn't about fairness or even justice. It was about giving violence a stage, turning suffering into a script, and convincing everyone that pain could reveal truth. And perhaps the most unsettling part is that people believed it, because believing was easier than admitting that sometimes a duel was nothing more than two desperate men cutting each other down in the mud while the world cheered. The duel was never just a private affair. It was staged in the open, and the presence of spectators transformed it into something greater than the sum of two men's rage. From the moment a fight was announced, anticipation rippled through towns and villages. People left their work early, stalls in the market closed, and entire families made their way to the chosen ground as if heading to a festival. The duel was brutal justice, but it was also theater, a chance for people who lived lives of repetition, plowing, weaving, fetching water, to see drama unfold before their eyes. In a world without plays on television or movies at the corner, a duel was both courtroom and cinema. Vendors often saw opportunity in the carnage. Ale, bread, roasted meat. These were hawked to the crowds as though the duel were a feast rather than a trial. People drank, laughed, and gossiped as if they were at a fair, waiting for the first clang of steel to punctuate their chatter. Children squirmed with excitement, hoping for a view of knights locked in deadly combat, while older men leaned on staffs and muttered predictions about who would fall first. The stage was charged with energy, not unlike a modern stadium before kickoff, except here, the final score might be carved into flesh rather than inked onto a scoreboard. What made these spectacles so intoxicating was not only the violence, but the sense of shared witness. To watch a duel was to be part of something larger than yourself, a collective moment that turned private disputes into public memory. Long after the fight ended, villagers would recall where they stood when one man's sword broke, or how they gasped when another stumbled into the mud. Each spectator became part of the story, a living archive who carried the tale into taverns, markets, and eventually into legend. The duel didn't just belong to the fighters, it belonged to everyone who saw it, a memory people clung to with pride, as though being present made them co-owners of the truth. Of course, truth was slippery. Once the dust settled, every spectator swore they had seen the decisive blow differently. One claimed divine intervention guided the victor's sword, another insisted it was pure luck, and a third swore the loser slipped on a patch of grass. Human memory, already unreliable, became twisted by the need to make sense of chaos. These contradictory accounts filled songs and chronicles, turning simple duels into elaborate tales of destiny. And in that way, the duel became more than an event. It became a myth-making machine, producing stories that fed communities long after the fighters were gone. The cheering crowd also shaped the tempo of the combat itself. Fighters could feel the audience's hunger, and many admitted in chronicles that they pushed harder, risked bolder strikes, simply to hear the roar of approval. The duel was meant to be divine judgment, yet it often turned into performance where a man fought not just for his life, but for applause. It's a reminder that the human craving for recognition is timeless. Medieval fighters weren't so different from modern athletes who pump their fists after a goal. They wanted to be remembered, to be cheered, to matter. The tragedy, of course, was that one man's standing ovation was another man's funeral. The social dimension of duels meant they served purposes far beyond the courtroom. Lords used them as opportunities to display authority, standing on platforms above the field, ensuring their subjects saw who sanctioned justice. Troubadours found inspiration in the fights, weaving them into ballads that carried the stories across lands. Merchants used the gatherings to strike deals, knowing the duel would draw crowds from neighboring villages. In a way, the duel was a medieval marketplace of blood and business, where justice, entertainment, and commerce intersected. It's unsettling to realize that death itself became an economy, fueling transactions and stories alike. Spectacle also brought with it the thrill of unpredictability. People flocked to see whether the wealthy knight with gleaming armor would triumph, or whether the underdog would somehow snatch victory. Every duel dangled the possibility of surprise, and audiences adored it. That hunger for the unexpected hasn't left us. We see it today in the way fans erupt when the weaker team defeats the champion, or when a boxing match ends in an unlikely knockout. The medieval duel was the original upset story, told in real time, with consequences too permanent to rewrite. For children growing up, these spectacles left lasting impressions. A boy might see his father or uncle fight and either be filled with admiration or haunted by fear. A girl might watch a neighbor fall and later carry the tale into her marriage, recounting the moment as proof of her family's honor or shame. These impressions became part of the community's cultural inheritance, shaping values of courage, resilience, and loyalty. But they also normalized violence in a way that left no one untouched. When children cheer while watching men bleed, it tells you something about how deeply violence was woven into everyday medieval life. And yet, for all its brutality, the duel's spectacle served as a release valve for tensions. Communities riddled with disputes could channel their conflicts into a single event, then go home believing justice had been served. The roar of the crowd, the finality of a body collapsing into mud, offered closure people craved. Whether it was fair or not mattered less than the fact that it ended the uncertainty. Watching it together reinforced the belief that order had been restored, even if the truth was messier than anyone wanted to admit. This is why duels endured for centuries despite their savagery. They weren't simply about two men proving honor, they were about the collective gaze, the shared hunger for drama, and the transformation of blood into story. The crowd made the duel, and the duel made the crowd. Without the spectators, it would have been just another fight. With them, it became a ritual of justice, theater, and memory that outlived the fighters themselves. And that paradox, violence elevated into spectacle, is what ensured duels would never be forgotten, even when their echoes still haunt us in different forms today. Among the many strange customs of medieval society, one of the most striking was how duels blurred the line between solemn ritual and unrestrained chaos. For every moment of blood and steel, there were layers of ceremony that gave these violent encounters an air of legitimacy, as if the killing needed to be dressed up in sacred robes before anyone could stomach it. Combatants didn't simply storm into a field with weapons raised. They were often marched in with formalities, like actors before the start of a grim play. Oaths were sworn, judges or nobles presided, and in some cases the duel began with a priest blessing the fighters, as though sprinkling holy water could transform slaughter into divine justice. It's almost comic to imagine a priest solemnly praying for God's will, then stepping aside so two men could proceed to bash each other's heads in with axes. The rituals gave weight to the event, but they also gave people the illusion that fairness was possible. By codifying the fight with rules and overseers, the community could pretend that honor, not brute force, was on trial. Yet once the weapons clashed, all rules blurred, because survival rarely cared about ceremony. Manuals might dictate how many blows were allowed or whether surrender should be honored, but the reality in the mud was far less elegant. If a man sensed victory within reach, he rarely stopped to check the fine print of honor codes. It was one of those moments where theory and practice never quite aligned, and everyone knew it, though few admitted it aloud. And the truth is, the rituals weren't just about fighters, they were about the audience too. These ceremonies fed the community's craving for structure. A fight without rules would feel barbaric, but a fight wrapped in ritual felt meaningful. It reassured people that their society wasn't descending into chaos, even if the scene before them was a whirlwind of blood and screaming. Humans, after all, are experts at packaging brutality in a way that makes it palatable. We still do it today. Uniforms, referees, trophies. Modern sports are sanitized battles where we pretend order governs chaos. The medieval duel simply took the same instinct and applied it to death itself. Part of that structure also came from the spaces where duels were fought. Designated fields or enclosures were often prepared, complete with barriers to keep the crowd from interfering. These places became stages of justice invested with symbolism that lingered long after the fight ended. Returning to a duel ground days later, villagers might whisper about the blood spilled there, the honor lost, or the miracle of survival. In some regions, permanent enclosures were built specifically for judicial combat, turning disputes into something like scheduled performances. It's strange to think about how entire communities invested time and resources into building arenas not for sports or celebrations, but for legal death matches sanctioned by faith and law alike. What fascinates is how the duel simultaneously unified and divided communities. On the surface, the spectacle brought people together, giving them a shared experience to witness and retell. Yet beneath that, tensions often deepened. Families of winners basked in admiration, while families of losers lived in shame, and grudges simmered between them. A single fight could forge legends or ignite feuds that stretched across generations. The duel was both a glue and a wedge, binding communities with stories while splitting them with scars. And here lies another irony. The very practice designed to resolve disputes often birthed new ones, proving once more that human beings excel at complicating the very systems meant to simplify their lives. But perhaps the most revealing aspect of these rituals was how much they reflected medieval anxieties about truth. In a world where evidence was scarce and literacy rare, how else could people prove who was right? Witness testimony could be bribed, documents forged, rumors twisted, but a duel, they thought, was incorruptible. It was raw, undeniable, impossible to fake. If God let you win, you were innocent. If you fell, you were guilty. Simple, direct, and catastrophically wrong. It's almost funny, if it weren't so tragic, how a society desperate for clarity placed its faith in the randomness of combat. Imagine deciding a property dispute today by throwing two men in a cage and seeing who walks out. People would laugh it off as madness. Yet for centuries, that was the bedrock of justice. The rituals also reveal something about the human appetite for closure. People didn't want endless debates or legal gray areas. They wanted answers, even if they came wrapped in violence. Watching a duel end in victory and defeat gave the community a sense that order had been restored, that uncertainty had been silenced. This hunger for definitive endings still drives us today. We prefer bad conclusions over none, prefer clean narratives over messy realities. The medieval duel was simply an extreme expression of that need, a ritual that turned doubt into certainty, no matter how unfair the certainty might be. And in that certainty lay the true power of the duel. By wrapping savagery in ceremony, communities convinced themselves they were witnessing divine truth rather than human bloodlust. The rituals didn't erase the violence, they disguised it, made it acceptable, even sacred. That disguise was what kept people coming back, what allowed duels to persist for centuries, and what still lingers in our fascination with them today. Because beneath the armor, the oaths, and the prayers, the duel was always a reflection of us, creatures desperate for meaning, willing to believe almost anything if it turns chaos into a story we can carry home. The chronicles of medieval duels often read like grim theater, but they were written with pens dipped in as much bias as ink. Chroniclers, poets, and troubadours were not neutral observers, they were storytellers, and storytellers never resist the urge to embellish. A duel that might have lasted minutes in a muddy field became, in their accounts, a clash of titans, a cosmic struggle where every swing of the sword carried the weight of destiny. The loser was painted as treacherous, the winner as noble, and the blood that stained the ground was transformed into a sign of divine justice. It's remarkable how easily humans can turn chaos into narrative, as though violence without meaning is intolerable, so we dress it up in words to make it palatable. Take, for instance, the way chroniclers leaned into symbolism. If a man slipped on wet grass, it wasn't just clumsiness, it was a metaphor for his moral weakness. If his opponent's sword broke, it was God testing his resilience. Reality rarely had room to breathe in these accounts, because truth alone was rarely satisfying. People wanted lessons, morals, and drama, so writers delivered. Imagine if today's sports journalists wrote with the same flair. A striker missing a penalty kick wouldn't just be a mistake, it would be proof that fate had abandoned him, and the ball rolling past the post would be framed as divine judgment. The medieval pen thrived on turning accidents into allegories. The role of the troubadours amplified this even further. These traveling musicians took dueling tales from town to town, crafting ballads that entertained and instructed. Their songs often exaggerated bravery, turning men into legends that their grandchildren could boast about. A minor victory against a poorly armed opponent might be sung as though it were the stuff of epic poetry. And here lies the comedic twist. The very people who had actually witnessed the duel might stand in the tavern listening to the song and mutter, "That's not how it happened." But no one corrected the tale, because myths are always more useful than messy truths. People prefer a story they can pass down to one that fizzles into silence. Even the church's scribes contributed to this myth-making, despite their frequent condemnations of duels. Many clerics recorded the outcomes with moralizing commentary, using duels as cautionary tales about sin, pride, or divine justice. The irony is delicious. They condemned the violence, yet they preserved the memory of it in ink, ensuring that stories of gore and spectacle outlived the men themselves. It's a bit like someone publicly decrying violent films while secretly watching every blockbuster. They disapprove in principle, but they can't resist the pull of the story. The exaggeration of duel narratives served political ends too. Nobles ensured their victories were chronicled in ways that glorified their houses, while defeats were minimized, rephrased, or erased. Chronicles were as much propaganda as they were history. If you were a lord who triumphed in combat, you wanted the record to show that your victory was not just strength, but divine endorsement of your rule. A duel was never just personal. It was woven into the fabric of dynastic politics, where reputation could determine alliances and survival. One well-written account could elevate a family's status, while one poorly told story could drag it into ridicule. The storytellers didn't only dwell on the fighters themselves, they loved to dramatize the reactions of the crowd. Gasps became roars, faint whispers became thunderous chants, and the collective gasp at a death blow was amplified into something cosmic. It wasn't enough for a man to die. He had to die in a way that audiences centuries later could feel in their bones. Chroniclers made sure of that. And in doing so, they also captured something true about human psychology. People want to feel they were part of history, even if it means exaggerating their own role in it. That tendency hasn't disappeared. You can see it every time someone says, "I was there," about a famous game or concert, conveniently forgetting they were in the nosebleed seats. But the most curious thing about these narratives is how they blurred the line between justice and entertainment. In writing about duels, chroniclers often tried to teach moral lessons, but what readers remembered were the dramatic details, the sound of armor crunching, the river of blood, the last defiant words of the defeated. The intended sermon got lost beneath the spectacle, proving once more that humans are wired to remember drama over doctrine. If you tell someone a story with a moral, but include a gory twist, you can bet the twist is what sticks. The medieval writers probably knew this, but they kept feeding the appetite anyway, because nothing ensures survival of a story like making it shocking. Even today, historians struggle to separate fact from embellishment. Many of the most famous duels survive in accounts written decades later by people who weren't even there. These secondhand stories were stitched together from rumors, ballads, and political agendas, leaving us with more myth than record. Yet perhaps that is fitting, because duels were never just about truth. They were about creating meaning from violence, and meaning thrives in the soil of myth. The very uncertainty of these stories makes them magnetic, pulling us into a past that feels larger than life precisely because it was written to be larger than life. And so, the chroniclers succeeded, not in preserving reality, but in preserving fascination. Their words made sure duels would never fade into the mud where they began. Instead, they were elevated, dramatized, and passed on as proof that even the most brutal acts could be woven into culture. What began as two men locked in mortal combat ended as poetry, propaganda, and legend, carrying forward the echoes of violence in a form that people still lean toward centuries later. And perhaps that's the ultimate testament to the duel's strange power. The blade may have rusted, but the story refuses to die. In the world of medieval duels, the role of the knight loomed larger than life. Knights were not just combatants. They were the embodiment of ideals that society wanted to believe in: courage, loyalty, faith, and above all, honor. Yet peel back the polished armor and poetic songs, and you often found men as flawed, fearful, and desperate as anyone else. The duel offered them a stage where these contradictions played out in raw form. To win was to confirm the legend of knighthood. To lose was to unravel it. And what made it so captivating was that every clash of steel carried not only personal stakes, but the weight of an entire social class's reputation. Knighthood wrapped itself in the chivalric code, a set of values meant to elevate violence into virtue. Knights were supposed to fight bravely, respect their opponents, and honor the rules of combat. In theory, it was a moral compass. In practice, it often bent under pressure. If gouging an eye or stomping a hand meant survival, many knights did so without hesitation. Chroniclers, of course, usually omitted those messy details, preferring to describe gleaming armor and noble strikes. It's like reading a resume where someone lists excellent teamwork skills, but forgets to mention they once punched a coworker over the last piece of cake. The ideal and their reality rarely matched, but people clung to the ideal because it made the bloodshed easier to admire. Training played a key role in separating knights from common fighters. From boyhood, They were drilled in horsemanship, swordplay, and the etiquette of combat. Their bodies became instruments of violence honed for moments exactly like the duel. Yet even with all that preparation, fear was never absent. Imagine knowing that decades of training might collapse with a single misstep in front of a jeering crowd. That pressure could paralyze or drive men to swing with reckless abandon. And the truth is, for every knight who embodied grace in combat, there was another who stumbled, fumbled, or panicked. The difference was that one became legend, while the other was quietly forgotten, erased from memory because failure didn't fit the story people wanted to tell. Armor added to the spectacle, transforming knights into walking fortresses, chainmail, plate, visors polished until they gleamed. These weren't just tools of protection, they were symbols of wealth and prestige. A knight in shining armor inspired awe before even lifting a blade, a psychological edge against opponents. But that same armor was heavy, cumbersome, and often unbearably hot. Knights sometimes collapsed from exhaustion long before their enemies' weapons reached them. There's a strange humor in imagining a man who spent a fortune on the finest armor, only to end up gasping like a fish inside a metal oven. The duel reminded everyone that appearances mattered, but biology always had the final say. Weapons, too, carried symbolism beyond their killing power. The sword was not just a blade, it was a statement of identity, tied to oaths, ceremonies, and legends of kings and saints. A knight drawing his sword for a duel was not merely preparing to strike, he was stepping into a tradition that defined his place in the world. Yet swords were expensive, and not all knights wielded the same quality of steel. Some carried blades that had been reforged too many times, their edges brittle, their balance poor. Others arrived with weapons blessed in ceremonies, as if sanctified iron could better split a skull. This obsession with symbolism reveals something deeply human. We never accept violence at face value. We dress it in meaning to make it bearable. Knights also carried the burden of representing their lords, families, and lands. A duel was never purely personal. It was political. Defeat could humiliate an entire lineage, stain a noble house, and weaken alliances. Victory, on the other hand, could elevate a family's reputation for decades. In this sense, the knight in the duel was not only fighting for himself, but for generations past and future. The weight of ancestry and legacy pressed down as heavily as the steel armor he wore. And yet, despite this crushing responsibility, knights still made mistakes, still tripped in the mud, still swung and missed. It's comforting, in a way, to remember that even icons of chivalry had clumsy moments that no ballad dared to include. The presence of knights also shaped how crowds perceived duels. When commoners fought, it was seen as gritty justice, necessary but unremarkable. When knights fought, it became theater of the highest order. Nobles watched with sharp interest, commoners gawked in awe, and troubadours sharpened their quills in anticipation of a tale worth retelling. The aura of knighthood elevated the duel into something grander, even when the reality was two sweaty men grunting and stumbling under heavy armor. The gap between perception and reality was wide, but perception is what lived on in memory. Yet the code of chivalry that knights carried into duels sometimes backfired. Mercy could be mistaken for weakness, hesitation could cost a life, and excessive pride could blind a fighter to danger. Many knights learned the hard way that honor alone didn't stop blades from cutting. There's a certain irony in imagining a knight refusing to strike a dishonorable blow, only to be immediately killed by an opponent who had no such reservations. The duel was ruthless in its honesty. Ideals might inspire, but they rarely shielded flesh. Still, society clung to those ideals because they needed heroes more than they needed accuracy. Even in defeat, knights shaped the culture of duels. A nobleman falling in combat was never just a man losing a fight. It was framed as tragedy, as divine judgment, as a story to be told. Songs elevated his final moments, chroniclers softened the humiliation, and legends grew around his death. This treatment contrasted sharply with the fate of commoners, who often vanished from memory after defeat. It's a reminder that history has always been selective, preferring to preserve the stories of those in armor while letting others rot in silence. And through all of this, the knightly duel left behind a paradox that lingers in fascination. Knights embodied both the brutality of violence and the beauty of ideals. They were symbols of nobility drenched in mud, heroes who often acted like desperate men, champions of codes they couldn't always follow. Their duels were not just clashes of steel, but clashes between reality and imagination, between the messy truth of survival and the polished myth of honor. That tension is what made knightly duels unforgettable, because every fight carried the unspoken question. Were these men truly paragons of virtue, or just bloodied actors in a play society demanded to see? One of the most fascinating aspects of medieval duels is how they crept beyond the battlefield and into the legal fabric of society. They weren't just contests of honor, they were courtroom procedures with swords. Imagine standing accused of theft or slander, and instead of a lawyer defending your case, you were handed a weapon and told to let God sort it out. The duel was law in motion, a trial where evidence mattered less than endurance, and testimony was delivered in the form of bruises and blood. The idea was simple. Truth would reveal itself through combat, but simplicity doesn't always equal fairness. and the results often exposed how much people wanted resolution, no matter how twisted the method. Lords and magistrates leaned on the system because it saved them from long, complicated disputes. Why spend months gathering witnesses when two angry men were willing to hack each other apart for everyone's entertainment? In a society with limited resources, the duel was efficient. Brutal, yes, but efficient. And efficiency has always seduced humans, hasn't it? Even today, we value speed over depth, scrolling through headlines rather than reading entire stories, choosing fast food over meals that take time. Medieval justice wasn't so different. Instead of poring over facts, it threw men into mud with weapons and called the result truth. But this judicial reliance on duels created bizarre consequences. Wealthier men, armed with superior weapons and armor, were more likely to win. Their victories were interpreted as proof of innocence, when in fact they might just have had deeper pockets. It was divine justice on paper, economic advantage in practice. The poor fought with less protection, fewer resources, and sometimes no training at all. Yet when they lost, it was read as guilt rather than inequality. It's almost comic in its cruelty, like staging a boxing match between a seasoned athlete and a farmer, then declaring the farmer guilty of all charges when he collapsed in the first round. Even when victories came to the poor, they became stories of miracle rather than fairness. Chroniclers loved tales of underdogs who triumphed against armored knights, painting them as proof that God truly intervened. These stories fed the myth of duels as impartial, heavenly guided justice. But the fact that such stories were celebrated shows how rare they actually were. People clung to exceptions because they wanted to believe in a system that comforted them, even as it crushed the many to glorify the few. This need for belief reveals something deeply human. We prefer flawed systems with meaning to fair systems that lack drama. The legal framing of duels also carried peculiar formalities. Rituals like oaths, sworn on relics, public declarations of innocence in the presence of judges turned the duel into a blend of trial and theater. If you imagine a modern courtroom where the jury cheers, the judge blesses the fighters, and the defendant ends up face first in the dirt, you're not far off from the medieval vision of justice. And perhaps the strangest part is that people truly trusted the outcome. Communities felt that when a man fell in combat, the case was settled beyond doubt. There were no appeals, no reviews, no re-examinations. The sword had spoken, and society nodded in agreement. This reliance on combat for truth also influenced how disputes were perceived before they even reached the field. Accusations carried more weight when the accuser was known as a strong fighter, while weaker men often hesitated to press charges at all. In other words, justice didn't just depend on guilt or innocence, it depended on muscle. Imagine living in a world where calling out your neighbor for stealing a cow meant you had to risk your life fighting him for it. How many people stayed silent out of fear? And how many wrongs were left unchallenged simply because the weaker party knew the duel would crush them? The silence of those unspoken accusations is as telling as the noise of clashing steel. Yet duels also revealed the contradictions in medieval thought. On the one hand, they were seen as holy, ordained by God to reveal truth. On the other hand, they were spectacles of brutality that left men mangled or dead. This double vision allowed society to live with the violence. People prayed for justice while betting chickens and coins on the outcome. They whispered about divine will while cheering louder for bloodier blows. The irony is so sharp you could cut yourself on it. Humans found a way to blend faith and gambling into the same ritual without batting an eye. And maybe that's not so different from today's world where people pray for blessings while buying lottery tickets in the same breath. The role of duels in law also meant they became tools of manipulation. Nobles could use them to intimidate rivals, challenging those they knew were weaker under the guise of seeking truth. Some even manipulated the choice of weapons, stacking odds in their favor. Imagine being accused of lying and forced into a duel where your opponent picks the weapons and chooses a spear while you're stuck with a club. Justice? Hardly. But in the eyes of the crowd, the outcome still felt legitimate because ritual gave the illusion of fairness, and illusions are often stronger than facts. Still, for all their flaws, duels provided closure in a way other systems couldn't. A case might drag on for years if left to words, but with swords, resolution came swiftly. Communities valued that finality, even if it meant accepting unfair outcomes. It reveals a timeless truth. People often prefer decisive endings to messy truths. A wrong conclusion feels better than no conclusion at all. The duel, in all its savagery, was simply society's way of cutting through uncertainty, even if the cut left scars that never healed. And so, the duel became not only a legal instrument, but a cultural mirror, reflecting the contradictions of an age that wanted both justice and entertainment, fairness and spectacle, truth and blood. It offered answers, but answers carved in wounds, answers that silenced disputes, but amplified suffering. And even now, centuries later, the fascination lingers. Not because duels were fair, but because they show how far humans will go to dress chaos in ritual, to convince themselves that violence can speak truth, and to believe that sometimes the swing of a sword is easier to trust than the uncertainty of words. The chivalric code was supposed to be the moral skeleton holding the body of knighthood upright. Yet, in the arena of the duel, it often melted into something far more flexible. On parchment and in poetry, chivalry promised that knights would fight with honor, spare the weak, and uphold justice. In the mud of the dueling ground, however, ideals quickly gave way to the desperate urge to win. The code might say, you should never strike a man when he's down. But if your opponent stumbled face first into the dirt, were you really going to wait politely for him to get up again? That kind of courtesy was more likely to earn you a gravestone than a reputation for nobility. It's almost comical to picture a knight lecturing his squire about fairness in the morning, only to spend the afternoon kneeing an enemy in the ribs while the crowd cheered. And yet, for all its inconsistencies, the code mattered. Society needed the illusion of rules, because without them, duels would have felt like nothing more than barbaric brawls. People wanted to believe that violence could be civilized, that bloodshed could be refined into something closer to theater than slaughter. Knights carried this burden heavily, knowing that each duel was a test not just of strength, but of their ability to embody ideals larger than themselves. The paradox was sharp. If they fought too savagely, they risked being remembered as brutes. If they fought too nobly, they risked ending up dead. Chivalry demanded a balance that was almost impossible to strike, and perhaps that's why chroniclers leaned so heavily into exaggeration, smoothing over the rough edges to keep the myth intact. The code itself was a curious cocktail of contradictions. It emphasized mercy, yet duels often ended in deaths that could have been prevented. It stressed respect, yet insults were the very fuel that sparked most fights. It called for loyalty to one's lord, but duels sometimes forced knights to choose between duty to their master and duty to their own survival. Imagine being told that your honor required you to fight for truth, even if the truth was that you were hopelessly outmatched. It was a system that elevated suffering into virtue, one that praised sacrifice but rarely protected those who sacrificed. Chivalry, in practice, was less about protecting the weak than it was about decorating brutality with poetic words. But perhaps the most revealing part of the chivalric influence was how audiences interpreted it. Crowds didn't just watch duels for blood, they watched for signs of virtue. A knight who bowed before striking, who saluted his opponent, or who spared a life when victory was certain, won admiration that outlived the fight itself. People wanted to believe that nobility meant something, even if deep down they knew the spectacle was still about violence. This hunger for virtue in the midst of cruelty is something we carry even now. We like our heroes brutal enough to win, but noble enough to look good while doing it. It's why movies linger on the honorable warrior, even as he hacks through dozens of enemies without hesitation. Chivalry also served as a convenient excuse for lords and nobles. By framing duels as honorable contests, they could sanction violence without appearing bloodthirsty. A nobleman could encourage two rivals to settle their dispute in combat and then wash his hands of responsibility, claiming the code had guided the process. It was politics disguised as morality, an elegant way to maintain controls while avoiding messy legal entanglements, and when the outcome favored the noble's interests, it was easily spun as proof that God and chivalry had aligned on his side. It's hard not to chuckle at the thought of aristocrats nodding gravely about honor while secretly calculating how much land or loyalty they had just secured from a bloody contest. The role of chivalry in duels also reflected the deep human need to turn violence into narrative. By layering combat with ideals of loyalty, mercy, and bravery, society could pretend that killing wasn't just killing. It was moral theater. A knight didn't just win, he demonstrated God's favor. A knight didn't just die, he became a symbol of sacrifice. This storytelling lens softened the horror, making it palatable to generations who wanted to believe they lived in a world where honor outweighed cruelty. And isn't that something we still do today? We rarely tell stories about plain accidents or senseless losses. We prefer to frame them as lessons, sacrifices, or moments of destiny. Meaning makes pain bearable, and the chivalric code was medieval Europe's way of manufacturing meaning from carnage. Even the contradictions of chivalry had their uses. Knights who fought dishonorably could be condemned as villains, giving the crowd a moral lesson to carry home. Knights who embodied the code, even if they lost, were remembered with reverence, proof that death could be noble if framed correctly. The code was elastic enough to serve both outcomes, which made it perfect propaganda. No matter how the duel ended, society could bend the story to reinforce the values it wanted to see. That flexibility is perhaps why the myth of chivalry outlived the men who carried swords. It wasn't just a set of rules, it was a cultural safety net, catching the chaos of violence and spinning it into something people could admire. At its core, the chivalric influence on duels shows the eternal human struggle between ideal and reality. People wanted knights to be noble, merciful, and just, but reality demanded ruthlessness, cunning, and ferocity. The duel was where these forces collided, producing stories that were as inspiring as they were bloody. And in those contradictions, society revealed itself, yearning for virtue, drowning in violence, yet always finding ways to pretend the two could coexist. That uneasy marriage between brutality and beauty is what makes the medieval duel feel so strangely familiar. Because even now, centuries later, we still dress our conflicts in noble words, still crave heroes who bleed for honor, and still look for ways to turn violence into virtue. Among the roots of medieval dueling lay traditions far older than knights in polished armor. The custom of resolving disputes with combat had deep ties to the Germanic tribes of early Europe, where honor was guarded like treasure and violence was often the final word in arguments. For these communities, law and battle were not opposites, they were intertwined. Justice was not decided by ink on parchment or by judges in robes, but by the edge of a blade and the strength of a shield. In that sense, the medieval duel was less an invention of the Middle Ages and more a continuation of cultural instincts that stretched back centuries. The Germanic concept of trial by combat rested on the belief that the gods themselves intervened when two men fought. If a man survived, it meant divine approval. If he fell, it meant guilt or weakness in the eyes of higher powers. This was not seen as superstition, it was the foundation of order. Imagine living in a world where cosmic justice could be revealed through a cracked rib or a broken jaw. It sounds absurd to modern ears, but for early Germanic tribes, it provided clarity in a society where other forms of evidence were often impossible to prove. When there were no written contracts and witnesses could be bribed, fists and blades became the most convincing testimony. What's intriguing is how structured these combats could be. Even in their raw beginnings, Germanic duels weren't always chaotic brawls. They often had set rules, chosen weapons, and designated places for the fight. The community gathered not only to watch, but to affirm the legitimacy of the outcome. In this way, combat wasn't just violence, it was ritual, framed by the collective gaze. And here lies a curious detail. The duel was less about who was objectively right, and more about giving the community a visible conclusion. People didn't crave truth in a forensic sense. They craved closure, and battle gave them that, no matter how unfair the result. These customs evolved over time, spreading across Europe as tribes merged, kingdoms rose, and Christianity swept the continent. Yet even as religious leaders condemned violence, the old traditions proved hard to erase. In fact, many church authorities bent under the weight of practicality, reluctantly accepting that trial by combat was the only way some disputes could be settled. Priests might bless the fighters before a duel, hoping to baptize violence into something holy. The irony is impossible to miss. Men of peace sprinkling holy water on swords as though a prayer could make a killing blow divine rather than savage. But this contradiction kept the practice alive, folding pagan instincts into the fabric of Christian Europe. The influence of Germanic culture also explains why duels were so deeply tied to notions of honor. In tribal societies, a man's reputation was his most valuable possession, more fragile than land and more precious than gold. If someone insulted you or doubted your word, failing to defend yourself meant losing status not only for you, but for your kin. Entire families could suffer from the shame of a man who refused combat. This obsession with honor trickled into the medieval world, where knights inherited the same fierce pride. The duel became the logical stage for proving worth, a continuation of the Germanic conviction that strength and truth walked hand in hand. Interestingly, not all early duels were fought with swords or spears. Some involved clubs, axes, or even farming tools, depending on the region and social class of the fighters. In certain places, combatants were even bound together, forced to fight in close quarters with limited movement, as if to ensure that neither man could escape fate. The spectacle was designed not only for combat, but for symbolism. The tighter the space, the clearer it seemed that destiny had nowhere to hide. People genuinely believed that these conditions stripped away trickery, leaving only divine judgment to decide. Whether divine judgment looked more like luck or brute strength was a detail they happily ignored. As these traditions embedded themselves in medieval Europe, they grew increasingly theatrical. Rituals expanded, ceremonies multiplied, and the fights became more than just personal. They became public statements about law, order, and faith. The duel was transformed from a tribal practice into a legal procedure. Yet its core remained the same, the belief that combat could reveal truth. What had once been a tribal instinct now wore the clothing of courts and kings, but beneath the surface it was still the same old idea, sharpened and polished for a new era. It's striking to think about how this legacy survived across centuries, shaping the very idea of justice in the Middle Ages. The Germanic roots of duels reveal that medieval society didn't invent the practice out of nowhere. They inherited it, adapted it, and dressed it up in the language of law and chivalry. The foundations of trial by combat lay not in polished courts, but in muddy fields, where warriors clashed to prove their gods favored them. The medieval duel was the heir of those traditions, carrying forward a worldview where might and right were fused together so tightly that people couldn't imagine separating them. And that fusion explains why the duel, despite all its cruelty, held such stubborn power over the medieval imagination, persisting long after logic and law should have buried it. When the medieval duel spread across Europe, it did not remain uniform. Instead, it bent and twisted to fit the culture, politics, and temperament of each region. What began in the muddy traditions of Germanic trial by combat evolved into a variety of spectacles, each carrying its own flavor of brutality and ritual. In France, duels often became highly ceremonial, cloaked in pageantry that mirrored the grandeur of its courts. Nobles strutted in gleaming armor, banners fluttered, and every clash of steel seemed designed not only to decide guilt or innocence, but to remind the audience of France's obsession with dignity and showmanship. The French duel was less about two men in a brawl and more about transforming justice into theater, as though Louis and Charlemagne themselves might be watching from heaven. Across the Channel in England, duels retained their connection to the legal system longer than most places. Trial by combat was an accepted method of settling disputes well into the late medieval period. English chronicles describe peasants dragged before courts and given the choice between lengthy trials or a duel with their accuser. And here's the curious part. Some chose combat not because they thought they could win, but because they believed it gave them a fairer shot than facing the tangled webs of medieval law. Imagine preferring a mace to paperwork. That tells you everything about how intimidating and confusing the justice system was. Even more fascinating is that the practice technically lingered in English law for centuries, only formally abolished in the 19th century. The fact that lawmakers tolerated it so long shows how deeply ingrained the idea of combat as truth really was. Meanwhile, in Italy, duels took on an almost artistic quality. Renaissance. Italy especially produced manuals and treatises on combat that blurred the line between survival and performance. Swordsmanship became a refined art, and though duels remained brutal, they were also treated as demonstrations of skill and style. Italian fencing masters wrote books filled with intricate diagrams, arguing about the proper stance or the most honorable strike. It's almost comedic to imagine two men arguing over the geometry of swordplay while preparing to stab each other in the chest. But this obsession with technique reveals how Italians infused even violence with their love of artistry and intellectualism. In the Holy Roman Empire, duels carried the weight of both law and spectacle, often involving elaborate rules that seemed designed as much to impress as to adjudicate. German fight books, beautifully illustrated manuscripts, detailed every conceivable combat scenario: sword versus sword, man versus mounted knight, even duels fought in pits with restricted movement. Some included fights between men armed with clubs and shields shaped like coffins, a macabre reminder that the duel's outcome was always linked to the grave. These books are both chilling and fascinating because they show how systematically people tried to study and perfect the art of resolving disputes with violence. It's as though scholars were determined to turn chaos into science, cataloging every method of smashing another human being into submission. Scandinavia retained echoes of its Viking past in the form of the holmgang, a duel fought on a small patch of ground, often an island or a marked square. The rules were clear. Once you stepped into that space, you could not retreat. To fight meant to prove your courage, and to flee meant shame so deep it could stain your family for generations. The holmgang reflected a culture where bravery and endurance were prized above almost everything else. One might argue that it was less about discovering truth and more about reinforcing identity. Scandinavians saw themselves as people who faced danger head-on, and the duel became the ultimate performance of that belief. Spain added its own twist, influenced by both Christian and Islamic traditions. Spanish chronicles described duels fought not only for legal reasons, but also for personal vengeance and family honor. In some cases, elaborate rituals mirrored those of the wider European courts, while in others, the duels were little more than sanctioned vendettas, staged under the watchful eyes of officials. The Spanish duel reveals the tension of a country shaped by multiple cultural currents, where faith, law, and pride intertwined in unpredictable ways. What ties all these regional variations together is the shared belief that combat was more than violence. It was meaning. Each society projected its values onto the duel, using it as a mirror to reflect who they thought they were. France saw pageantry, England saw legality, Italy saw art, Germany saw order, Scandinavia saw bravery, and Spain saw honor. In each case, the duel was bent into shape by culture, even as it remained at its core an act of bloodshed. This is the great paradox of its evolution. The duel changed everywhere, yet it was always the same, a ritual that promised justice but delivered pain. And perhaps that is why the duel endured so stubbornly. Its adaptability made it irresistible. Wherever it traveled, it absorbed the local flavor, ensuring it never felt foreign but always necessary. It was a chameleon of justice, able to transform into law, theater, art, or ritual, depending on the soil in which it was planted. And in every version, crowds still gathered, blood still flowed, and communities still convinced themselves that they had witnessed truth. That persistence, across centuries and borders, tells us less about medieval Europe's diversity and more about a universal human hunger. The need to see conflict resolved in a way that feels decisive, dramatic, and unforgettable, even if the price was paid in flesh. One of the more curious twists in the story of medieval duels was the way they transformed when women were involved. Although far less common than male combat, judicial and honor duels between men and women did occur, and they reveal a great deal about how medieval society both reinforced and subverted its own rules. These duels were shaped by a mixture of necessity, prejudice, and imagination, resulting in encounters that looked both absurd and deadly serious at the same time. In many ways, they highlight the contradictions of a world that claimed to revere women as fragile while simultaneously allowing them to step into pits and fight for their lives. The most striking examples come from the Germanic regions of the Holy Roman Empire, where detailed records describe formalized rules for male-female duels. To make the contest fair, men were often handicapped while women were given slight advantages. For instance, the man might be forced to stand in a waist-deep pit with one hand tied behind his back, armed only with a wooden club. The woman, on the other hand, could move freely around the pit and wield a stone wrapped in a cloth, swinging it like a crude flail. On paper, this leveled the playing field. In reality, it turned the duel into a bizarre spectacle that looked more like a staged parody of justice than an actual test of truth. Yet these duels were deadly. Blows from a stone-filled cloth could shatter bones or split skin, and a man pinned in a pit had limited means of defense. Such rules might strike us as laughable now, but they reveal how seriously people took the idea of divine judgment. If society believed that God's will determined victory, then handicapping the man wasn't seen as unfair. It was simply an adjustment to make sure the test worked properly. What's fascinating is how the duel in these cases wasn't only about guilt or innocence, it was also about gender roles. By forcing the man into the pit, society dramatized the idea that men were naturally stronger, so they needed restrictions for the contest to appear balanced. At the same time, allowing a woman to fight at all suggested that her voice, at least in this ritualized space, could carry weight equal to a man's. It was a contradiction wrapped in ritual, simultaneously empowering and demeaning. The motivations behind such duels varied. Some were judicial, resolving accusations between spouses, cases of infidelity, abuse, or disputes over property. Others were framed as matters of honor, where insults or betrayals demanded blood, regardless of gender. It's easy to imagine the awkward tension in a village when such duels were announced. On one hand, there was shock at the idea of a woman fighting. On the other, there was excitement because the rarity of the spectacle made it irresistible. Crowds likely gathered in even greater numbers, whispering predictions and taking sides. The duel became both courtroom drama and carnival entertainment, leaving behind ripples of gossip that lasted long after the fight was over. One recorded case describes a woman who accused her husband of beating her unjustly. The court permitted a duel, and following custom, the man was placed in the pit while the woman circled him with her stone-filled cloth. After trading blows, the woman managed to knock him down, pressing her advantage until he surrendered. To the community, this was more than a victory. It was interpreted as proof that her accusation had been true all along. The spectacle reinforced the belief that God had intervened and the woman's honor was restored. It's a fascinating inversion of expectations. In a patriarchal society, a woman's victory in combat carried the same weight as testimony in court, precisely because the duel was believed to strip away lies. But not all such encounters ended with triumph for women. In some cases, the man in the pit still managed to land devastating strikes, his club breaking ribs or crushing shoulders. Women who lost these duels often faced not only physical pain, but the double sting of disgrace, condemned by the outcome and branded as guilty in the eyes of their community. That risk underscores the cruel paradox. While duels offered women a chance to fight for justice in a system that often silenced them, the price of losing was disproportionately heavy. They were not just defeated, they were humiliated, often left with no recourse or support. The very existence of these duels also fed into the broader storytelling culture of the Middle Ages. Chroniclers and artists seized upon the strangeness of male-female combat, illustrating manuscripts with vivid images of women swinging their stone flails at trapped men. These depictions weren't just legal records. They were entertainment in themselves, circulated for their shock value. They reveal a society both horrified and fascinated by the idea of women stepping into roles usually reserved for men. And while some chroniclers mocked the practice as barbaric or absurd, others presented it with surprising neutrality, as though simply noting one of the many odd ways humans sought to force truth out of conflict. What these duels ultimately expose is how malleable the concept of justice was in medieval Europe. Instead of focusing on fairness in any modern sense, society clung to rituals that produced closure, even when they looked ridiculous to outsiders. The male-female duel is the clearest example of this. To us, a man stuck in a pit swinging upward while a woman whirled a stone-filled cloth might look like slapstick, almost Monty Python-esque. To them, it was deadly serious, a sacred theater where truth was revealed in bruises and blood. It forces us to confront a larger truth. Humans often disguise chaos with ritual, convincing themselves that meaning exists where, in reality, there is only desperation. And perhaps that is why these duels, rare as they were, still hold such power in our imagination. They highlight the contradictions of an age that idolized chivalry, yet embraced savagery, that praised female piety, yet sometimes let women batter men in pits to prove their innocence. They are windows into the absurdity of justice when it clings too tightly to ritual, and reminders that truth has often been defined not by evidence, but by performance. And if there is a lesson hidden in these bizarre spectacles, it is that humanity's craving for answers often trumps its concern for fairness, an instinct that, in one form or another, still lingers with us today. One of the most enduring aspects of medieval duels was the way they became immortalized in art, literature, and collective memory. Long after the blood had dried on the battlefield or in the judicial pit, the stories lived on, retold in forms that elevated raw violence into legend. Troubadours carried songs across towns and courts, chroniclers inked dramatic accounts into manuscripts, and later artists painted duels with a flair that made them look less like chaotic brawls and more like epic scenes from divine theater. In this way, the duel left behind scars not only on flesh but also on culture, embedding itself into the very imagination of medieval Europe. Poetry and song transformed fighters into larger-than-life characters. A peasant who somehow defeated a knight might be remembered as an instrument of God's justice, his story retold with embellishments that made him braver and stronger than he had ever been in reality. Conversely, a nobleman who lost could still be remembered as tragically heroic, his downfall framed as fate rather than failure. These ballads worked like medieval tabloids, spreading news mixed with exaggeration, ensuring that every fight gained layers of drama. Imagine listening to a bard sing about a duel you had actually witnessed and realizing that the clumsy stumble you saw had been rewritten into a mighty strike ordained by heaven. It must have been both frustrating and hilarious, but people let the myths flourish because the truth was far less entertaining. Chroniclers, often working under noble patronage, served a slightly different purpose. Their accounts weren't just stories, they were propaganda, shaping how future generations remembered duels. Victories of patrons were described with glowing detail, while defeats were minimized, excused, or conveniently left out. Manuscripts depicted armor gleaming like polished mirrors, swords flashing with divine light, and opponents falling in ways that made them seem almost grateful for their fate. This manipulation of memory is striking because it reminds us how fragile truth becomes once filtered through the pen of those with power. Duels weren't simply fights, they were narratives waiting to be weaponized. Art took this transformation even further. Illuminated manuscripts from Germany and France show stylized depictions of duels, with combatants frozen in elegant poses, often surrounded by ornate borders of vines and flowers. These images stripped away the mud, sweat, and screams, replacing them with idealized snapshots that looked more like sacred rituals than desperate struggles. Some even appear almost comical to modern eyes. Knights carefully positioned as if posing for a medieval fashion shoot, their swords hovering politely above opponents. Yet these images weren't meant to reflect reality. They were meant to project ideals, to preserve the appearance of honor even when the truth was far bloodier. Theater, too, borrowed from the imagery of duels. Morality plays often used combat scenes as metaphors for the eternal struggle between good and evil. The duel became a canvas upon which spiritual lessons were painted, a vivid way of showing audiences that their souls, like the fighters, were constantly caught in battle. This theatrical appropriation reveals something deeper. Society couldn't escape the symbolism of combat. Even when the stage was wooden and the swords were props, the image of two figures locked in struggle resonated because it mirrored the conflicts people felt within themselves and their world. What's fascinating is how these cultural echoes preserved even the strangest elements of dueling tradition. Male-female duels, pit fights, or cases decided by bizarre weapons found their way into illustrations and stories that ensured they wouldn't be forgotten. By recording them, society admitted that these spectacles mattered, not just as legal tools, but as shared experiences that defined their identity. People wanted to remember, to retell, to exaggerate, because remembering gave order to the chaos of violence. And in this sense, memory itself became a battlefield, fought over by storytellers eager to decide what should endure. Over time, these echoes shaped how later generations judged the past. The Renaissance, for example, inherited duel stories not as historical records, but as heroic myths, fueling the rise of fencing schools and treatises that sought to turn combat into an art form. The romanticized knightly duel became a template for honor cultures across Europe, even as the brutal legal origins were quietly pushed into the shadows. By the time literature and opera in the early modern period revived duel themes, they were so wrapped in ideals of love, loyalty, and pride that their muddy beginnings were almost unrecognizable. This selective memory ensured the duel survived far longer in imagination than in practice, but perhaps the most telling cultural echo lies in how ordinary people preserved duel stories. Folk memory didn't care about noble ideals. It clung to the drama. Grandparents recounted tales of duels they had seen in their youth, sometimes exaggerating them into near supernatural encounters. Villagers told and retold stories of miraculous victories or disgraceful defeats, shaping local identity around them. For small communities, a duel wasn't just entertainment, it was history, myth, and moral lesson all in one. And as these stories spread, they fused into Europe's cultural bloodstream, ensuring that even as the practice waned, the fascination never did. What these echoes reveal is the human need to turn violence into narrative, to take fleeting moments of brutality and freeze them into symbols that endure. Medieval duels were never just about resolving disputes, they were about creating stories, feeding imagination, and anchoring communities in shared memory. That is why, centuries later, we still find ourselves drawn to them. The scars on the ground have long vanished, the fighters are dust, but the stories live on, reshaped by every retelling, immortalized not because they were just, but because they were unforgettable. And that persistence shows us something timeless. Humans will always find ways to turn pain into meaning, even if it means polishing blood into legend. By the late Middle Ages, duels began to shift from brutal trials of survival to something that looked strangely refined, as though society was trying to convince itself that bloodshed could evolve into art. The practice no longer belonged only to muddy fields, where peasants and knights clashed for justice. It was moving into the polished courts of nobles and the secret gardens of aristocratic pride. This transition is one of the most telling signs of how human beings struggle to abandon traditions. Instead of discarding duels entirely, they rebranded them, sanding off the rough edges and dressing them in elegance, as if ritual and pageantry could make violence respectable. The duel of honor, which began to rise in this period, wasn't about legal disputes as much as about reputation. Men challenged one another not because the law demanded it, but because a careless insult at a banquet or a whisper of infidelity threatened to unravel their standing. In this sense, duels became less about proving innocence and more about performing dignity. A nobleman might fight not because he truly hated his opponent, but because his pride would never allow him to walk away. It's fascinating and slightly comic to think of how often blood was spilled not over stolen land or murder, but because one man questioned another's fashion, voice, or choice of words at dinner. Human vanity, it seems, has always been willing to risk everything. As duels left the courts of law, they increasingly followed unwritten codes of etiquette. Combatants might agree on weapons, time, and location, ensuring that the affair had an air of civility. Seconds, trusted friends, were often present to oversee the process, acting as mediators to ensure fairness. But fairness was relative, and these gentlemen's arrangements often looked suspiciously like performances. Gloves were thrown, elaborate bows exchanged, and insults spoken with such ceremony that the entire affair seemed closer to theater than combat. Yet beneath this elegance, the same brutal truth remained. One misplaced step, one poorly timed swing, and honor would be paid for with blood. This transformation also reveals how deeply violence was stitched into social fabric. The duel persisted, not because it was rational, but because it satisfied a hunger that words alone could not. An insult demanded more than apology. It demanded spectacle. A broken promise required more than negotiation. It required risk. Aristocrats could debate philosophy, fund cathedrals, and commission poetry, but when it came to their egos, nothing settled the matter like a sword drawn at dawn. And perhaps this is the strangest continuity between ages. We claim to evolve, yet our solutions often remain primitive. Today we call it airing grievances on social media. But medieval nobles preferred to stab one another while the servants looked on. Weapons themselves adapted to this new vision of combat. As heavy armor waned, lighter rapiers and swords became fashionable, designed not for chaotic battlefields, but for duels that prized speed, precision, and grace. Manuals appeared describing the art of fencing, complete with diagrams and philosophical reflections on how combat could express virtue. Suddenly, the duel wasn't just a fight, it was a skill to be studied, a performance that elevated men above mere brutes. It's as if society collectively decided that if people insisted on bleeding for pride, they should at least look elegant while doing it. This obsession with style over survival reveals something amusing. Humanity often disguises recklessness as refinement. The courts themselves played a contradictory role in this evolution. On one hand, rulers increasingly outlawed judicial duels, recognizing their destructiveness and the chaos they caused. On the other, many of these same rulers tolerated or even encouraged duels of honor among the nobility, because they reinforced the idea that reputation was worth more than life. Kings who condemned trials by combat often looked the other way when two courtiers agreed to settle an insult with swords at sunrise. Law and vanity clashed, and vanity often won. This hypocrisy is almost laughable. Authorities outlawed duels with one hand, while quietly enjoying the gossip and drama they provided with the other. The duel's refinement also ensured its survival into the Renaissance and beyond. By this point, dueling had become less a test of truth and more a language of status. To refuse a challenge was to brand yourself as cowardly, no matter how intelligent or capable you might be in other areas of life. It's sobering to realize how much weight society placed on the willingness to risk death over words. But perhaps the sobering part is also what kept people hooked. Death, after all, is the sharpest punctuation mark, the final argument no one can contest. And in a world where reputations were fragile and gossip spread faster than fire, men were willing to punctuate their lives in blood if it meant silencing doubt. At the same time, duels never truly shed their theatrical roots. Even as they became polished with etiquette and rules, they remained public performances, whether in front of a few chosen witnesses or entire communities. The story of the duel mattered as much as the duel itself. Victors were celebrated in song or whispered about in scandal, while the defeated, especially those who died, were folded into the lore of disgrace. In this way, duels continued to feed the cultural machine, producing endless material for poets, artists, and gossips alike. What this evolution reveals is a truth larger than the duel itself. Human beings rarely abandon traditions of violence outright. Instead, we refine them, repackage them, and find new ways to justify them. Medieval duels began as raw clashes of survival, mutated into rituals of divine justice, and finally re-emerged as polished performances of honor. The thread connecting all these stages is the same desperate craving for closure, recognition, and meaning. That craving outlived the Middle Ages, carrying duels well into modernity, long after reason should have driven them extinct. And perhaps that is why their story still grips us. They remind us that no matter how far we claim to progress, the temptation to solve pride with violence lingers just beneath the surface, waiting for its stage. By the late medieval and early Renaissance periods, the duel had slipped free from its roots in divine judgment and taken on a new identity that was equal parts performance, ritual, and obsession. What had once been about proving innocence or guilt in the eyes of God was now largely about preserving one's reputation in the eyes of society. Honor had become currency, and the duel was the marketplace where it was spent. A man's life could unravel with a single insult, and words spoken too loudly in a banquet hall or too carelessly in a tavern could ignite the spark that led to swords drawn at dawn. It was a world where pride and appearances mattered so deeply that even survival sometimes ranked second. What's striking is how universal this obsession became. Nobles, scholars, soldiers, and even artists found themselves entangled in duels. The insult didn't have to be grand. It could be a remark about someone's attire, a joke about their handwriting, or a raised eyebrow at the wrong moment. Imagine risking your life because someone suggested your shoes looked outdated. As absurd as it sounds, this was the gravity of honor culture. It reveals something deeply human. We are often willing to risk everything not for what we are, but for what others think we are. The duel made reputation tangible, something you could literally fight for, bleed for, and sometimes die for. The mechanics of these later duels became more refined, reflecting society's desire to civilize violence. Seconds were appointed to ensure fairness, rules were agreed upon in advance, and weapons were chosen carefully. The duel began to resemble a sport, though one with fatal stakes. Manuals proliferated, offering advice on stances, strategies, and etiquette. The duel wasn't just a brawl anymore, it was a codified ritual, a strange fusion of art and execution. And yet, despite all the rules and regulations, chance still had the final word. One misstep, one sweaty grip on a sword handle, one distraction from the jeering crowd, and everything was lost. No amount of etiquette could mask the fact that beneath the bows and rituals, men were still trying to kill each other. The obsession with honor meant that duels often escalated from the smallest of provocations. A spilled drink, a misinterpreted glance, or an unintended slight could spiral into a matter of life and death. This wasn't confined to nobles either. The culture seeped down into towns and villages, shaping how ordinary people viewed pride and conflict. The difference was that peasants rarely had access to the luxury of ritualized duels. They fought more informally, with fists, knives, or farming tools. But the mentality was the same. Honor was fragile, and once cracked, it demanded repair, often through violence. That continuity across classes shows how deeply duels resonated with the human instinct to defend dignity, regardless of wealth or status. At the same time, the duel fed a growing fascination with spectacle. Even when fights were arranged in secrecy, word spread quickly and small crowds gathered to witness the clash. People wanted to see honor defended, to gasp at the danger, and to retell the story afterward. A man's courage wasn't just proven in the moment of combat. It was proven in how the story traveled through gossip and song. And in this way, duels became a form of cultural theater, producing narratives that entertained as much as they resolved disputes. The duel had always been about justice in some form, but now it was also about storytelling, giving people tales to carry home and pass down, stories that grew grander with each retelling. This obsession with reputation also carried heavy psychological weight. Men lived under constant pressure to defend their honor, knowing that failure to respond to an insult could brand them as cowards. Imagine living in a society where walking away from an argument wasn't seen as wise, but as disgraceful. The fear of shame was often stronger than the fear of death. That tension reveals how much humans dread social exile, being laughed at, ridiculed, or ignored, sometimes even more than they dread physical harm. The duel thrived because it offered an escape from shame, even if the price was fatal. And isn't that a pattern we still recognize today when people damage careers, relationships, or even their lives just to save face in front of others? The persistence of duels also shows how resistant humans are to letting go of rituals that feel meaningful, even when they're destructive. Laws were passed to curb them, kings condemned them, and religious leaders decried them, but still they flourished. Why? Because the duel scratched an itch that no law or sermon could satisfy. The desire for closure, for a decisive ending to a conflict that words alone could never provide. People wanted clean answers, even if those answers were written in blood. And perhaps this is why the duel never truly vanished. It merely changed costumes, shifting over centuries from mud-smeared battlefields to refined fencing halls, from trial by combat to affairs of honor. The later medieval and Renaissance obsession with duels reminds us that humans are masters of contradiction. We seek civility while craving violence, demand fairness while stacking odds, and preach peace while drawing swords over pride. The duel encapsulated all these contradictions, which is why it became so enduring in memory and myth. It was never just about who lived and who died. It was about what society wanted to believe about itself. The duel told people that honor could be proven, that pride could be defended, that chaos could be resolved in a single stroke. And whether those promises were true or not mattered less than the fact that people believed them. That belief gave the duel its staying power, ensuring that even centuries later its echoes would continue to fascinate and disturb in equal measure. By the late Middle Ages, the duel had begun to attract louder critics, and their voices tell us as much about society as the duels themselves. Kings, priests, and scholars realized that what was once seen as a path to justice often spiraled into chaos, draining resources, wasting lives, and breeding feuds that stretched across generations. Yet their attempts to suppress duels reveal an uncomfortable truth. People rarely abandon rituals of violence simply because they are irrational. They cling to them because those rituals feel meaningful, and meaning is harder to uproot than steel driven into flesh. Monarchs, in particular, had pragmatic reasons to dislike duels. On the surface, they might have tolerated them, since duels spared courts the headache of endless disputes. But as the practice spread into the nobility, it threatened royal authority. Every time two lords fought, they weren't just resolving a quarrel. They were demonstrating independence from the crown's justice system. Kings feared that if duels continued unchecked, they would undermine the very idea of centralized law. Royal edicts began to outlaw trial by combat, and judges were pressured to discourage it. Yet here's the irony. While kings condemned duels on parchment, many of them still relished the spectacle in practice, secretly enjoying the theater of pride and blood. It was the classic case of a ruler saying, "Do as I write, not as I watch." The church's opposition, meanwhile, was rooted in theology. Clerics argued that putting God to the test through combat was blasphemous, a misuse of divine will. How could violence reveal truth when Christ had preached peace? Councils declared trial by combat sinful, popes issued bans, and preachers thundered against the practice from pulpits. But even the church was trapped in contradiction. Priests sometimes blessed combatants before a duel, sprinkling holy water as though sanctifying the very act they condemned. The hypocrisy was glaring, yet it shows the bind they were in. They couldn't fully suppress a ritual so beloved by the people, so they compromised, condemning it in theory while tolerating it in practice. It's not unlike how societies today condemn gambling or drinking, yet profit from taxes on both. Human institutions have always had a way of condemning with one hand while collecting coins with the other. Philosophers and legal thinkers added intellectual weight to these criticisms. They argued that truth should be discovered through reason, testimony, and evidence, not brute force. Some mocked the absurdity of believing that God cared about who had better swordsmanship or stronger arms. They pointed out the obvious. Combat favored the rich, the skilled, and the physically powerful, not necessarily the innocent. The duel, they said, was justice only in appearance, not in reality. Yet their arguments, however logical, often fell flat in the face of popular appetite. After all, reason rarely competes successfully with spectacle. People prefer a bloody conclusion to a carefully worded parchment. The resistance to duels also exposed how different groups defined justice. For kings, justice was about authority. For the church, it was about morality. For scholars, it was about truth. But for ordinary people, justice was about closure, about ending uncertainty in a way that felt decisive. And no sermon, decree, or essay could replace the visceral clarity of watching one man rise and the other fall. This gap between elite perspectives and popular instincts is why the duel proved so hard to eliminate. Critics shouted, but the crowd kept gathering, proving once again that logic often loses to ritual when it comes to human behavior. Even when laws against dueling were written into codes, enforcement was spotty. Judges turned a blind eye, local lords sanctioned fights on their own authority, and communities often pressured officials to allow them. The persistence of duels in the shadows reveals how customs can outlast laws. A tradition that gives people meaning becomes hard to extinguish, no matter how loudly authorities rail against it. Think about how many banned practices throughout history have thrived underground, kept alive precisely because prohibition makes them more alluring. The duel was no different. Outlawing it didn't erase it, it simply made it more dramatic, adding an element of defiance to the already intoxicating mix of pride and violence. There were also unintended consequences to the criticisms. By trying to suppress duels, rulers and clerics sometimes made them more attractive. To fight in defiance of authority was to claim independence, to demonstrate courage not only against one's opponent, but against the very institutions that tried to control life. A duel became not just about defending honor, but about defying kings and priests, adding layers of meaning to an already overloaded ritual. It's a reminder that when people feel stripped of their rituals, they often cling to them harder, as though abandoning them would mean abandoning identity itself. And yet, despite all this resistance, duels did eventually begin to fade from the realm of divine justice, transforming into the more polished rituals of honor that carried into the Renaissance and beyond. The critics did not kill the duel outright, but they forced it to evolve, to disguise itself in etiquette and performance. In that sense, the voices of opposition succeeded only in reshaping the practice rather than eradicating it. The duel survived because it adapted, slipping through the cracks of condemnation like water through clenched fists. This tension between condemnation and persistence reveals something timeless. Violence wrapped in meaning is incredibly hard to kill. Humans will fight, but they want to believe their fighting matters, that it reveals truth or upholds dignity. When kings outlawed duels, people reframed them as noble gestures of pride. When priests condemned them as sinful, fighters declared them tests of courage. When scholars mocked them as irrational, communities defended them as traditions. At every turn, criticism sharpened rather than dulled the duel's appeal. And in that stubbornness lies the secret of why we still talk about them. They were never just about swords. They were about the human refusal to let go of rituals that give life, and even death, a sense of meaning. By the time the Middle Ages were drawing to a close, the duel had already begun to shift from the rough spectacle of blood and dirt into something more refined, yet no less dangerous. It was no longer simply a trial ordained by God or a brute test of survival in front of a crowd. It was becoming a carefully choreographed performance of status, etiquette, and ritual, one that revealed how deeply European society wanted to keep violence alive, but dressed in finer clothing. The battlefield was shrinking from the open fields where entire communities gathered to the controlled gardens of nobles and the private courtyards of aristocratic estates. The duel was adapting, like a predator learning how to stalk its prey in a new environment, and that adaptability is what kept it alive. What distinguished this new era was the growing obsession with rules. No longer was it enough to swing wildly and hope divine favor tipped the scales. Manuals were written, treatises published, fencing schools established. Scholars and swordsmen began debating the finer points of honor the way philosophers debated theology. Should one strike first, or was it nobler to wait? Could a man be declared victorious if his opponent yielded but was not killed? Was a duel meant to be a test of courage, a display of skill, or simply a way to silence an insult? These questions reveal that the duel was no longer just about the outcome. It was about appearances, about proving that violence could be civilized, even intellectual. And isn't that such a human trait? To try to rationalize our basest instincts by turning them into philosophy? Weapons themselves reflected this transformation. Heavy swords and axes gave way to lighter, faster rapiers, designed not for breaking armor, but for precision, elegance, and speed. A duel with rapiers looked less like a brawl and more like a deadly dance, with each step, thrust, and parry measured and deliberate. The image of two men circling one another, dressed in fine clothing, flicking slender blades in patterns that seemed choreographed, shows how far the duel had come from its roots in muddy pits and blood-stained meadows. Yet the danger remained. A rapier's point could slide between ribs as easily as a spear, and a single miscalculation meant a fatal wound. Beauty and death had become intertwined, and the duel had turned into art performed with lethal brushes. Etiquette was now as important as technique. To challenge someone was not done with wild insults shouted in a marketplace, but with carefully chosen words, delivered in the right tone, often accompanied by the ritual gesture of throwing down a glove. Seconds, trusted friends, were chosen not only to oversee fairness, but to preserve the reputation of the fighters, ensuring that the duel was remembered as honorable rather than barbaric. Everything about the process was designed to reassure society that this was not savagery but civility. Of course, that didn't change the fact that men still walked away with punctured lungs and shattered bones. It only changed the way people felt about it. Much like how today we put violence into polished movies and call it entertainment, the Renaissance duel made brutality more palatable by wrapping it in elegance. These refinements also meant that duels became more accessible to the nobility who might never have set foot in a battlefield. A lord's son who had never smelled war could still prove his courage in a courtyard duel. The fight was no longer about surviving arrows and lances in the chaos of combat, but about precision and control, about being able to stand in front of witnesses and not flinch when a blade flashed toward your face. This shift made dueling an attractive way to display masculinity and status. reinforcing hierarchies without requiring armies. It was a tool of social performance as much as it was an act of conflict resolution. Yet the contradiction remained glaring. The duel claimed to be about civility, but it still ended in blood. A man who fought with perfect etiquette could still collapse, gasping for air, his body pierced, while spectators praised the honor of the affair. It's hard not to see the dark humor in this. People applauded the grace of a fight even as someone bled out before their eyes. It reveals the strange human ability to detach from reality when ritual provides a comforting illusion. As long as the rules were followed and the bows exchanged, the violence could be admired, even celebrated rather than condemned. This transformation also carried political weight. Monarchs who had once relied on trial by combat to settle disputes now began to see private duels of honor as both a threat and a necessity. On one hand, too many nobles killing one another destabilized politics. On the other, allowing carefully regulated duels provided a way to channel aggression, preventing disputes from erupting into open rebellion. Rulers walked a fine line, condemning duels publicly while tolerating them privately, a hypocrisy that kept the practice alive for centuries. The duel became a pressure valve, releasing tension in controlled bursts rather than letting it explode uncontrollably. By the end of the medieval period, the duel had become something it had never been before, a social ritual that reinforced identity, hierarchy, and culture. It no longer relied on divine judgment or tribal customs. It thrived because it gave people what they craved: drama, closure, and the illusion of order in a world that was often chaotic. And perhaps that is the most fascinating part of its evolution. The duel survived, not because it was logical, but because it was theatrical. It satisfied both the thirst for blood and the hunger for meaning, proving once again that when humans can't choose between civility and violence, they often find a way to combine both. By the time the duel crossed the threshold into the Renaissance, it no longer resembled the crude brawls of earlier centuries, yet it hadn't lost its dangerous edge. Instead, it had been polished into something sleek, precise, and oddly intellectual. Fencing schools emerged across Europe, each claiming to preserve not just the art of survival, but the art of honor. Here, dueling was dissected like anatomy, reduced to angles, steps, and calculated movements that could be practiced until they looked effortless. Combat manuals illustrated men with slender swords frozen mid-thrust, their poses almost theatrical, as if preparing for a ballet instead of a deadly encounter. The duel had become an academic subject, one that demanded study, discipline, and above all, an appreciation for elegance. These fencing masters were celebrities of their day. Figures like Fiore de' Liberi in Italy and Hans Talhofer in Germany wrote treatises filled with diagrams and instructions, turning swordplay into a science. Their works didn't just teach how to strike. They instructed on psychology, body language, and even how to intimidate an opponent before the first blow was exchanged. The duel was now as much about mental dominance as physical skill. Students of fencing were told that confidence, posture, and composure could unsettle an opponent just as much as a blade. Imagine paying tuition to learn not only how to parry, but also how to stare dramatically at your rival until he lost his nerve. It's both absurd and revealing, proof that even in violence, humans can't resist adding layers of performance. Rapiers became the weapon of choice, and their design reflected the duel's transformation. Unlike broadswords or axes, rapiers were slender, quick, and built for precision thrusts rather than brute force. They didn't need the muscle of a blacksmith to wield them. They required finesse, patience, and timing. A duel with rapiers could last longer, filled with feints, quick jabs, and calculated retreats. To spectators, it was mesmerizing, like watching chess played with steel, except one wrong move ended not in checkmate, but in bleeding lungs. This was combat as art, and society admired it because it satisfied two cravings at once: the craving for spectacle and the craving for sophistication. The rise of fencing schools also democratized the duel in unexpected ways. While knights once monopolized the practice of honor in combat, now merchants, scholars, and courtiers could study swordplay. Being skilled with a rapier became as essential for a gentleman as knowing how to write poetry or play a lute. A man without fencing skills risked being labeled uncultured, unprepared to defend his reputation in a world where insults were as common as bread. This expanded the duel's reach, ensuring that it remained relevant even as society shifted away from feudal battlefields. Violence had found a new costume, one that fit the urbanized intellectual world of the Renaissance. But the irony of this refinement was that it never reduced the risk. If anything, it made duels even more lethal. A rapier didn't need to hack off limbs to kill, it only needed to slip through ribs or pierce a vein. A duel that looked graceful from the outside was often fatal within seconds. This duality, beauty masking brutality, explains why Renaissance duels fascinated both participants and onlookers. They were proof that civilization doesn't erase savagery, it just teaches it new steps. The same society that painted ceilings with angels also drew blood in manicured courtyards, reminding us that art and violence often share the same stage, and yet not all duels ended in death. Many concluded with symbolic gestures, with one man conceding before the fatal blow, his honor preserved simply by showing he was willing to stand his ground. In these moments, the duel functioned less as execution and more as theater, a way of publicly demonstrating bravery without requiring a corpse. This flexibility made the duel even harder to eradicate because it wasn't always about killing, it was about meaning. People could walk away alive, but with reputations reforged in the eyes of their peers. It was proof that in human affairs, perception can be as powerful as reality. The fencing schools also fueled the rise of rivalries between masters, who often challenged one another to prove the superiority of their methods. These public contests became spectacles of their own, drawing crowds eager to see which master's techniques would prevail. In this way, dueling morphed into both a business and a performance, a way of advertising skill while feeding society's hunger for bloodless, or sometimes bloody, resolution. A fencing master's reputation could rise or collapse based on a single encounter, showing that even the teachers of violence were not immune to the very rituals they codified. As the Renaissance unfolded, dueling became inseparable from the concept of honor culture. To refuse a challenge was unthinkable, an admission of cowardice that could ruin a man's standing permanently. This pressure meant that even men who had no desire to fight were often forced into duels by social expectation. The fencing schools thrived not only because people loved the art of combat, but because they feared the disgrace of being unprepared. It's almost comic when you think about it. Entire institutions flourished because society collectively agreed that pride was worth dying for. And perhaps that is the clearest window into the human condition, our ability to take something as fragile as reputation and build an entire economy of violence around it. The Renaissance duel, then, was not a relic of the past, but an evolution of it. It kept the hunger for resolution, the thirst for spectacle, and the obsession with pride alive, but dressed them in the refined silks of intellect and civility. It shows us that violence never truly disappears. It adapts, learning to wear whatever mask society finds most acceptable. And in that transformation lies the true fascination. Not that men once fought for honor, but that they convinced themselves it was noble to do so with grace, style, and poetry, even while spilling each other's blood in the gardens of civilization. By the 16th century, the duel was no longer just a medieval relic, but a living ritual, shaping politics, art, and daily life in ways both subtle and dramatic. It had survived bans, papal condemnations, and royal edicts because it offered something no law could, the appearance of certainty in a world filled with ambiguity. And now, as Europe entered the early modern era, the duel took on an even more theatrical role, blending honor, vanity, and cultural spectacle into something that resembled both sport and sacrament. The duel became entangled with the rise of humanism and Renaissance ideals. No longer was it framed as a crude appeal to God's judgment. It was reframed as a demonstration of man's mastery over himself. Combatants were expected not only to fight well, but to look good while doing it. Clothing was chosen carefully, movements were measured, and victory meant little if one appeared clumsy. It was as though the duel had become a stage performance, and the audience, whether a handful of nobles or a crowd in a courtyard, was as important as the outcome itself. The irony here is delicious. Men were risking their lives, yet still worried whether their tights matched their plume. But that's what honor had become. Not just survival, but style. With this cultural shift, duels increasingly functioned as social currency. Winning could open doors to political influence, attract patronage, or cement reputations at court. Even the threat of a duel could serve as a powerful statement, a way of signaling that one would not tolerate disrespect. It was less about bloodshed and more about the shadow of bloodshed, the way a raised eyebrow or the casual toss of a glove could silence gossip. Yet when those threats escalated, the duels themselves reminded everyone just how fragile reputations were. A single wound could destroy not only flesh, but decades of cultivated image. That fragility gave the duel its magnetic pull, because society thrives on watching delicate things crack under pressure. This obsession reached extremes in certain courts, particularly in France, where dueling became almost epidemic. By the late 16th century, French kings were issuing decree after decree against private duels, yet noblemen ignored them with impunity. One estimate suggests that thousands of noblemen died in duels in just a few decades, a staggering number that shows how deeply the culture of honor had spiraled. It became such a problem that monarchs saw it as a threat to national stability. After all, how could a kingdom function if half its aristocracy insisted on stabbing the other half in manicured gardens over whispered insults? But the very scale of the problem shows how impossible it was to legislate pride out of existence. At the same time, literature and art glorified the practice, embedding it deeper into imagination. Plays, poems, and stories portrayed duels as the ultimate test of courage, weaving them into romantic plots where love, loyalty, and blood mingled into irresistible drama. Heroes who refused to fight were ridiculed, while those who fought and died were remembered as martyrs of passion. Culture fed the duel, and the duel fed culture in return, creating a cycle that made it nearly immortal. It's telling that even when rulers begged their subjects to stop, artists kept fanning the flames. Society might nod politely at laws, but its heart always beats faster for a good story. The growing prominence of seconds, those chosen to assist and oversee the duel, also reveals the strange balance between savagery and civility. Seconds weren't just there to count paces or hold coats, they often negotiated terms, tried to broker peace, or ensured the affair remained honorable. In many cases, duels ended not with bloodshed, but with reconciliation, as seconds declared that both parties had sufficiently defended their honor. Here, the duel wasn't about victory at all. It was about creating a ritual where men could perform bravery without necessarily dying for it. It's almost comic how much effort went into avoiding the very violence the ritual was built upon. And yet, this careful choreography is what allowed the duel to persist. It could be deadly or symbolic, brutal or graceful, depending on what the participants and their witnesses needed it to be. The paradox deepened further as firearms entered the picture. By the late 16th century, pistols began to replace swords in many duels, and with them came a whole new layer of risk and drama. The pistol duel stripped away much of the elegance of fencing, replacing thrusts and parries with the terrifying finality of a single shot. Yet even here, ritual tried to keep pace. Combatants carefully measured distances, exchanged bows, and fired according to agreed rules. The formality remained, even as the weaponry grew more lethal. In a strange way, the pistol duel made the ritual even more absurd. Men wrapped in silks and lace standing in the morning mist, aiming at each other with deadly seriousness, all because one had questioned the other's handwriting at a banquet. But beneath the absurdity lies the duel's enduring lesson about human nature. It reveals how far people will go to avoid shame, how much energy is poured into appearances, and how stubbornly we cling to rituals that feel meaningful even when they destroy us. The duel thrived because it wasn't just about two men with weapons. It was about everyone watching, everyone whispering, everyone retelling the story. It was about transforming private grievances into public theater, turning insecurity into legacy. That ability to turn chaos into narrative is why duels endured long after reason should have buried them. And perhaps it's why their ghost still lingers, not in swordplay or pistols, but in every ritual we create to defend pride, save face, and convince ourselves that dignity is worth the risk. As the duel shifted into the early modern world, it became increasingly tangled with politics, creating a web of consequences far larger than the two men standing face to face. By this time, the duel was no longer just a test of courage or a performance of honor. It was a political statement, a way of signaling allegiance, challenging authority, or undermining rivals. Every clash of steel or crack of a pistol shot carried echoes far beyond the immediate dispute, because reputation was not only personal but deeply tied to influence, family prestige, and even national stability. What looked like a quarrel between individuals was often a proxy for conflicts simmering between factions, dynasties, or ideologies. In royal courts, duels became especially dangerous because they could destabilize delicate balances of power. Nobles who fought were not merely defending themselves, they were also representing the pride of their houses, and a single defeat could tarnish an entire lineage. This meant that every insult, every whisper, had political weight. Rulers tried desperately to rein in this culture of violence, knowing that each death of a nobleman weakened their authority and depleted the ranks of potential allies. Yet they also recognized that duels were spectacles too deeply woven into aristocratic life to be eliminated with a decree. Kings found themselves trapped in an awkward position, condemning duels while secretly understanding that their very nobility defined itself through them. It was like a parent telling their children not to fight, while also admitting that the family name thrived on being feared. France provides some of the most striking examples. In the 16th and 17th centuries, dueling became a near epidemic among its aristocracy. Historians estimate that thousands of men, many of them young nobles, lost their lives in duels during this period. Some fought for matters as trivial as seating arrangements at court or the wording of a poem. The crown issued edicts threatening punishment, even execution, for those who fought. But the practice persisted because honor meant survival in a society where gossip was as lethal as steel. Cardinal Richelieu, the powerful minister under Louis XIII, famously cracked down on duels not just because they wasted lives, but because they undermined the authority of the state. Yet even his iron will couldn't fully stamp them out. When reputation and politics were fused so tightly, duels thrived in the very shadow of the law. The irony, of course, is that duels often weakened the very causes they were meant to defend. Noble families that prided themselves on their strength bled themselves dry in endless disputes. Entire lineages dwindled because sons and heirs died before reaching maturity, leaving estates vulnerable to rivals. It's almost comical, in a grim way, to think of families obsessed with preserving their legacy only to destroy it with their own pride. Political alliances shattered because one slight led to a duel, and from there to feuds that spilled over into larger conflicts. The duel didn't just decide personal honor, it could tilt the balance of regional politics. And it wasn't only nobles who saw the political dimensions of dueling. Monarchs themselves sometimes manipulated duels to their advantage. By tolerating them selectively, rulers could allow enemies to destroy one another while keeping their own hands clean. A strategically ignored duel could eliminate a rival without the crown ever needing to issue a direct order. This calculated indifference shows how dueling became a tool of statecraft, a way of letting the rituals of honor serve as instruments of political pruning. The spectacle of two proud men killing each other was often far too convenient for those in power to resist. At the same time, the duel became symbolic of broader struggles over authority. To some, fighting was a way of resisting the growing power of centralized states. By settling matters privately, nobles asserted their independence, showing that they did not need kings or courts to dictate justice. In this way, every duel carried an undertone of rebellion, even when it wasn't intended. It was a declaration that personal honor stood above public law. For rulers trying to consolidate control, this was infuriating and dangerous. It turned the duel into a quiet form of political dissent, a reminder that no decree could fully erase the aristocracy's hunger to decide truth at sword's point. The duel's political entanglement also extended into international affairs. Ambassadors, envoys, and officers abroad sometimes clashed, creating diplomatic crises when the honor of one nation seemed insulted by another. A duel between two individuals could quickly escalate into a matter of state, fueling tensions between kingdoms already on edge. There are records of duels nearly derailing negotiations, proving that the ritual was never merely personal, it carried the weight of nations. Imagine today's diplomats resolving trade disputes not at a table, but with drawn swords at sunrise. Absurd as it sounds, that was the reality of early modern Europe. Yet for all the political chaos it caused, the duel remained irresistible because it offered clarity in a world of endless intrigue. Court politics thrived on whispers, secrets, and maneuvering. Nothing was ever straightforward. But in the duel, everything came down to a single blade, a single shot, a single moment. That clarity was intoxicating, even when it was destructive. It gave participants the illusion that they could cut through the web of politics with one decisive strike, when in reality they were often just feeding the cycle of instability. And perhaps this is what makes the duel such a powerful lens on the age. It reveals how humans crave simplicity in the midst of complexity, even if that simplicity is found at the tip of a sword. By intertwining itself with politics, the duel transcended its medieval origins and became both a stage and a weapon in the drama of power. It was no longer just about who insulted whom, but about who controlled narratives, alliances, and authority itself. And the more rulers tried to tame it, the more it adapted, proving that rituals of pride are as stubborn as the ambitions they serve. This entanglement ensured that the duel was not only a relic of tradition, but a living force shaping the destinies of nations, one clash of pride at a time. By the 17th century, the duel had transformed into something that was less about divine judgment and more about the fragile, combustible world of honor culture. It wasn't law anymore that demanded men meet with blades or pistols. It was pride, that insatiable force that made insults heavier than stones and reputations sharper than steel. In this age, the duel became a social necessity among elites, a ritual so embedded in their lives that refusing to fight often carried more shame than losing. Honor was the invisible currency of the aristocracy, and the duel was the bank where reputations were either deposited or withdrawn in blood. This culture of honor operated under a set of unwritten rules that everyone pretended to understand, but no one dared question. A slight glance could be interpreted as provocation, a careless word at a banquet could ignite a challenge, and even silence could be weaponized into accusation. If someone questioned your courage, you were expected to respond not with explanations, but with steel. Explanations, after all, were considered weak. The absurdity is almost comic. Men who could recite poetry in 5 languages and quote philosophers still believed the best way to resolve an argument was to stab each other before breakfast. Civilization advanced in art, science, and philosophy. Yet when it came to pride, society still ran on primal instincts. Honor duels often unfolded with an almost theatrical flair. The challenge might begin with a glove thrown at a rival's feet, or a letter delivered with carefully crafted insults that dripped with both elegance and venom. Seconds were chosen not just to oversee fairness, but to preserve dignity, making sure the entire affair was recorded and retold in a way that upheld the appearance of nobility. The actual fight, whether with rapiers or pistols, was often quick and decisive. But the ritual surrounding it, the bows, the pacing, the silent tension before the first strike, was the real performance. Witnesses didn't come to see blood alone. They came to see honor displayed like a jewel, fragile yet dazzling under the pressure of combat. What made this culture so powerful was its universality among the ruling classes. A man who refused a duel risked social death, and social death could be worse than physical death in a world where influence, marriage prospects, and political opportunities all depended on reputation. Families pressured sons to fight, even if it meant risking their lives, because the stain of cowardice would linger across generations. Entire lineages guarded their names like fortresses, willing to gamble flesh and bone rather than let an insult stand. The duel became hereditary pride made visible, a ritual through which families defended not only themselves, but their ancestors and descendants. But this obsession carried real costs. Nobility across Europe bled itself dry in endless duels, often sparked by trivial matters that escalated into fatal encounters. A whispered remark about someone's handwriting, a misplaced laugh, or even a poorly timed toast could spiral into challenges that ended in coffins. The scale of the losses alarmed monarchs, who tried repeatedly to outlaw dueling, yet the culture of honor proved too strong. Laws could punish survivors, but they could not erase the shame of refusing a challenge. And so the cycle continued, generation after generation, leaving behind a trail of bodies that testified less to bravery and more to stubborn vanity. What's fascinating is how much the duel relied on memory and gossip to maintain its power. An insult meant nothing if no one heard it, and a victory meant little if no one retold the story. The duel thrived because it was a public drama, carried by rumor, song, and chronicles. A man's courage lived on in the mouths of others, and so did his humiliation. This reliance on community memory reveals the fragile foundation of honor culture. Reputation wasn't something you owned, it was something others gave you, and the duel was the ritual through which you tried to seize control of it. It's a lesson that still resonates today, when reputations can be destroyed not by pistols, but by a poorly timed post on social media. The psychology of honor dueling was perhaps its most dangerous element. Men convinced themselves that risking death was rational because society had convinced them that shame was worse. To walk away from a fight was to lose everything: your friends' respect, your family's pride, your place in history. The duel turned fear on its head. Men were more afraid of living with dishonor than of dying in combat. That inversion of logic is both chilling and darkly humorous because it shows just how easily collective belief can reshape human instincts. The duel teaches us that humans will endure almost anything, even pain, even death, if it means preserving the illusion that they are admired. By binding itself so tightly to honor culture, the duel became an almost unshakable ritual, one that thrived even as the world around it changed. Science might advance, religion might shift, politics might evolve, but the hunger for honor remained stubbornly the same. The duel wasn't just a tradition of the past, it was a mirror of the human condition, reflecting how much we value reputation, how easily we confuse pride with dignity, and how willing we are to dress violence in the language of nobility. And perhaps that is why this ritual has never fully left us, because even without swords or pistols, the instinct to fight for honor lingers in the quiet corners of our pride, waiting for its stage. By the 17th and 18th centuries, the duel had reached a strange paradox. It was condemned by law, yet celebrated by society, denounced by monarchs, yet practiced in their very courts, mocked by moralists, yet immortalized in literature. It had become a ritual too deeply embedded in culture to disappear, a performance that simultaneously threatened order and reinforced hierarchy. At this stage, the duel was not just an act of violence, it was a symbol of identity, pride, and even national character, and its persistence shows how rituals often outlive the reasons that first created them. Rulers had every reason to ban duels. They drained the nobility of heirs, weakened military strength, and disrupted fragile alliances. Edicts were written again and again, declaring duels a crime against both God and king. Punishments ranged from exile to execution, though they were rarely enforced consistently. The very men tasked with carrying out the bans often participated in duels themselves, or looked the other way when their patrons did. It is almost comic to imagine a royal minister scribbling a new decree against dueling in the morning, then spending the evening sharpening his rapier for a midnight appointment in a garden. Hypocrisy was baked into the system, and that contradiction gave duels even more allure. They became both forbidden and fashionable, dangerous and desirable. This clash between prohibition and practice created an atmosphere where dueling took on an air of rebellion, even when it was about something as petty as an insult at a dinner party. To fight was not only to defend honor, but to defy authority, to claim independence from the law in the most theatrical way possible. Nobles saw this defiance as part of their privilege, proof that they were bound more by the unwritten code of honor than by the written code of kings. In some cases, dueling became a quiet form of protest against the centralization of power, a way for the aristocracy to remind monarchs that they still held their own arenas of influence. It turned the duel into a political act disguised as personal conflict, which only made rulers more desperate to eradicate it. And yet, monarchs themselves sometimes tolerated or even exploited dueling. A strategically ignored duel could eliminate a rival or thin out factions that threatened the throne. Letting two ambitious young nobles destroy each other was often easier than confronting both directly. The duel, in this sense, became a political tool as much as a threat, a ritual that could be condemned in public while quietly serving royal interests. Power has always known how to twist culture to its advantage, and the duel was no exception. It was both a thorn in the side of rulers and a convenient scalpel for cutting away inconvenient lives. Meanwhile, the culture surrounding duels only grew richer. Entire handbooks were written on how to behave during a challenge, how to issue an insult with elegance, how to carry yourself so that even if you died with style. Fencing masters taught not only thrusts and parries, but also the art of posture, because nothing destroyed honor faster than looking clumsy in front of witnesses. The duel had become so stylized that it resembled theater more than warfare, a performance where appearance mattered as much as outcome. And this obsession with style reveals something deeply human. We are often less afraid of losing than of looking foolish while losing. The persistence of duels also reveals the power of gossip. Stories of famous encounters spread rapidly, feeding the imagination of entire societies. One nobleman might become legendary for his composure, another infamous for his cowardice, another immortalized for his tragic death. These stories gave duels a life far beyond the moment of combat. They became parables about courage, loyalty, vanity, and folly. And once a duel entered collective memory, it was nearly impossible to erase. Laws could silence the practice temporarily, but they could never silence the stories. That is why duels refused to die. They were not just events, they were narratives, and narratives are far harder to outlaw. By this stage, duels were also spreading beyond the aristocracy, influencing how broader society thought about pride and justice. Merchants, scholars, and even military officers outside the noble classes began adopting the rituals, proving that the hunger for honor was not confined to those born into privilege. This democratization of dueling alarmed rulers even more, because it meant that defiance was seeping into corners of society they could not control as easily. What had once been the exclusive theater of the nobility was becoming a wider cultural stage, threatening the very fabric of order. Despite all the attempts to control it, the duel thrived because it met a need that nothing else could satisfy. It gave people a sense of closure in disputes where words were too slippery and courts too slow. It offered a spectacle that both terrified and fascinated, satisfying the craving for drama. And it allowed individuals to perform their identity in the most public way possible, to prove not only to themselves, but to their entire community that they were worthy of respect. The duel was irrational, destructive, and wasteful, but it was meaningful, and meaning always wins against reason in the long run. And so, even as edicts piled up and punishments grew harsher, the duel persisted, adapting to new weapons, new codes, and new settings. It survived not because it made sense, but because it gave people a way to act out the timeless human battle between pride and fear, reputation and survival. By the time the 18th century dawned, the duel stood as a ritual both outlawed and adored, a contradiction that captured the very essence of human society. We condemn the things we secretly cannot live without, and that contradiction kept the duel alive, sharper than steel and heavier than law, lingering in the spaces where pride refused to bow. By the 18th century, the duel had reached a stage where its rituals were so formalized they resembled an elaborate dance more than an act of violence. This was the age when pistols began to dominate over swords, transforming the encounter from a prolonged display of skill into a terrifyingly brief moment of fate. With firearms, there were no graceful exchanges, no chance to redeem a mistake with clever footwork, only a single shot that could end everything in the span of a heartbeat. And yet, instead of diminishing the appeal, pistols made dueling even more alluring, precisely because they added a new layer of suspense. The silence before the signal, the measured paces, the stillness as fingers tightened on triggers, all of it turned the duel into a ritual of unbearable anticipation, as though the real drama lay not in the shot itself, but in the seconds before it rang out. This new style of dueling also demanded a new etiquette, one that reflected society's growing obsession with order and civility. The Code Duello, drawn up in Ireland in 1777 and adopted across much of Europe, laid out detailed rules for how pistol duels should be conducted. Everything from the choice of weapons to the distance between combatants, from the role of the seconds to the conditions under which satisfaction could be declared, was regulated with precision. The irony is hard to miss. A ritual built on killing was treated with the same bureaucratic attention one might give to organizing a dinner party. Humanity's ability to turn chaos into paperwork is nothing short of remarkable. People could be bleeding in the grass, but at least they had followed the proper protocol, and somehow that made it feel dignified. Pistol duels also shifted the psychology of combat. With swords, there was at least the illusion of control. You could train endlessly, master parries and thrusts, and believe that skill would tip the scales in your favor. With pistols, much depended on chance. Even the best marksman could miss, while a nervous opponent could land a fatal shot through sheer luck. This randomness infused the duel with both terror and thrill, because it meant that God, fate, or fortune always had the final word. Participants convinced themselves that this was fitting, that life and death hanging on the randomness of a bullet was somehow the truest test of honor. To modernize, it looks absurd, gambling one's existence on the trajectory of lead and calling the outcome justice. But that absurdity is what made it irresistible, because it promised not fairness, but finality. The introduction of pistols also changed the choreography of the ritual itself. The iconic image of two men standing back to back, walking 10 paces and turning to fire was not just dramatic invention. It was rooted in real practice, though often with variations. Sometimes men stood at fixed distances, sometimes they were allowed to fire at will, and sometimes duels continued until first blood rather than death. Each format carried its own weight of symbolism, but all shared the same theatricality: the deliberate pacing, the loaded silence, the single crack of gunfire splitting the morning air. Even when no one died, the ritual had already achieved its purpose. It demonstrated that both men were willing to risk everything, and that willingness itself was enough to preserve honor. Curiously, the pistol duel did not reduce casualties compared to earlier forms. It often increased them. Unlike sword wounds, which might maim but not kill outright, bullets were far less forgiving. Chest wounds, shattered bones, and fatal infections followed many encounters. And yet, this did not diminish the practice. If anything, it heightened its gravitas. Death was not an unfortunate accident of the duel. It was part of the script, the proof that the stakes were as high as pride demanded. Men walked to these encounters fully aware of their odds, and society admired them for it, even when it meant entire generations of aristocrats were thinned out by their own vanity. What makes this era so revealing is how pistol duels straddled the line between modernity and tradition. On one hand, they reflected Enlightenment values of order, codification, and civility. Rules were written, procedures standardized, and appearances carefully maintained. On the other, they remained deeply irrational, clinging to the medieval belief that violence could resolve disputes better than words. The duel had simply swapped swords for pistols, mud for manicured lawns, but its essence was unchanged. The belief that dignity was worth more than life. That belief survived precisely because the pistol made it more dramatic, more immediate, and more theatrical. And this is the paradox of the 18th century duel. It was at once archaic and modern, barbaric and refined, absurd and deeply meaningful. It turned firearms, symbols of industrial efficiency, into tools of ritualized theater, where the bullet carried not just lead but pride, reputation, and legacy. In those tense moments before the trigger was pulled, men convinced themselves they stood at the crossroads of destiny, that their courage would echo long after the smoke cleared. And even when history tells us these encounters were wasteful, irrational, and self-destructive, we cannot help but be fascinated, because they expose something timeless about humanity. Our willingness to risk everything, not for survival, but for the fragile, glittering illusion of honor. By the 18th and 19th centuries, dueling had ceased to be merely a way of settling disputes. It had become a fully fledged cultural performance, embedded in the codes of behavior that defined the elite. What made this period fascinating was not only the persistence of the duel, despite repeated attempts to suppress it, but the way it was codified into an almost bureaucratic ritual. Entire books were written to dictate the proper conduct of a duel, down to the smallest details, as if turning violence into a science might somehow make it respectable. This wasn't savagery anymore. This was etiquette, armed with pistols. The most famous example of this obsession with rules was the Code Duello, first formalized in Ireland in 1777, and rapidly adopted across Europe. This handbook of honor contained no fewer than 26 articles, covering everything from how to issue a challenge, to how many shots were permissible, and even when it was acceptable to declare reconciliation instead of bloodshed. The sheer detail is astonishing. Article 13, for instance, insisted that no insult could be considered too small to provoke a duel, because even the smallest wound to reputation left unanswered could grow into a festering sore of dishonor. Imagine living in a world where calling someone clumsy at a dance could end with paces measured at dawn. It makes our modern grudges on social media look laughably tame. These codes of honor didn't just govern the fight, they also dictated the choreography leading up to it. The ritual began with the challenge, often delivered in writing, composed in the most elaborate language possible. Seconds were then chosen, not only to serve as assistants, but as guardians of etiquette. Their role was both practical and symbolic. They arranged the terms, inspected the weapons, and ensured that everything followed the sacred script. In fact, some duels were resolved before they even began, with seconds negotiating an apology or a gesture that saved face for both parties. But when negotiations failed, the ritual marched forward inexorably toward its climax. The paces were measured carefully, weapons prepared, and the combatants positioned. Every movement was charged with symbolism: the bow before combat, the loaded silence as men raised pistols, the signal that broke the stillness. Witnesses often remarked that the real drama was not in the firing, but in the tension beforehand. The unbearable anticipation as two reputations balanced on the edge of a trigger. That moment of silence, stretched thin as a wire, was where honor seemed to live. And perhaps that is why the duel thrived for so long. It wasn't just about bullets or blades, it was about creating a stage where fear, pride, and courage all stood naked before the world. What makes this codification particularly intriguing is how it created the illusion of fairness in an inherently unfair act. The rules promised equality, but chance and skill still ruled the day. A poor marksman could die with all the etiquette in the world behind him, while a skilled duelist could walk away appearing virtuous simply because he had mastered the craft of killing politely. This blending of civility and brutality says something uncomfortable about human nature. We often prefer our violence to be orderly, not eliminated. We don't reject the act, we reframe it so it looks acceptable, even admirable. Duels of this era also reveal just how much society's invested in the concept of appearances. A man could lose his fortune and recover, lose his property and rebuild, but lose his honor, and he was finished. The duel was the ultimate insurance policy against humiliation, a way of converting shame into courage through a ritualized gamble with death. The irony is that the mere willingness to show up often mattered more than the outcome itself. Even if a man was wounded or killed, his presence at the field proved his worth, while refusal to fight branded him with a stigma that clung for life. This obsession with appearances is not so alien. Today, people risk careers, relationships, and reputations over the smallest slights, driven less by logic than by the fear of seeming weak in the eyes of others. The codified duel also turned violence into a form of social theater. Spectators came not just to see who lived and who died, but to witness the ritual of civility enacted under mortal threat. It was a paradox that fascinated the public, the sight of men exchanging bows one moment and bullets the next. The duel's script offered reassurance that even in chaos, order could be maintained. It's almost comic when you think about it. Two men might limp away bleeding, but the fact that the rules had been followed meant society could nod approvingly, satisfied that honor had been properly defended. The great irony of codification is that it didn't reduce dueling, it kept it alive. By embedding it in rules, etiquette, and ceremony, society gave the duel legitimacy that raw violence could never have achieved. The code duello was less about preventing bloodshed than about ensuring that when blood was shed, it happened with dignity. And that, in turn, made the duel harder to eradicate because it wasn't seen as barbarism, but as tradition, one that defined the very essence of what it meant to be a gentleman. In this way, the duel became more than just combat. It was a carefully managed ritual that fused pride with performance, danger with decorum, savagery with civility. It survived precisely because it was more than violence. It was meaning, wrapped in ceremony, staged in the quiet hours of dawn where reputation was measured in gunpowder and silence. And that tension between chaos and order, between destruction and dignity, ensured that the duel lingered in the cultural imagination long after the smoke cleared from its last shots. By the time the 19th century dawned, the duel had become less a matter of law or even justice and more an elaborate performance of reputation. It was no longer just a way to settle disputes. It had become a ritual in which men acted out the fragile theater of their pride. The fascinating part of this period is how dueling intertwined with politics, literature, and even journalism, turning what was once a private affair of honor into a story that could ripple across entire nations. A pistol fired at dawn might echo for decades, not because of who died, but because of what it symbolized. One of the clearest examples of this new dynamic was how duels became entwined with political life. In parliaments, congresses, and royal courts, sharp tongues often proved as dangerous as sharp blades. Politicians insulted one another in speeches and pamphlets, or even in the taverns after debates. And those words often ended with measured paces on a misty field. A duel was no longer simply a private quarrel. It was a referendum on a man's credibility in the public eye. Refusing to fight could end a career as surely as losing an election. And while kings and lawmakers officially condemned dueling, many of them secretly relied on it to test the mettle of their peers. It was the unspoken admission that the ballot might matter, but the bullet still decided reputations. The press amplified this transformation. Newspapers reported on duels with breathless excitement, often exaggerating the details to sell copies. The public devoured these stories, fascinated not only by the violence, but by the drama leading up to it, the insults, the preparations, the chosen weapons. Reading about a duel became a guilty pleasure, like peeking into the private rivalries of the powerful. Some editors even used satire, mocking the absurdity of men in tailored suits killing each other over minor slights. Yet the irony was that satire only fueled the fascination. The more people laughed at the duel, the more they wanted to hear about it. It was proof that ridicule does not always weaken a tradition. Sometimes it cements it, giving it a strange immortality. Writers and poets, too, found in dueling endless inspiration. Romanticism, with its obsession with passion, honor, and tragic fates, adored the duel as a metaphor for the extremes of human existence. Characters in novels challenged rivals for love, for loyalty, for dignity, and audiences thrilled at the tension of who would survive. Literature elevated dueling from a questionable practice into a symbol of heroic intensity, and this cultural endorsement only made it more alluring in real life. It became difficult to separate art from reality. Men who read about fictional duels in novels like The Three Musketeers sometimes imitated them in their own lives, convinced they were acting out the very ideals celebrated in popular culture. It's a reminder that the stories we tell don't just reflect reality, they shape it. At the same time, dueling revealed stark contradictions about class and privilege. For the elite, a duel could be spun into a tale of bravery, even when it ended in disgrace. For commoners, the same act might be dismissed as barbaric brawling. Honor culture, it turned out, was not evenly distributed. Aristocrats could frame their violence as noble, while peasants were punished for the same behavior. The hypocrisy was glaring, yet it reveals something enduring. Societies often tolerate the vices of the powerful while condemning them in the powerless. The duel was never just about courage. It was about who had the social license to package their violence as virtue. Despite its elegance and theatricality, dueling was still brutally dangerous, and the casualties continued to pile up. Some duels ended in instant death, others in agonizing wounds that led to infections and slow decline. Yet even survivors often paid heavy prices. A man who killed his rival might live with guilt, or worse, with the whispers that he had acted dishonorably in victory. Honor was a slippery prize, difficult to win, impossible to hold, and always at risk of being questioned. In this sense, the duel was not only about facing an opponent, it was about wrestling with the ever-watchful eyes of society. And perhaps that is what made it so addictive. The fight was never just against another man, but against the endless hunger of reputation. The duel of the 19th century also carried an air of nostalgia, as though participants sensed they were acting out the final chapters of a fading tradition. The world was changing rapidly. Industrialization, democracy, and modern legal systems all threatened to make dueling obsolete. Yet this only heightened its symbolic weight. To fight in a duel was to cling to an older vision of masculinity and nobility, to insist that honor could not be replaced by courts or newspapers. Every duel became not just a clash of individuals, but a performance of resistance against modernity itself. The pistol was both weapon and relic, carrying not only lead, but also memory. And so the duel endured into an age that had every reason to abandon it, surviving, because it was never really about logic. It was about theater, identity, and the intoxicating illusion that one could carve meaning into the world with a single shot. Even as railways shrieked across continents and factories roared with machines, men still sought misty fields at dawn, convinced that their worth could be measured in powder smoke. And in that contradiction lies the essence of the duel's fascination. It reminds us that progress never fully kills the past. It merely layers new habits over old instincts, leaving rituals like the duel to flicker long after their time should have ended. By the 19th century, the duel had slipped beyond its medieval roots and taken on an international character, stretching across Europe and even into the Americas. What's remarkable is not just that men were still willing to face pistols at dawn, but that the practice adapted to each culture, reflecting local obsessions while clinging to the same universal script of pride and spectacle. It had become, in a strange way, one of the earliest globalized rituals, a shared language of violence spoken with regional accents. And this is where the duel becomes even more fascinating, because it was no longer only about aristocrats or knights, but about politicians, poets, revolutionaries, and even ordinary men caught up in the fever of honor. In France, the duel practically became a national pastime. Throughout the 1800s, it was so common among politicians and journalists that Parisian newspapers often carried duel reports like sports columns. If a politician insulted another in the chamber, the next morning might find them facing each other with pistols in the Bois de Boulogne, cheered on by small crowds. By some estimates, thousands of duels occurred in France during the century, many of them sparked by biting words in print. Journalists seem particularly prone to this ritual, as though writing a sharp article was incomplete without the possibility of bleeding for it afterward. Imagine if today's opinion columnists had to settle disputes by shooting at each other in a park. Our morning papers might look very different. In Germany, the tradition of student dueling, called Mensur, took on a unique form. University students engaged in ritualized duels not to kill, but to scar one another, treating facial wounds as badges of honor. A slash across the cheek or jaw became a visible symbol of courage, so much so that some men sought them deliberately. It was not unusual for wealthy students to pay fencing masters to guarantee that they would acquire such scars. Society then interpreted these wounds as proof of manliness and reliability. It's an almost absurd detail, people risking their eyesight and health not for victory but for decoration, turning scars into fashion statements. Yet it speaks to how the duel could be molded into whatever a culture most valued. Here, endurance and visible proof of bravery. Across the Atlantic, the United States embraced its own variation, particularly in the southern states where honor culture burned hot. The most famous example is, of course, the 1804 duel between Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr, a moment when the young republic's politics collided with the old rituals of pride. Hamilton's death shocked the nation, but also cemented the duel's place in American lore, turning it into a cautionary tale as well as a symbol of reckless courage. Southern gentlemen continued dueling well into the 19th century, often over political disagreements, land disputes, or perceived insults. Pistols were the weapons of choice, and the rituals mirrored European codes, but the American twist was that dueling carried a frontier bravado, as though it proved not only honor, but the rugged independence of a man unwilling to be tamed by law. In Russia, dueling took on a more melancholic literary quality, reflecting the country's cultural temperament. Writers like Pushkin and Lermontov were not only fascinated by dueling, they died in them. Their deaths reveal the tragic irony of the ritual. Men who shaped national identity with their words ended up silenced by pistols over personal slights. Pushkin's fatal duel in 1837, provoked by gossip about his wife, shocked Russian society, but also seemed to confirm the romantic image of the poet as a doomed figure consumed by passion and pride. These deaths highlight how dueling wasn't just tolerated in Russia, it was woven into its cultural mythology, binding creativity, suffering, and fatalism into a single act. Italy, fractured and reshaped during the 19th century, used dueling as a political language. Revolutionaries and nationalists often fought to prove their commitment to the cause, and insults among patriots could spiral into challenges that blurred the line between personal and ideological conflict. In this sense, the duel became a stage not just for individual honor, but for the drama of a nation trying to forge itself. To die in a duel could be spun as martyrdom, proof that even private quarrels carried the weight of destiny. This politicization of the duel shows how flexible it was. It could be theater, art, rebellion, or even a rehearsal for greater battles to come. What unites all these variations is how the duel mirrored the anxieties and aspirations of each society. In France, it became a noisy extension of free speech. In Germany, a scarred testimony of manhood. In America, a test of frontier pride. In Russia, a tragic blend of literature and fatalism. In Italy, a mirror of revolutionary struggle. The duel was never just about two men. It was about the cultures that shaped them, each projecting their values onto the ritual like a canvas. And yet, beneath all the regional differences, the same beating heart remained. Pride, reputation, and the belief that a man's worth could be distilled into a single moment of mortal risk. By examining these international variations, we see how the duel was both endlessly adaptable and stubbornly resistant to extinction. It thrived wherever honor was fragile, wherever pride outweighed reason, and wherever societies believed that meaning could be carved into the world with steel or lead. The duel's persistence across borders proves that it wasn't just a relic of medieval superstition, it was a universal human instinct dressed in the costumes of each culture it touched. And that universality is what ensured its survival well into the modern age, long after law, logic, and common sense should have buried it. By the time dueling had spread its roots across continents, it began to seep into the bloodstream of art, literature, and the collective imagination. The clash of two men at dawn, weapons drawn, and reputations on the line, was too dramatic a scene for poets, painters, and composers to ignore. What had once been a crude way of resolving disputes transformed into a symbol, sometimes tragic, sometimes romantic, sometimes absurd, that artists wielded as powerfully as the duelists wielded their swords and pistols. It wasn't just that duels happened in real life, it was that they captured something timeless about the human condition, something that art was desperate to explore: pride, passion, mortality, and the absurd ways we chase dignity even as it destroys us. Painters, particularly in the Romantic era, reveled in the imagery of duels. Canvases depicted misty mornings where two figures faced off, their silhouettes stark against pale skies, with anxious seconds standing nearby. These paintings often emphasize the tension before the fatal moment rather than the violence itself, capturing the quiet dread that hung in the air like fog. One could almost hear the silence, broken only by the heartbeat of those waiting for the inevitable shot. Artists understood that the duel wasn't about death, it was about suspense, the unbearable pause where everything hung in balance. And perhaps that is why these images remain so haunting. They freeze the exact second when men believed their entire lives depended on whether their rival's hand trembled. Literature, of course, made the duel immortal. Writers like Dumas and the Three Musketeers turned dueling into both spectacle and philosophy, using it as a shorthand for bravery, loyalty, and sometimes foolish pride. Every thrust of a blade in those novels carried layers of meaning, both entertaining readers and teaching them about the values of friendship, honor, and sacrifice. But while romantic writers glorified the duel, realist authors often stripped it of its glamour, showing the absurdity of men who risked their lives over trifles. Pushkin's and Lermontov's deaths in actual duels only fed the literary fascination, turning the authors themselves into tragic characters whose lives mirrored their works. Fiction and reality blurred so thoroughly that it became hard to tell whether men fought duels because literature glorified them, or whether literature glorified them because men kept fighting. Music also absorbed the duels drama. Opera composers in the 19th century peppered their works with duel scenes, knowing full well the audience would lean forward in anticipation when two tenors sang about honor and vengeance before one of them inevitably fell. These staged duels were not only about spectacle, they were emotional climaxes, where music and violence fused to express passions too strong for dialogue alone. The duel in opera was never just a fight. It was fate, sung at full volume, a theatrical mirror of the real duels unfolding outside the opera houses. It's both ironic and telling that audiences who condemned dueling in editorials applauded it on stage. proving once again that people rarely resist the pull of rituals when dressed in art. Journalism, too, made the duel into cultural currency. Newspapers described encounters with breathless detail, often sensationalizing them for eager readers. The public followed these reports the way modern audiences follow scandals on social media. Famous duels turned into national conversations, shaping reputations long after the shots were fired. The duel was no longer confined to the field or the courtroom. It lived in print, multiplying its impact by being read, discussed, and retold. In this way, culture didn't just reflect dueling, it actively prolonged it, keeping the ritual alive by making sure no one forgot it. The irony is that the duel, designed to silence insults, often generated more noise than it resolved. What's striking in all these artistic echoes is how the duel was transformed into metaphor. It became shorthand for conflict itself, the duel between good and evil, between reason and passion, between individuals and society. Even when swords and pistols disappeared, the duel survived in stories, plays, and paintings because it captured a universal truth. Life itself often feels like a duel, with each of us walking 10 paces towards something we fear but cannot avoid. The ritual, however irrational, distilled existence into a scene so clear and dramatic that art could not resist borrowing it. But art also mocked the duel, and in doing so exposed its absurdity. Satirical prints depicted men shooting wildly into the air or missing each other at comically close range, reminding audiences that pride often looked ridiculous when stripped of its solemn mask. Writers penned stories where duels spiraled into chaos, with rivals too clumsy, too drunk, or too cowardly to carry them out properly. These depictions didn't weaken the duel, they kept it alive by making it a subject of fascination, even laughter. For in the end, a ritual survives not just through reverence, but also through ridicule, as long as people keep paying attention to it. The cultural echo of dueling is perhaps the clearest proof of its resilience. It shows that even when societies condemned it in law, they celebrated it in art. Even when reason declared it wasteful, imagination declared it meaningful. This tension kept the duel lingering far longer than it should have, its smoke curling not only from pistols in fields, but from the pages of novels, the canvases of painters, and the stages of theaters. And maybe that is why it still fascinates us today. Because even if the pistols have long been put away, the duel survives in the stories we tell. Reminders that pride and spectacle are as irresistible to us as they were to the men who once walked 10 paces at dawn. By the 19th century, the duel had become a paradoxical spectacle, condemned by governments, ridiculed by reformers, yet still practiced with an intensity that made it seem almost immortal. And as with any tradition under pressure, it adapted. What's fascinating about this stage of its history is how the duel shifted its meaning depending on the place, the class, and the political climate, becoming at once a stubborn relic and a reinvention of itself. It was like an actor who refuses to leave the stage, so instead he changes costume and insists the show must go on. One of the clearest changes was the duel's relationship with the law. By this period, nearly every European state had outlawed dueling, some with brutal penalties. France issued decree after decree, threatening imprisonment or even death for those who killed in duels. In Britain, dueling was technically a form of murder, and yet juries often refused to convict, seeing the act as understandable, even respectable. In the United States, dueling was banned in most states, but politicians and military officers still met with pistols, often just across state lines where enforcement was weaker. What emerges here is a striking contradiction. Laws were written to kill the duel, but social codes kept resuscitating it. And it says something timeless about humanity, that we often respect unwritten rules more than written ones, especially when those unwritten rules revolve around pride. This tension between legality and honor created situations that bordered on absurd. Men would duel at sunrise and then calmly surrender to authorities afterward, knowing their trials would likely end in acquittal because society pitied the necessity of their actions. In France, the sheer number of duels fought by politicians in the 19th century is staggering. By some estimates, more than 200 deputies of the National Assembly engaged in duels between 1848 and 1900. These were not back-alley affairs, but publicized encounters often staged like theater. The irony is delicious. Lawmakers who banned duels in one breath found themselves facing pistols in the next, proving once again that laws are easy to write but difficult to live by. Technology also influenced the duel's evolution. Pistols grew more accurate and reliable, raising the stakes dramatically. This forced societies to adopt new rules of mercy, such as intentionally aiming wide, firing into the ground, or limiting the number of shots exchanged. These gestures allowed men to preserve honor without guaranteeing a corpse. But these compromises also reveal the underlying comedy of the duel. People went to great lengths to arrange fights that looked dangerous while quietly minimizing the risk of actual death. It was as if honor required performance, not results. The duel became less about killing and more about proving you were willing to risk being killed, a subtle but crucial shift that allowed it to stagger onward into a more skeptical age. Literature and newspapers only fueled this persistence. The deaths of figures like Alexander Pushkin and Mikhail Lermontov in Russia gave the duel an aura of tragic romance, turning poets into martyrs of passion. Meanwhile, in America, the story of Hamilton and Burr became both a national embarrassment and a legend, retold with equal parts condemnation and fascination. The more people read about duels, the more the ritual remained lodged in imagination. Words kept it alive even when laws tried to bury it. It's a reminder that no tradition truly dies as long as stories keep feeding it. And humans, after all, have always been addicted to telling stories of pride, folly, and fate. What's most striking in this period is how dueling became symbolic of resistance to modernity itself. The 19th century was an age of industrialization, bureaucracy, and rationalism, yet the duel stood as a romantic counterpoint, a stubborn holdover from a world where personal courage outweighed paperwork and blood carried more meaning than ink. Men who chose to fight weren't just defending themselves from insult. They were also rejecting the impersonal machinery of courts and newspapers. To them, dueling wasn't barbaric, it was authentic, proof that in a rapidly changing world, some values couldn't be replaced by factories or parliaments. Of course, the irony is that these timeless values often boil down to vanity and ego. But vanity has always been one of the hardest traditions to kill. The duel of the 19th century survived precisely because it had become more than an act of violence. It was a stage where society rehearsed its contradictions. Men condemned it and yet participated in it. Laws forbade it and yet forgave it. Culture mocked it and yet immortalized it. The duel lingered not because it was rational, but because it satisfied something deeper, the need for ritual, for performance, for meaning dressed in danger. And perhaps that is why it fascinates us still, because beneath the gunpowder and blood, it reveals a truth that never fades. People will risk everything, even their lives, not to win an argument, but to avoid the humiliation of walking away from one. By the late 19th century, the duel was walking on a tightrope between tradition and extinction. Still alive in certain corners, but increasingly criticized as a relic of a bygone age. Yet what makes this period so captivating is the way dueling reinvented itself to fit into societies that were rapidly modernizing. It was no longer the domain of armored knights or feuding nobles. It had become a ritual of politicians, journalists, artists, and military men, each adapting the practice to the rhythms of a changing world. If anything, this twilight of the duel shows how rituals often fight hardest for survival just as their time is running out. In France, dueling seemed to reach its last great flourish. The country became infamous in the 19th century for the sheer number of pistol duels fought, especially among politicians. Disagreements in Parliament frequently spilled into the Bois de Boulogne, where deputies and ministers measured paces with seconds at their sides. Newspapers gleefully reported the outcomes, turning dueling into a spectator sport for the literate public. These weren't always fights to the death. Sometimes a single shot fired wide was enough to restore dignity, but the mere willingness to show up was what mattered. It's almost comical to imagine lawmakers debating tax policy one day and then marching into a forest with pistols the next, as if fiscal disagreements could be solved more efficiently with gunpowder than with ballots. Elsewhere, the duel clung to life in equally surprising forms. In Germany, university students practiced the Mensur, a ritualized form of fencing designed not to kill but to scar. The facial wounds earned in these contests were worn proudly as marks of courage and endurance. A jagged slash across the cheek became a kind of social passport, proof that a man could withstand pain without flinching. In some circles, women even considered these scars attractive, a visible testament to their partner's bravery. It is both absurd and fascinating to realize that young men willingly risked disfigurement not for honor in the battlefield, but for what amounted to a cultural badge of masculinity. If modern society had kept this tradition, one wonders how many people today would deliberately seek scars for the sake of a strong Tinder profile picture. In Russia, dueling carried an air of tragic romance, fueled by the deaths of literary giants like Pushkin and Lermontov. Their duels were not merely personal affairs, they became cultural events, woven into the national imagination as symbols of passion and fatal pride. Russians, already inclined toward dramatic interpretations of life, treated these encounters as extensions of literature itself, where poets lived and died by the same passions they wrote about. This intertwining of art and violence is revealing, because it shows how dueling was no longer just a practice, but a metaphor, a story people told themselves about what it meant to live with intensity. Meanwhile, in America, dueling had begun to fade in the North, but stubbornly survived in the South, where honor culture remained deeply entrenched. Southern gentlemen considered dueling an essential part of their social code, a way of defending reputation in a world where insults carried heavier weight than laws. Even as states passed anti-dueling legislation, men found ways around it, sometimes crossing borders to fight where enforcement was weaker. The South's attachment to dueling highlights the persistence of honor culture in shaping behavior, even in a nation that prided itself on being modern and democratic. It also underscores the irony that a society so determined to project progress could cling so fiercely to rituals rooted in medieval pride. What makes this twilight of dueling so fascinating is not just its persistence, but its adaptability. It could be deadly or symbolic, violent or theatrical, depending on what society required at the moment. For some, it was a matter of life and death. For others, it was a form of pageantry, a way of displaying courage without necessarily spilling blood. This flexibility kept it alive long past the point where logic suggested it should have died. It also reveals something about human nature. We rarely let go of rituals that provide meaning, even if those rituals no longer serve their original purpose. Instead, we reshape them, polishing their edges, softening their dangers, and insisting they still matter. And yet, beneath the scarred faces, the newspaper headlines, and the pistols fired into the sky, the same old truth lingered. The duel was about pride, about the desperate need to prove oneself in the eyes of others. It thrived not because it made sense, but because it satisfied the gnawing fear of shame. A man could endure a wound, even death, but not humiliation. That was the unspoken law beneath all the written codes and ceremonies. And this unspoken law is perhaps what makes the duel so enduringly fascinating. It shows us that human beings will go to extraordinary, even ridiculous lengths to defend their image. And when a ritual can disguise vanity as virtue, it will always find a way to survive, even in the shadow of modernity. By the late 19th and early 20th centuries, dueling had become a ritual desperately fighting against its own obsolescence. It no longer dominated the courts or battlefields. Instead, it lingered in the margins of society, often half condemned and half celebrated. Yet this fading stage of the duel is perhaps the most revealing, because it shows how traditions don't simply vanish, they shrink, mutate, and cling to pockets of meaning until the very end. And in its twilight years, the duel became a curious mixture of tragedy, farce, and nostalgia. In Europe, France remained one of the last strongholds of the pistol duel. Even as railroads shrieked and factories roared, French politicians and journalists were still settling insults in wooded groves. The 19th century French press, notorious for its fiery editorials, often became the spark for duels. Writers who flung words like daggers in print sometimes found themselves dodging bullets the next morning. What's extraordinary is how common this became. Between 1870 and 1914, dueling in France reached almost epidemic proportions among the elite, with hundreds of recorded encounters. And yet, despite the drama, fatalities were rare. Combatants increasingly fired into the air or deliberately aimed wide, preferring ritual to bloodshed. The duel had become more about appearances than outcomes, a carefully choreographed dance of pride that allowed men to perform bravery without actually dying for it. Germany clung to its own variation through the mensur, the ritual fencing duels of university students. Unlike the political pistols of France, these duels were not about killing, but about scarring. The coveted facial slash, the schmiss, was considered proof of courage, endurance, and masculine worth. Students stood rigid, refusing to dodge or flinch, allowing blades to carve permanent reminders into their skin. A scar on the cheek could open doors in military and political careers, turning pain into social capital. It is both absurd and fascinating to realize that young men willingly let themselves be sliced open just to display bravery on their faces. It was a world where dermatology and dueling collided, and the scars that horrify us today were once fashionable accessories. In Russia, dueling carried a more fatal air, woven into the country's melancholy temperament. The deaths of poets like Pushkin and Lermontov still haunted cultural memory, and the duel remained a symbol of tragic destiny. Even into the early 20th century, dueling persisted among the aristocracy, often sparked by slights to reputation or whispers of impropriety. But here, dueling was less about theater and more about inevitability, as though Russians accepted the fatalism of standing at 10 paces as a reflection of life itself. This was not a ritual softened by comedy or etiquette. It was treated as a grim reminder that passion and pride could never be separated from mortality. Across the Atlantic, dueling in America had largely died out by the Civil War, crushed under the weight of modernization and the brutality of industrial-scale violence. Yet, in the South, echoes of the old honor culture lingered. Some duels still occurred, often framed as private affairs shielded from public scrutiny. But more often, dueling was replaced by other forms of violence, street fights, ambushes, or feuds, that carried the same logic of pride without the ceremony of measured paces. The romantic image of the duel gave way to the harsher realities of a society that no longer had patience for rituals when firearms were abundant, and justice could be taken into one's own hands without bowing to etiquette. What's striking about this twilight of dueling is how it revealed the human need for ritual even when the substance is gone. In France, duels became performances, often ending without blood. In Germany, they became endurance tests, disguised as rites of passage. In Russia, they lingered as fatal symbols of passion. In America, they dissolved into new forms of violence. Everywhere, the duel changed costume, but the script remained the same. Pride must be defended, shame must be avoided, and ritual must give meaning to the confrontation. That adaptability is why the duel survived far longer than logic or law suggested it should. The decline of dueling also underscores a universal irony. Societies often cling hardest to traditions when they are already dying. The late duels of the 19th and early 20th centuries were not echoes of strength, but of weakness, the desperate insistence that an old ritual still mattered in a world that had moved on. Industrial courts, police forces, and journalism were replacing personal combat as arbiters of truth and reputation. Yet men still reached for pistols and sabers as if to prove that individual pride could not be swallowed by modern systems. It was nostalgia turned deadly, a refusal to admit that progress had made the ritual irrelevant. And yet, even in its final throes, the duel refused to lose its allure. Its stories filled newspapers, novels, and operas. Its ritual survived in university fencing halls and political scandals. It lingered in imagination long after it vanished from daily life. A reminder that while societies may abandon practices, they rarely abandon the meaning those practices carried. The duel became a ghost-haunting modernity, whispering that pride, vanity, and the hunger for spectacle never truly disappear. They only find new arenas to play in, whether on political stages, in printed words, or in the digital duels of today's world, where reputations can be destroyed not by pistols, but by posts. And perhaps that is why the duel, even in decline, still fascinates, because it reminds us that the stage for human pride may change, but the script never does. By the early 20th century, the duel was fading into legend, but its echoes still reverberated in the cracks of society. The world was transforming at a speed that left little room for old rituals, and yet men clung to dueling as though it were the last defense of dignity in an era increasingly defined by bureaucracy and machines. It's in this moment of decline that the duel reveals itself most clearly as a cultural performance rather than a practical tool. What once claimed to reveal divine judgment or defend family honor was now a symbolic gesture, one that people participated in less for justice than for the appearance of courage. The duel had become theater with live ammunition. France, always the stage where dueling flourished longest, was still producing headline-grabbing encounters well into the 20th century. Politicians, generals, and journalists were among the most notorious duelists. Some of these encounters had almost comic undertones, with shots fired into the air or combatants deliberately missing to preserve dignity without shedding blood. Others carried deadly consequences. The French public consumed these stories with a mix of fascination and ridicule, as if they weren't sure whether to admire the bravery or mock the absurdity. Newspapers treated dueling like a cross between scandal and sport, reporting the distance paced, the type of pistols used, and the condition of the wounded with the same precision they might give to a horse race. It was both deadly serious and faintly ridiculous, which, in truth, describes much of human behavior when pride is involved. In Germany, the student tradition of Menser dueling persisted stubbornly, a reminder that ritual can thrive even when its logic has collapsed. The scars carved into young men's faces became less about courage and actual combat and more about social capital, symbols of belonging in elite circles. A man with a well-placed scar could impress in business or politics, his wound a permanent resume inked in flesh. The absurdity lies in how pain was commodified, turned into a kind of fashion accessory that one couldn't buy but had to earn with blood. It's not unlike the way modern society sometimes prizes expensive suffering. Think of ultramarathon runners or people bragging about their lack of sleep, where endurance itself becomes the currency of pride. Russia, on the other hand, carried dueling into the 20th century with its usual air of tragic grandeur. The duel remained linked to the romantic fatalism that had claimed Pushkin and Lermontov a century earlier. Even as revolution loomed, aristocrats still clung to the ritual as a marker of identity, a way of distinguishing themselves from the rising tide of change. Yet here, dueling became less a widespread practice and more a nostalgic echo, a way for a class in decline to pretend they still lived in a world where honor outweighed survival. The irony, of course, is that while men clung to pistols at dawn, the revolution swept them away with machine guns at noon. It was as though history itself had outdueled the duel. Across the Atlantic, dueling in the United States had largely died out, but its ghost lingered in memory and myth. The Hamilton-Burr duel of 1804 still loomed large as a cautionary tale, yet even as the practice disappeared, the logic behind it persisted in feuds, vendettas, and frontier justice. In many ways, the American duel didn't vanish. It simply shed its ritualistic clothing and lived on in more direct forms of violence. This shift is telling. Societies rarely abandon their instincts for pride and retaliation. They just find new costumes for them. Where once there were measured paces and polished pistols, there were now ambushes, shootouts, and courtroom battles. What makes the early 20th century so compelling is the way dueling became increasingly self-aware. People knew it was outdated, even absurd, but they still performed it, as though unable to let go of a tradition that gave structure to their emotions. This awareness often slipped into comedy. Satirical newspapers lampooned duelists as pompous fools, caricatures of men so obsessed with pride that they would risk death over trivial insults. Plays and novels mocked the rituals, showing how the elaborate choreography of dueling masked the ridiculousness of the quarrels that sparked them. And yet, by mocking the duel, culture kept it alive, ensuring it remained a subject of fascination even as its actual practice dwindled. What lingers from this twilight period is the duel's transformation into metaphor. Even when pistols were put away, people continued to describe conflicts as duels between ideas, between political rivals, between nations. The language of honor persisted, translated into arenas that no longer required blood. This shift proves how deeply ingrained the duel had become in the human imagination. And once a ritual of life and death, it became a way of thinking about struggle itself, about the eternal confrontation between pride and shame, risk and reputation. And perhaps this is why the duel still captivates us long after its decline, because we recognize ourselves in its absurdity, in its mixture of fear, vanity, and longing for meaning. In the end, the early 20th century duel was less about killing and more about memory. It survived as a stubborn echo, a ghostly performance that reassured men they still had control over their reputations, even as the world around them dissolved into modernity. It was fragile, fading, and often farcical, but it carried with it the reminder that rituals don't need to be rational to endure. They only need to speak to our pride, our fear of humiliation, and our hunger for drama. And in that sense, the duel never really died. It simply found new stages, new weapons, and new audiences, leaving its ancient script intact beneath the costume changes of history. By the early 20th century, the duel was caught between two worlds, one foot planted in the fading traditions of aristocratic honor, the other stumbling into the age of telegraphs, railroads, and machine guns. It was still practiced in certain circles, but increasingly it felt like a relic, a ritual that belonged more to romantic novels than to the factories and parliaments of modern life. And yet, what's fascinating about this moment is how dueling didn't simply vanish. It transformed into stories, symbols, and scandals that made it as present in imagination as it was absent in daily practice. France, once the beating heart of the dueling craze, still produced encounters that bordered on absurd theater. Journalists continued to provoke one another with editorials, and politicians still carried disputes into the Bois de Boulogne. But by now, many of these duels were more pantomime than peril. Shots were fired into the air, swords clashed harmlessly, and seconds often stepped in to declare honor satisfied before anyone was hurt. The ritual had become a form of polite violence, almost a parody of itself. And yet, people kept reading about them, kept gossiping, kept treating them as important events. It shows that the duel no longer needed to kill to matter. It only needed to be performed, like a stage play that audiences couldn't resist even when everyone knew the ending. In Germany, the Mensur fencing duels among students continued with astonishing stubbornness. By this time, scars across the face were less about courage in real combat and more about proving endurance, discipline, and belonging to an elite brotherhood. Students stood motionless as blades slashed at their cheeks, refusing to flinch, because flinching meant dishonor. A scar was like a permanent business card, proof of toughness that one carried for life. It's bizarre and a little funny to imagine a society where dermatology and dueling overlapped, where instead of Botox or cosmetic surgery, young men sought the prestige of deliberate scars. But the absurdity underscores a truth. People will always find ways to display status through their bodies, whether through scars, tattoos, or grueling gym routines. Russia held on to dueling with a darker tone, colored by the fatalism that defined much of its culture. The deaths of poets like Pushkin and Lermontov had already cemented the duel as a tragic emblem, and even in the 20th century, aristocrats clung to it as though standing at 10 paces was a way of proving they still mattered in a country on the verge of revolution. The irony is striking. Men who defended their honor with pistols at dawn were swept aside by political upheaval that cared nothing for their rituals. Dueling in Russia was like a candle flickering in a storm, its glow dramatic but destined to be extinguished by forces far larger than personal pride. In America, the duel was essentially dead by this point, remembered more through myth than through practice. The Hamilton-Burr encounter lingered as the nation's most infamous duel, retold endlessly as both a cautionary tale and a symbol of political intensity. But Americans had moved on to new forms of settling disputes, lawsuits, elections, and in some cases, shootouts that lacked the ceremony but kept the violence. The ritual of the duel had vanished, but the impulse behind it, the defense of reputation, the refusal to be shamed, remained deeply embedded in American culture. One could argue that the courtroom drama became the duel of the modern age, with lawyers as seconds and verdicts as bullets. The weapons changed, but the hunger for vindication stayed the same. What makes this twilight of dueling so compelling is how much it reveals about the human need for ritual. By the 20th century, almost no one believed dueling was rational. Governments condemned it, clergy denounced it, newspapers mocked it. And yet, men still showed up on misty mornings with pistols or sabers, knowing full well the absurdity of their actions. Why? Because the duel gave shape to emotions that otherwise felt chaotic: shame, rage, fear of humiliation. It provided a script, a stage, and an ending, even if that ending was only symbolic. In a world increasingly ruled by impersonal institutions, the duel felt personal, intimate, and meaningful, even if it was outdated. And as dueling's physical practice waned, its symbolic power only grew. It slipped into language, into literature, into metaphor. People spoke of duels of ideas, duels of politics, duels of science. Newspapers described rivalries as duels, even when no weapons were drawn. The ritual had become elastic, capable of surviving without the blood that once defined it. And this adaptability ensured its immortality, not as a practice, but as a way of imagining conflict, of turning disagreement into theater. The fading of dueling didn't erase it. It transformed it into something more enduring, something less bound by pistols and paces, and more embedded in how we think about struggle itself. It became a symbol of pride's resilience, of our refusal to let insults pass quietly, of our endless appetite for drama dressed in rules. And maybe that's the ultimate irony. Just as the duel was dying as a ritual of violence, it was being reborn as a metaphor that would outlast the very men who clung to it. Even when the pistols went silent, the duel never really ended. It simply found new arenas where pride could still march 10 paces and face its rival. By the dawn of the 20th century, the duel had become something almost contradictory. A ritual everyone declared obsolete, yet one that people could not entirely let go of. It lived on in the tension between modern institutions and old instincts, straddling the line between legality and nostalgia. And in this transitional period, the duel revealed more about society's anxieties than about courage itself. It showed a world that wanted to be rational but still craved spectacle, a world that trusted courts and newspapers but still whispered that honor could not be measured by verdicts alone. France was the perfect stage for this paradox. Politicians there seemed unable to resist dueling, as though parliamentary debates were incomplete without the sound of pistols echoing through a wooded grove the next morning. Between 1870 and 1914, more than 200 duels involving French deputies were recorded, often over arguments as trivial as a sarcastic remark or a biting editorial. These encounters were frequently reported in minute detail: the exact distance paced, the number of witnesses, even the model of pistol used. Sometimes both men agreed to fire into the air, declaring honor, satisfied without injury. Other times, blood was drawn, though fatalities were increasingly rare. What mattered was not who lived or died, but who showed up, who demonstrated the willingness to risk everything for pride. The duel had become a performance where the threat of violence mattered more than the violence itself. Germany clung stubbornly to the Mensur, the student fencing duel that prized scars over victory. By the 20th century, this practice was less about resolving disputes and more about producing permanent evidence of endurance. The scarred cheek was a symbol of belonging to an elite brotherhood, a silent credential that marked a man as disciplined, reliable, and fearless. These wounds functioned as social armor, opening doors to careers in the military, politics, and business. The absurdity lies in how pain itself was commodified, turned into a currency that could be exchanged for status. If one imagines modern job interviews demanding facial scars as proof of determination, the ridiculousness becomes clear. But in that era, it was deadly serious. Endurance itself had become the measure of worth, and scars were worn like medals. Russia carried dueling into the new century with its characteristic blend of fatalism and passion. The aristocracy, threatened by revolution and social upheaval, clung to rituals that affirmed their identity, and dueling was one of the last threads they held on to. Each encounter felt like a tragic echo of the past, as though by standing at 10 paces they could hold back the tide of history. But while aristocrats clung to pistols at dawn, the empire around them was unraveling, swept away by ideologies and machinery that cared little for personal pride. The duel became a kind of self-parody, a performance staged by men who believed themselves heroes of honor while the world reclassified them as relics. In the end, it was not rivals that defeated them, but the sheer irrelevance of the ritual in an age of mass politics and revolution. Meanwhile, in the United States, dueling was by then a historical memory rather than a living tradition. The Hamilton-Burr duel still loomed in cultural consciousness, retold in classrooms and political speeches, but the actual practice had been stamped out by laws and shifting values. Yet the duel's logic had not vanished. It had simply found new venues. Courtrooms became arenas where reputations were defended, and the press became the battlefield where insults were hurled and responses demanded. It is telling that Americans still use the language of dueling, political showdowns, legal face-offs, rhetorical sparring, long after pistols were put away. The ritual had migrated from the field to the metaphor, from powder and blood to ink and words. What unites these variations is how the duel adapted to survive, even in decline. It shifted from killing to posturing, from settling disputes to displaying identities, from blood in the grass to scars on the cheek or words in the press. This adaptability reveals that the duel was never really about the mechanics of combat. It was always about pride, reputation, and the desperate need to avoid humiliation. And those needs do not vanish just because societies modernize. They simply disguised themselves in new costumes. The duel was proof that rituals can outlast their usefulness, sustained by nothing more than the stubborn vanity of human beings, and perhaps that is why the duel still captivates us today. Its twilight years remind us of the absurdity of clinging to old forms of pride, but also of how irresistible those forms can be. Men knew the duel was irrational, outdated, even laughable, but they could not abandon it because it offered meaning in a world that felt increasingly impersonal. That is the irony of the duel's decline. It died not when people stopped needing it, but when they found other arenas to stage the same drama. The pistols may have been holstered, but the script of pride versus humiliation continued, waiting to be played out in new ways. And this persistence is what ensures that even in its last gasps, the duel was never truly defeated. It simply changed its mask, preparing for its next appearance on the human stage. By the early decades of the 20th century, the duel had become a relic, but one that refused to stay buried. It clung to life not so much through widespread practice, but through spectacle, scandal, and the sheer magnetism of its symbolism. Even in an era of industrial wars, parliamentary debates, and sprawling legal systems, the idea of two men facing each other at dawn with pistols or swords still carried a strange allure. It was as though society had outgrown the duel in practice, but remained addicted to it in imagination. This twilight stage reveals the duel not as a mode of justice, but as a cultural performance that people could not stop watching, even when they mocked it. France remained a particularly fertile ground for these final acts. Politicians and journalists continued to exchange challenges with astonishing regularity, sometimes for slights, as minor as a sarcastic remark in a newspaper column. The duels themselves were often far less deadly than in earlier centuries. Many ended with no bloodshed at all, the participants firing wide or halting after a symbolic clash of blades, but the reporting of these events made them feel larger than life. French newspapers described duels with the same tone they might use to report a sports match, providing details of distance, weapons, and outcomes with a flourish that invited readers to imagine themselves in the scene. These were not just private quarrels, they were public dramas, staged for an audience hungry for entertainment as much as for morality. The comedy of it all was not lost on observers. Satirical writers and cartoonists lampooned the pompous rituals, depicting duelists as foolish peacocks strutting for attention. Yet the ridicule only made the duel more fascinating, because it confirmed that the ritual had crossed from the realm of law into the realm of theater. Even when people laughed, they were still watching, and as long as there was an audience, the duel found ways to survive. It had become less about killing and more about being seen, which in some ways made it even more absurd. After all, how different is that from today's social media spats, where people fight not to resolve a conflict, but to perform their outrage for an audience? Germany's Mensur fencing continued to provide its own bizarre version of continuity. Though the nation was rapidly modernizing, university students clung to ritualized duels with blades, not to settle insults, but to earn the coveted facial scar. These scars were treated as badges of honor, visible proof of courage and belonging to an elite brotherhood. A man who carried one into a courtroom or a boardroom was seen as reliable, disciplined, and unflinching. The willingness to endure pain without flinching mattered more than the outcome of the duel itself. The practice may strike us today as grotesque, but it reveals how even in modernity, people create rituals that transform suffering into status. Instead of medals or diplomas, these young men wore their qualifications on their faces. Russia, by contrast, carried dueling forward with its characteristic streak of fatalism. While not as common as in France or Germany, duels still appeared among aristocrats and intellectuals, lingering as a tragic echo of the past. The deaths of literary figures in earlier centuries had already mythologized the duel as an act of doomed passion, and the ritual remained tethered to that romantic, melancholy symbolism. In a society heading toward revolution and upheaval, dueling felt increasingly like an aristocratic performance out of sync with the times. And yet, that very anachronism gave it power. It became a way for a fading class to cling to relevance, to act out its identity in a world that no longer took it seriously. Meanwhile, in the United States, the duel had long been declared dead in law and practice, yet its ghost lingered in language and cultural memory. The Burr-Hamilton duel was still retold in classrooms and speeches, cementing its place in the national imagination as both cautionary tale and myth. Americans had largely abandoned the ritual itself, replacing it with lawsuits, political battles, and other forms of public confrontation. But the language of dueling, showdowns, face-offs, battles of honor, remained deeply embedded. The United States proved that you could kill the practice without killing the idea, and the idea is often the more enduring part. What makes this period compelling is how the duel morphed from reality into metaphor, from a physical act to a cultural shorthand for confrontation itself. People no longer needed to bleed in order to prove their courage. They only needed to invoke the imagery of dueling to frame their struggles as meaningful, and once a practice enters metaphor, it never really dies. The duel of pistols and swords faded, but the duel of words, ideas, and reputations flourished, carrying the same dramatic energy without the same mortal risks. This persistence of the duel in metaphor tells us something unsettling about ourselves. We are addicted to spectacle, to turning conflict into theater. We may laugh at men pacing in a field with pistols, but we still tune in when arguments are staged, whether in parliaments, on television, or on social media. The weapons have changed, the stakes have shifted, but the hunger for honor, pride, and performance remains. And that is why the duel, even in its twilight, refused to disappear entirely. It simply changed costume, slipping from the dawn-lit field into the pages of newspapers, the lines of novels, and eventually into the metaphors we use without thinking. The duel stopped being a ritual of blood, but it never stopped being a ritual of meaning. By the early 20th century, dueling had slipped from being a deadly fixture of aristocratic culture into something more curious, a fading ritual that thrived less in practice and more in imagination. It no longer shaped the destiny of nations or toppled dynasties, but it refused to vanish altogether, clinging on in strange corners of society where pride still demanded a stage. The duel had become a ghost in daylight, half parody, half nostalgia, yet still powerful enough to capture attention whenever it surfaced. And this period reveals perhaps more than any other that dueling was never just about weapons. It was about the human obsession with dignity, appearance, and the dangerous theater of pride. France remained the most visible stage for these late duels. Politicians and journalists continued to challenge each other with astonishing frequency. Their quarrels splashed across newspapers like serialized dramas. The public followed these encounters with a mix of mockery and fascination, treating them as entertainment while pretending to condemn them. Some duels ended with shots fired harmlessly into the sky, others with slight wounds that newspapers exaggerated into heroic epics. The reality was often anticlimactic, yet the ritual lived on because it satisfied the hunger for spectacle. Readers didn't care if the pistols missed. They cared about the image of two men willing to risk their lives over a sentence in a speech or a stinging editorial. It shows how the duel, even in decline, had become less about justice and more about the performance of risk. Germany, with its Menser fencing tradition, turned dueling into an endurance test rather than a contest of skill. Students lined up in halls, sabers drawn, striking at each other while refusing to dodge, their goal not victory but visible scars. These wounds became a bizarre form of social capital, proof that a man had the steel to withstand pain without flinching. A scar across the cheek was considered a mark of reliability, even attractiveness, in elite circles. One cannot help but laugh at the irony. In a culture that prized rationality and efficiency, young men willingly let themselves be carved open for cosmetic reasons. Yet this absurdity points to something universal. Societies will always invent rituals to prove courage, whether through scars, marathon medals, or even the humble act of working through exhaustion just to brag about it later. Russia carried dueling into the new century with its familiar streak of tragic fatalism. The aristocracy, already weakened by social upheaval, clung to dueling as though it were the last proof of their identity. To stand at 10 paces with a pistol was less about defending honor than about asserting that the old ways still had meaning in a world slipping toward revolution. But the irony was brutal. While aristocrats dueled at dawn, revolutionaries were preparing to sweep away their entire class with machine guns and ideology. Dueling in Russia became an echo of another age, a performance staged by men who believed themselves timeless, even as history was about to erase them. Their deaths in such rituals were not only personal tragedies, but metaphors for a class refusing to see its own irrelevance. In America, dueling had long been buried, but its cultural shadow endured. The Hamilton-Burr duel was retold endlessly, its myth growing larger with each generation. Americans no longer needed to fight at dawn. They carried their duels into courtrooms, political debates, and eventually the newspapers themselves. What survived was not the pistol shot, but the structure. Two rivals locked in public confrontation, with an audience eager to declare one victorious and the other disgraced. The duel had become metaphor, and in some ways, metaphor proved more durable than ritual. After all, words can be repeated forever, while bullets can only be fired once. What ties all these strands together is the way dueling shifted from reality to symbolism. In its twilight years, the duel had become a cultural performance that relied more on being witnessed than on being fought. Its rules and rituals provided a script for men terrified of humiliation, giving them a way to transform fear into dignity, even if no blood was shed. And that is perhaps the secret to its persistence. The duel was never truly about violence, it was about making pride visible. That need never disappeared, which is why the duel survived even as modern institutions claimed to replace it. By the time the world marched toward the First World War, the duel looked almost laughable beside the scale of industrial slaughter that was to come. Yet its memory lingered, because it distilled human conflict into a scene so stark, so dramatic, that it could never be forgotten. 2 men, 10 paces, 1 shot. It was a story too perfect to fade. And while armies clashed with artillery and nations grappled with ideology, the duel lived on in metaphor, in language, in the imagination of a world that still wanted its conflicts dressed in ritual. The pistols were quieter now, but the script of pride and confrontation remained, waiting for new arenas where honor could once again demand its stage. By the time the world crossed into the first decades of the 20th century, the duel was no longer a widespread custom, yet it lingered stubbornly in pockets of culture like an old superstition that refuses to die. Its decline didn't erase it, it reshaped it, turning the duel into a symbol, a story, and in some cases, a parody of itself. But it is precisely in this twilight that we see the duel most clearly for what it always was. Not a test of strength or skill, but a desperate performance of pride. When we look at these late duels, what stands out is how much they reveal about society's refusal to let go of rituals that have long outlived their practical use. France was still one of the last great theaters of the duel, especially among politicians and journalists who seemed incapable of resolving disputes without at least threatening pistols at dawn. Newspapers eagerly reported on these events, offering their readers not just the facts, but the drama. The paces counted, the weapons chosen, the final outcomes described with almost literary flair. By this time, the duels were often bloodless, with combatants deliberately missing or settling for a symbolic graze. Yet these outcomes mattered little because the spectacle itself was the point. The public didn't care if the shots went wide. What mattered was that the men involved had demonstrated their willingness to risk death for their reputations. In a strange way, the duel had become a kind of political theater, one part opera, one part circus, reminding us that much of public life is performance dressed up as principle. Germany's Mensur fencing duels provide a parallel form of this late-stage transformation. University students continued to stand rigid, sabers in hand, refusing to dodge while their faces were deliberately scarred. The scars, worn proudly across cheeks and jaws, became markers of identity, almost like a living resume etched into the skin. These duels were not about anger or insult. They were rehearsals of endurance, proof that a man could absorb pain without flinching. It's hard not to smile at the absurdity. Imagine sitting across from a potential employer who asks, not about your qualifications, but about the size of your dueling scar. Yet behind the absurdity lies something telling. Humans constantly invent rituals of suffering to prove worth, whether through scars, medals, or even the humble exhaustion of working 60-hour weeks just to announce how busy they are. Russia's dueling culture carried forward with a darker and more fatal tone. The aristocracy, already weakened by revolution and social upheaval, clung to dueling as though it were one of the last expressions of their fading identity. Each duel felt like a symbolic protest against the erosion of their class, a way to declare that the old codes of honor still meant something in a world rapidly rewriting its rules. But history was not kind. While aristocrats staged their rituals in misty dawns, revolutions brewed in the streets, and the logic of pistols at 10 paces looked increasingly ridiculous beside the thunder of machine guns. The Russian duel became a metaphor for irrelevance, a ritual that dramatized not courage, but the inability of an entire class to adapt to a changing world. Even in places where the duel had long been outlawed, its ghost lingered. In America, for example, the ritual itself had been buried by the late 19th century, but the idea of the duel continued to haunt politics and culture. The Hamilton Burr encounter was endlessly retold, elevated to myth, while the language of dueling, showdowns, face-offs, battles of honor, remained a staple of newspapers and novels. The pistols were gone, but the script lived on, migrating into courts, campaigns, and the theater of public opinion. Americans no longer fired shots at dawn, but they still craved the clarity of two rivals standing face to face, risking everything for pride. What all of these variations show is that the duel, even in its decline, revealed something deeply human, our need to transform conflict into performance. People knew it was outdated, even ridiculous, but they kept it alive because it provided a structure for emotions that otherwise felt uncontrollable. Shame, anger, and humiliation needed an outlet, and the duel offered a ritual that made those feelings visible, dramatic, and most importantly, memorable. The absurdity is that by the 20th century, most duels no longer decided anything at all. And yet, people clung to them precisely because they gave meaning to moments of insult that might otherwise have faded into silence. This twilight of dueling teaches us a curious lesson. Rituals rarely vanish simply because they are irrational. They survive as long as they satisfy emotional needs, and they adapt when their original purpose collapses. The duel had once been about divine judgment, then about aristocratic pride, then about political spectacle, and finally about symbolic performance. Each transformation kept it alive, not because it made sense, but because people wanted it to. And that is why, even in its decline, the duel never really disappeared. It lingered in language and metaphor, in the way we still describe our conflicts as battles, contests, or face-offs. The pistols may have gone silent, but the theater of pride has never left us. By the time the world reached the interwar years, dueling had shrunk into a ritual more symbolic than lethal, yet it refused to vanish entirely. It lived on like a stubborn echo, resurfacing in unexpected places, clinging to cultural memory even as tanks rolled through cities and telephones connected continents. The modern age seemed determined to leave it behind, but pride is an ancient creature and it rarely accepts eviction. And so the duel in this period became a strange hybrid, part parody, part protest, part nostalgic play acting, that revealed how much people still longed for order and chaos, even if that order came at the end of a pistol. In France, dueling continued among politicians and journalists, though increasingly it looked like theater rather than combat. Many duels were fought with the understanding that no one intended to die. Shots were fired wide, sabers clashed without intent to kill, and often a scratch was enough to declare honor satisfied. But the ritual mattered because it gave structure to insults in a society that loved verbal duels almost as much as physical ones. French newspapers reported each encounter with relish, describing distances, weapons, and wounds as though recounting a sporting match. The irony is that the public condemned dueling while devouring every detail of it, proving once again that people don't always want their vices eradicated. They want them staged and safely observed from a distance. Germany's Mansour fencing duels carried on with their unique brand of stoicism. Young men at universities stood rigid, sabers flashing, deliberately enduring slashes across the face to earn scars that would mark them for life. By the 20th century, this was less about courage in battle and more about crafting an image, the scarred face as a credential, a resume carved in skin. It's both grotesque and comical when you realize that pain was commodified as proof of character. Imagine a society where scars were the equivalent of LinkedIn endorsements, and you start to see how bizarrely creative humans can be in inventing ways to make suffering glamorous. Russia, as always, gave the duel a darker tone. Aristocrats still clung to it as a vestige of their identity, even as their world crumbled around them. For them, the duel was not just about personal pride, but about clinging to a fading order. Each pistol shot fired at dawn was less a defense of honor than a protest against irrelevance. And yet, history had other plans. Revolution, ideology, and mechanized war would make aristocratic duels look absurd beside the mass violence of the 20th century. A single pistol duel on a frosty morning was powerless against the roar of machine guns, and that contrast only heightened the sense that the ritual was out of step with reality. It was pride, staging one last performance before the curtain fell. Elsewhere, dueling appeared sporadically, often as eccentric acts rather than common practices. In Italy, nationalist movements had used dueling in the 19th century as a way to prove commitment to the cause. But by the early 20th century, it had shifted into a curious blend of political posturing and personal theater. In South America, echoes of dueling survived among elites, often more symbolic than fatal. These scattered instances remind us that rituals rarely die all at once. They fade unevenly, lingering wherever they find fertile ground in local codes of honor. What all of these variations share is the transformation of the duel from violence into performance. By the 20th century, its power lay not in who was killed, but in who showed up, who fired, who carried the scar or the story. It had become less about resolving disputes and more about creating narratives, and narratives are far harder to kill than rituals. People craved the drama of two rivals facing each other in ritualized combat, even if the outcome was staged, even if no one fell. In a world increasingly ruled by impersonal systems, laws, parliaments, corporations, the duel offered a reminder that individuals could still act out their pride in a visible, almost theatrical way. And here lies the paradox of its decline. The duel survived longest not because it was effective, but because it was absurd. It appealed precisely because it looked out of place in a modern world. It was a ritual that insisted dignity required risk, that pride demanded performance, that even in an age of machines and bureaucracy, humans would still stage dramas of honor with the same intensity as their ancestors. And that is why the duel's final chapters were not written in silence, but in laughter, fascination, and the endless retelling of stories. Even in its twilight, the duel refused to vanish quietly. It lingered in scars and satire, in the stubborn belief that pride, however irrational, always deserved a stage. By the time the 20th century reached its middle decades, the duel was no longer a common practice, yet it had not disappeared entirely. Instead, it lived on in curious, isolated episodes that caught public attention precisely because they seemed so anachronistic. In a world already scarred by 2 world wars and shaped by industrialized violence, the idea of 2 men meeting at dawn with pistols or swords seemed at once ridiculous and strangely magnetic. These late duels were less about settling disputes than about preserving a ritual for its own sake, clung to by men who believed their honor could not be defended in any other way. And it is in these final, almost theatrical performances that the duel reveals its most absurd and most human qualities. France remained the stage for some of the last serious duels in Europe. Even in the 1920s and 1930s, politicians still occasionally exchanged challenges over sharp words spoken in parliament or printed in newspapers. Some of these duels ended in blood, though rarely in death. The weapons varied, sometimes pistols, sometimes sabers, and the encounters were often choreographed to emphasize symbolism rather than lethality. Yet the fact that they happened at all in an age of airplanes, radio, and mass politics fascinated the public. Newspapers covered them with relish, half mocking, half admiring, as though society could not decide whether to laugh at the persistence of such rituals or to secretly admire the bravery of those who still took part. And perhaps that ambiguity is the secret of why dueling survived so long. It allowed people to scoff and admire at the same time, to condemn the act while still hungering for the story. Germany's Mensur tradition continued as well, surviving even through the upheaval of war and political change. University students still stood with sabers, refusing to dodge, letting blades carve scars into their faces as proof of courage and discipline. By the mid-20th century, this practice was far removed from the aristocratic duels of earlier centuries, yet it carried the same logic: pain and risk transformed into social currency. A scar on the cheek might open doors, earning respect in professions that valued toughness and resilience. What's striking is that even in a century dominated by modern credentials, degrees, diplomas, bureaucratic rankings, there was still a place for scars, as resumes written in flesh. It makes one wonder if humans will always invent ways to make suffering into a badge of belonging, whether through duels, grueling sports, or the pride of working sleepless nights just to prove devotion to a cause. Elsewhere, the duel occasionally resurfaced in strange, almost comic incidents. In 1967, a French politician and a mayor fought a saber duel that ended with minor injuries, covered breathlessly by the press, as though the 19th century had suddenly returned. In other places, journalists and writers occasionally flirted with the idea of dueling, issuing challenges that were often settled symbolically rather than with weapons. These rare events stood out precisely because they seemed so wildly out of step with the times. They were not ordinary disputes. They were deliberate anachronisms, staged with full awareness that they belonged to another age, and that awareness made them almost theatrical, reminders that rituals do not die neatly but linger in the corners, waiting for someone stubborn or eccentric enough to bring them back into the light. In Russia and Eastern Europe, dueling had largely disappeared by the mid-20th century, crushed by revolutions and the authoritarian regimes that followed. In societies that emphasized collective ideology over individual pride, the duel had no place. Yet even here, the memory of dueling lingered in literature and culture as a symbol of passion, fatalism, and doomed pride. Pushkin's death was still invoked as a tragic example of wasted genius, and fictional depictions of dueling remained popular in novels and films. The ritual survived not in practice, but in imagination, where it could still dramatize the eternal struggle between pride and mortality. What is striking about these twilight duels is how they reveal the stubborn endurance of human pride. Even in an age when disputes could be settled in courts, through media, or by political institutions, some men still felt that only a weapon at dawn could erase insult. The irrationality of this belief is obvious, yet it points to a truth that is harder to laugh away. People crave rituals that give their emotions structure, even when those rituals make no sense in practical terms. That is why dueling lasted so long, why it resurfaced even in the 20th century, and why it continues to fascinate us today. And so, the duel in its final incarnations became something both absurd and captivating, a relic out of time, staged for audiences who could not decide whether to mock or admire. It no longer decided the fate of nations, but it revealed something eternal about the human heart, that pride will always demand a stage, even if the stage looks ridiculous in the spotlight of modernity. And perhaps that is why these last duels are so fascinating, because they remind us that rituals do not vanish quietly. They linger, echo, and return in forms we least expect, whispering that even in an age of reason, the theater of pride is never far away. By the mid-20th century, the duel was almost gone as a physical ritual, yet it survived stubbornly in the realm of imagination, reshaped into something that no longer required blades or bullets to matter. Its survival as a cultural code is perhaps even more fascinating than its centuries of bloodshed, because it shows how deeply humans crave rituals that transform pride into performance. The duel did not need dawn or sabers anymore. It needed only the idea that honor could not be surrendered without a fight, even if the fight took new and less bloody forms. And this transformation tells us much about how traditions mutate when stripped of their original function. The clearest sign of this mutation was the rise of the duel as metaphor. By the 1950s and beyond, newspapers, novels, and even television used the language of dueling to describe confrontations of every sort. Political debates were duels, boxing matches became duels of champions, and even intellectual disputes between professors were dressed in the vocabulary of honor. The duel had become shorthand for conflict distilled into its most dramatic form. Two figures, one stage, one chance to prevail. The fact that society kept borrowing this image shows that the duel had moved from the battlefield to the imagination, from a ritual of weapons to a script for human rivalry. But The duel's survival as a code went deeper than language. The structure of the ritual, two rivals, an audience, a set of rules, and the risk of humiliation, was transplanted into new arenas. Think of political campaigns, where candidates square off under the watchful eyes of the public, trading blows with words instead of pistols, or courtroom battles, where lawyers act as seconds, the judge as arbiter, and verdicts as the shots that decide reputations. These modern versions may lack blood, but they retain the theater of the duel, proving that what people really wanted all along was not violence, but meaning. Conflict feels more bearable when it has a script, and the duel offered one that societies were reluctant to abandon. One of the most striking examples of this transformation can be found in sport. Boxing matches, fencing competitions, and even chess tournaments were frequently framed as duels. The appeal is obvious. Two opponents, evenly matched, operating within rules that transform confrontation into spectacle. The language of duel gave these contests a sense of gravitas, as though they carried the weight of honor itself, and perhaps that is why the term endures. It reassures us that conflict, however trivial, can be elevated into something meaningful, that our struggles on the playing field or the debate stage echo the same passions that once drew men into misty dawns with pistols in their hands. Yet the duel also lingered in subtler, more personal ways. In offices, boardrooms, and even family gatherings, people framed their disputes as confrontations of honor, even if no one admitted it. The passive-aggressive arguments at dinner tables, the cutting remarks in academic conferences, the rivalry between colleagues, all of these contain the DNA of the duel, stripped of weapons but fueled by the same refusal to yield pride. It is almost comic to imagine two executives in suits as modern duelists, their pens replacing pistols, their memos replacing bullets. And yet the emotional logic is the same. Reputations at stake, humiliation to be avoided, and victory defined not by reason but by performance. What's fascinating about this cultural survival is how it reveals our refusal to let go of spectacle. People condemned the duel as barbaric, yet they borrowed its script for everything from sports to politics to gossip. They knew it was outdated, but they could not resist the drama of two figures locked in ritualized confrontation. The duel lived on precisely because it had always been more about theater than about death, and theater never loses its audience. The ritual may have vanished from fields and forests, but it remained alive in words, in metaphors, in the ways we still describe our conflicts as face-offs, showdowns, and battles of honor. And perhaps this is the duel's final paradox. It survived not because it made sense, but because it satisfied a need we still carry. The need to turn chaos into narrative, to make pride visible, to dress even our pettiness in the robes of meaning. The code of the duel has outlived the duel itself, shaping how we talk, how we compete, and how we imagine conflict. And that endurance suggests that while the weapons may have changed, the instinct behind them never has. Pride still demands its rituals, and rituals never really die. They adapt, disguise themselves, and wait for their next stage. By the second half of the 20th century, the duel had fully retreated from fields and forests, yet it refused to vanish from the cultural imagination. It had become more alive in books, films, and plays than it ever was in practice, turning from ritual into symbol, from blood into metaphor. And, in this new life, it often appeared more dramatic, more beautiful, and more tragic than the real thing ever was. The duel survived in art because art thrives on tension, and nothing creates tension like two figures facing each other in silence, the world holding its breath before the first move is made. Writers continued to use dueling as a shorthand for the ultimate confrontation. Novels painted duel scenes not simply as moments of violence, but as turning points in destiny. The duel became a stage for love, betrayal, loyalty, and revenge, compressing human existence into a few heartbeats at dawn. What readers loved was not just the violence, it was the clarity. Life is usually messy, full of half-finished arguments and unresolved bitterness, but a duel stripped all that away. Two people, one rule, one outcome. It was as though fiction could use dueling to give shape to the chaos of life, creating a sense of justice that reality so often denies. Cinema quickly recognized this power. Duel scenes in films, whether with swords, pistols, or even futuristic weapons, became some of the most iconic moments in storytelling. Think of westerns, where two gunslingers face each other in dusty streets, the camera cutting between their narrowed eyes, the audience gripping their seats as seconds stretch into eternity. These scenes were not about bullets. They were about suspense. The duel was perfect for cinema because it dramatized the unbearable pause before action, the silence that screamed louder than any gunshot. And isn't that what we crave most in stories? The breathless waiting, the anticipation of an explosion? We know is coming, but cannot stop. Opera and theater had already loved duels for centuries, but in the 20th century they became even more symbolic. Composers and playwrights used them not as literal fights, but as metaphors for ideological struggle, turning swords and pistols into symbols of values clashing on stage. A duel in theater was never just about who lived and who died. It was about the weight of decisions, the collision of pride, the futility of violence dressed in ceremony. Audiences knew the characters were fictional, yet the duel's ritualistic rhythm still stirred something ancient in them, something that whispered of the timeless human hunger to risk everything just to avoid humiliation. Even television, as it grew into a dominant cultural force, leaned on dueling imagery. Rivalries between characters were described as duels, whether in soap operas, political dramas, or even game shows. The term itself carried enough weight to make any confrontation feel more significant. By calling something a duel, creators tapped into centuries of cultural memory, instantly raising the stakes. It didn't matter if the weapons were words, cooking skills, or even singing voices. The duel made it all feel like life and death. It's a reminder that what we often crave isn't victory itself, but the drama of victory, the story that makes even trivial contests feel monumental. And so the duel, long gone as a literal act, became immortal as a narrative device. Painters continued to capture that moment of suspense before blades clashed. Novelists wrote of dawn meetings with trembling hands. Filmmakers turned duels into visual poetry, and even television producers borrowed its script to heighten drama. What's ironic is that the duel was more romantic in art than it ever was in reality. Real duels were messy, clumsy, and often anticlimactic. But in the imagination, they became flawless symbols of passion, pride, and fate. The duel lived on precisely because it had been freed from the burden of reality, able to exist only as the perfect story it always wanted to be. And that is perhaps its greatest legacy. Stripped of its blood and its bodies, the duel survived as an idea, one that still resonates every time we watch two rivals square off in a film, or read of a hero who cannot walk away from insult, or even describe political debates as duels. The weapons may have changed, the fields may have disappeared, but the ritual endures in culture because it speaks to something timeless in us. We are creatures who crave confrontation dressed as theater, who cannot resist the beauty of a moment when everything is at stake, even if nothing is truly won. That is why the duel remains etched in art and literature, not because it killed men, but because it still captures hearts. By the time the duel had disappeared from the practice fields and wooded groves of Europe, it had already cemented its immortality in another form, in images, in art, in the visual memory that preserved its drama long after the pistols were put away. What is striking is how the duel lent itself so naturally to the artist's hand. Painters, illustrators, and later photographers understood that the duel was not only an act of violence, but also a scene, a tableau so perfect in its symmetry that it begged to be captured. Two figures facing each other in silence, the mist curling around them, the seconds watching with stiff posture. It was already theater, and art merely froze the curtain at its most suspenseful moment. 19th and early 20th century paintings often depicted the duel at the moment before action, the breathless pause when men stood opposite one another, weapons in hand, the audience holding its collective breath. These works reveled in atmosphere, the pale light of dawn, the fog rising from the ground, the taut expressions on the duelists' faces. Painters rarely chose to capture the instant of violence itself. They knew the true power of the duel was not in the shot fired or the sword thrust, but in the unbearable waiting, the silence pregnant with inevitability. That was the real theater, and audiences looking at those canvases could feel themselves pulled into that dreadful pause, wondering which man would fall. But artists also knew how to exploit the duel for satire. Caricaturists in France, for example, drew politicians with comically oversized sabers or pistols, mocking their eagerness to settle petty disputes with deadly ritual. These images poked fun at the hypocrisy of men who spoke of dignity, yet behaved like peacocks on parade. And yet, even in mocking, the art kept the duel alive. People laughed at the exaggerations, but they remembered the ritual, and in remembering, they kept it relevant. Sometimes, ridicule is the best form of preservation, for nothing lingers in memory longer than a joke about something once taken seriously. Photography, as it spread in the late 19th century, introduced a new way to immortalize the duel. Though actual duels were rarely photographed in the act, they happened too quickly, too privately, the duel became a favorite subject for staged photographs. Studio portraits depicted men in dueling poses, swords crossed or pistols raised, freezing in glossy black and white what painters had once rendered in oils. These photographs had an air of both seriousness and play, reminding us that by then, the duel had already become more performance than reality. To hold such a photograph was to hold a piece of theater, proof that even if men no longer truly fought at dawn, they still wanted to look as if they could. Tapestries, posters, and even cigarette cards carried images of duels, spreading the ritual's symbolism into popular culture. A child might grow up never seeing an actual duel, but surrounded by its imagery on walls and books and collectibles that turned violence into decoration. This diffusion shows how thoroughly the duel had become a cultural symbol rather than a practice. Once violence migrates into ornament, it rarely disappears. It becomes part of everyday imagination, lurking even in the most ordinary objects. And as cinema rose, it borrowed heavily from these artistic traditions. Early film directors studied the paintings and photographs of duels to stage their own confrontations. The slow pacing, the dramatic pause before the draw, the careful framing of two figures in opposition, all of these visual cues were inherited from centuries of artists who had already recognized the duel's dramatic geometry. The fact that even modern movies about cowboys, knights, or space warriors rely on the duel's symmetry proves just how deeply this imagery is carved into our collective mind. The survival of the duel in art and imagery reminds us that rituals need not continue in practice to remain alive. Sometimes they achieve a second life in representation, where they become even more powerful than they ever were in reality. Most people today have never heard a pistol crack at dawn or seen blood spill on frosty grass, yet nearly everyone can imagine the scene, because art has done the work of memory. That is the true immortality of the duel, not in scars, not in graves, but in canvases, photographs, and frames of film that continue to make us hold our breath in that eternal pause before the first shot. And once a ritual enters the gallery of the imagination, it never really fades. It just waits for us to look again, to feel the tension, and to realize how much of ourselves we still see in two figures locked in prideful silence. By the later decades of the 20th century, the duel had long since ceased to be a living ritual of blood and steel, but it refused to disappear completely. Instead, it migrated into the realm of memory, nostalgia, and selective reinvention. Its presence was felt less in fields or groves at dawn and more in cultural references, family stories, and the lingering fascination of historians and ordinary people alike. And in this phase, the duel took on a curious double life. One part solemn remembrance, another part romantic myth, polished by time until its rough edges were almost unrecognizable. Public memory turned the duel into something cleaner than it had ever been in reality. Books and popular histories often describe duels as elegant affairs, carried out by gentlemen who valued honor more than life itself. But if you peel back the layers of sentiment, the truth was usually uglier. Muddy grounds, shaky hands, arguments over rules, and often meaningless deaths sparked by trivial insults. Yet memory, selective as it always is, preferred to keep the glamour and discard the grime. This selective editing is not unique to dueling. Humans do it constantly, turning difficult pasts into palatable stories. It's the same instinct that makes us remember the good old days with nostalgia, even when those days were full of the same frustrations we complain about now. In some places, dueling became part of national heritage, a symbol of a bygone code of honor. In France, for example, stories of the last parliamentary duels were retold with a mixture of pride and irony, as though the nation couldn't quite decide whether to laugh at its politicians' stubbornness or admire their courage. In Germany, the Mensur tradition remained as a visible reminder of a culture that once treated scars as marks of distinction. Even if the practice itself faded, the imagery endured, woven into films, literature, and the stories that older generations passed on to the young. Russia, too, kept alive the tragic aura of dueling, especially in its memory of Pushkin and Lermontov, whose deaths became cultural touchstones. For Russians, the duel was not comedy or spectacle, but a symbol of genius destroyed by passion, an almost inevitable tragedy, like a storm you see coming yet cannot avoid. What's striking is how the duel's memory was reshaped by the very technologies that replaced it. Photography, cinema, and later television carried forward its imagery in ways that made it feel eternal. A person in the 1970s or 1980s might never have seen a duel, but they had certainly seen duel-like confrontations in films, from westerns to samurai epics to science fiction sagas where lightsabers replaced sabers. The imagery remained so powerful that even children playing in backyards acted out duels, unaware that they were echoing a tradition centuries older than they could imagine. And perhaps this is why the duel's memory feels so alive. It lives not in dusty archives, but in the gestures and games of people who don't even realize they are participating in its afterlife. Memory also reshaped the duel into metaphor. By the late 20th century, newspapers used the word duel for political debates, sports matches, or even intellectual rivalries. A boxing match was a duel of champions. A televised argument between candidates was a duel of words. The term persisted because it carried with it an aura of ritual and seriousness, a way of dressing conflict in the clothing of history. It made the mundane feel grand, the trivial feel dramatic. And that reveals something important. People did not want the duel itself back. They wanted its sense of meaning, its ability to turn conflict into theater. Yet there was always a comic undercurrent to the duel's memory. As scholars dug into the historical records, they uncovered stories of duels fought over absurd reasons. A spilled drink, a misunderstood joke, a poorly phrased poem. The idea that men once risked their lives over things so small invites a mix of horror and laughter. It's not unlike looking back at our own petty arguments today and realizing how ridiculous they might seem in hindsight. The duel, in memory, became a mirror, showing us both the seriousness with which people defend their pride and the foolishness that often lies beneath that seriousness. And so, by the late 20th century, the duel had become something almost paradoxical, a dead ritual that was more alive in memory than it had ever been in practice. It had migrated from reality into culture, from the field into the imagination. People no longer gathered at dawn to watch shots fired, but they gathered in cinemas, in living rooms around televisions, to watch duels reenacted, reinvented, or invoked as metaphors. Its immortality lay not in the blood spilled, but in the stories told, the images preserved, and the words that refused to let it go. And that is why the duel, though long buried, continued to breathe, because memory, more than steel or gunpowder, is the strongest weapon humans have ever wielded. By the close of the 20th century and the entry into the 21st, the duel had completed its transformation from a physical act into a cultural ghost, ever present, never quite tangible. No longer did men march into misty meadows with sabers glinting or pistols cocked. Instead, the duel lived on in how society staged conflict, remembered pride, and demanded performance from those who refused to be humiliated. What makes this final chapter fascinating is that the duel, stripped of its weapons, was more alive in spirit than ever before. It had become a way of imagining confrontation itself, a ritual reborn in new disguises, carried into the modern world, where appearances still mattered more than resolutions. The 20th century's mass media sealed this metamorphosis. Films, novels, and television shows turned duels into archetypes of drama. The Western Showdown, with two gunslingers facing off on a dusty street, was just a modern reincarnation of the European pistol duel. Samurai films borrowed the same structure. Two men, one field, a single decisive strike. Even space operas could not resist the rhythm of dueling, with glowing swords and galactic stakes. Audiences loved these scenes because they distilled life into its purest conflict. Pride on one side, risk on the other, silence stretched until it snapped. The duel as ritual had died, but as story it had never been stronger. Politics, too, borrowed the script. Televised debates became the new fields of honor, with candidates trading words instead of shots, but the framing was unmistakably the same. Two rivals, one stage, each maneuvering under the gaze of an audience eager to declare victory. Commentators spoke of duels on live television, reinforcing the idea that even in a world of microphones and lights, the hunger for ritualized confrontation had not disappeared. In truth, political debates often had less to do with policy and more with performance. The tight jawline, the pointed finger, the rehearsed comeback. It was theater in the purest sense, proof that the duel structure could be stripped of its danger, but still deliver its drama. Sports amplified the metaphor even further. Matches between boxers, fencers, or even tennis players were routinely described as duels. What mattered was not just victory, but the staging of rivalry, the symmetry of two opponents locked in visible combat. The duel's DNA lingered in every face-off, every moment when two figures stood under the lights, refusing to yield. And the audience, whether in an arena or in front of a television, played the role of the crowd that once gathered at dawn in groves or meadows. The stage had changed, but the appetite was the same. To witness pride dressed as spectacle, to hold one's breath in the silence before the strike. Even ordinary life carried echoes of the duel. Think of arguments in workplaces, where colleagues lock into silent battles of ego over who controls the meeting. Or family dinners where a single sarcastic remark can trigger a face-off that feels eerily like pacing 10 steps before drawing a pistol. The weapons are gone, but the choreography remains. Humans still crave the structure of confrontation, still act out their pride as if on stage, still perform their anger with an audience in mind. The duel survives because it scratches an itch we have never lost, the terror of humiliation and the need to prove ourselves in ways that others can see. By the 21st century, the duel had found a new arena, the digital world. Online arguments, social media spats, viral call-outs, all of these borrow from the same logic. Two figures step forward, words are exchanged, audiences gather, and reputations hang in the balance. The pace may be faster, the stakes less mortal, but the hunger for spectacle is unchanged. It is telling that even in comment sections, people describe heated exchanges as duels. The ritual has gone virtual, but the emotions remain as raw as ever. And perhaps the comedy lies here. Men once risked their lives at dawn for honor, while today we risk carpal tunnel typing furiously at strangers online. Yet beneath the humor lies a continuity that cannot be ignored. The duel was never about the weapons. It was about pride, ritual, and the fear of shame. Those things have not disappeared, and they never will. They simply migrate, shifting from fields to stages, from newspapers to screens, from pistols to keyboards. The duel's immortality lies in its ability to transform, to survive every attempt to ban it, mock it, or bury it. It is not dead. It is everywhere, hiding in the ways we still insist on turning conflict into performance. And that may be the final lesson of the duel's long journey. It was never about blood, but about story. Even when lives were lost, what endured were the narratives, the scars worn like medals, the poets who died tragically, the paintings that froze the moment before the shot. In our own time, Those stories remain irresistible, proving that the duel was less a ritual of killing than a ritual of meaning. And rituals of meaning never die. They linger, adapt, and wait for their next stage. Because human beings will always need to make their pride visible, even if it kills them, or more often now, just embarrasses them. The duel, in its final form, is nothing less than the eternal theater of human vanity.